It's your boy J Hardcore Boxing News back at you with what's happening in the world of boxing today. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. If you're hearing this, if you're hearing the sound of my voice this morning, that lets me know that God has, yes, given you another opportunity to be great. He's given you another opportunity to get it together. He's given you another opportunity just to be able to forgive someone. He's given you an opportunity to not live in the past. He's given you an opportunity to give somebody a pass. He's giving you an opportunity to forgive someone. He's giving you an opportunity for asking for forgiveness. I don't know what he's giving you today, but what I do know is that he's giving you life if you're hearing my voice right now. So let's not squander it. Let's not take it for granted. Let's realize that life is something beautiful and that we should handle it with white gloves. You did? But listen here, man. I'm so damn glad to be before you all this morning, man. Yesterday, I told y'all I went to trim jail. I was in there from 1 in the evening till 1 this morning, 12 hours straight. But they set me free, and I'm glad to be out, Jack. Yes, indeed. Back into the game for another one. Yes, indeed, man. I get to be before the good people of the hangout, if you will, man. Yes, indeed, the great people of the hangout. Hey, but who was the first one in the building, man? All right. Well, first of all, let me turn my fan on, get my Mr. Rogers stuff going on. You know, some of y'all old folks, y'all remember Mr. Rogers, man, and he used to do a bunch of things before he got himself together. You did. So let me get my coffee ready for one. All right. Hit that button. All right. Okay. We got Mike Rim. That's him. He said, good morning, everybody. Canelo in 6. In 6? What? Canelo get knocked out in 6? Canelo win in 6? What you saying? There go my guy, Showtime the guy pass. What's up, man? And little Miss Jamila. Oh, man. I seen something I haven't had a chance to check out yet. I know you said Jamila sent me a video and I got to check it out. I haven't had a chance to check it out, but I will do that today. Also, I'm going to give you a call, boy. We ain't wrapped in a minute, so we need to wrap. We'll see what type of figmentations you got going on. Doc and Lovely in the house. What's up, Doc and Lovely? She said, good morning, Jay and the Hangout fam. Peace and blessings and happy Friday. Oh, it's been Friday for 2 days for you. You talking about happy Friday yesterday. Uh-oh. The Rise Podcast, #JBT. My little big homie. Hey, man. What up, boy? Bigger than boxing, you dig? Hey, man. Hey, that's doing well, man. I see that it's been getting some numbering views, man. So that's what's up. Yeah. We got to keep the train moving. I'm talking about that A train, Jack. Yes, indeedy. Thank you. It feels good to be back. Yeah, I locked down Shawty yesterday. I sat in that chair for 12 hours straight. Yes, indeedy, man. The whole house just smelled like goodness. Ooh-wee. Like goodness. Yeah, Senior said, good morning, family. Good morning back at you, my guy. Yes, indeed. Who else? William Old School in the building. William Old School Iron. Hashtag JBT. He said, J Hardcore salute, brother. Good morning. Salute back at you, Will. If you haven't launched that thing today, I can definitely make that thumbnail for you today, man. But yesterday, the hands were full, boy. I'm surprised my hands didn't get cramps yesterday. They act like they wanted to be cramped. All that trimming, man. Yes, indeedy, boy. Yeah. Back in the day, we called trimming something else. I was trimming for 12 hours yesterday. Tampa Tommy, what it do? Father to be. Yes, indeed. I'm gonna have to give him a new name once he have his baby. Yeah. I'm gonna give you a new name. You know, you don't want to get so many names. For sure. Uh-oh. I done hit something and all the comments gone. Where they go? Okay, there they go. What else? All right. So that's everybody. Also, I want to shout out to my mighty voyeurs. You know who you are. The ones that like to watch. Yeah. Y'all got that private eye on me, man. Yeah. So shout out to all my private eye people, man. Okay, Alex Dominac is in the building. He said Canelo is going to win. But if it gets to the 12th, Munguia is going to have a chance due to activity. Salute. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, man, shout out to my mighty voyeurs. I see some more mighty voyeurs done came into the building. Y'all make sure that y'all smash that appreciation button as you walk in the door. Shout out to all my private eye shorties. Yeah. The mighty voyeurs, man. Yes, indeed. We got them everywhere. There go my guy right there, Naeem the Dream. Yeah, the only dream that count around here. He said, peace, hardcore family. The dream is here. Peace and loveament. Yeah, for sure. The rest of the usual suspects are on their way. Yes, indeed. My man GPZ, I know he's on his way. I know Remo, he might be in voyeur mode right now, about to talk about my shirt. He gonna come in here and talk about my shirt. Watch. He gonna say I got what he gonna say? He probably say I got a tablecloth on, or I'm a conductor for a railroad, or something like that. You know, the messy little brothers, man. You know that little brother, man. You got smack on the back of the head. Al Booger, the professor in the building. What's up, Booger Man? He said, salute to the team. Yes, indeed. Teamwork is dream work. We the all-star team, though. Yeah. We the dream team. Oh, yeah, man. I was like, man, where I'm going to get some energy from, man? Yeah. Because I'm going to tell you that 12-hour sitting zapped me. Can I tell you something funny? I still didn't finish. And I still ain't finished, man. I still got about 10 more percent to go. Let me see if my coffee ready, man. All right. Coffee ready. I'm gonna put on the good coffee warm on there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, indeed. Prediction day today. We're gonna get some predictions. Boss Dog in the building. I know he got his ears on. What's up, Boss Dog? He said, what up, hardcore in the building? Friday. Yeah, it's Friday. Exactly, y'all. Man. Hey, and you know, if it's Friday, what that mean? That mean we getting a fight tomorrow. Yeah, that means we getting a fight tomorrow. We got a Canelo versus Jaime. You heard me? Canelo versus Jaime Munguia, man. Who you got and why? I need to know. Is it the end for Canelo? Can Munguia knock out Canelo? Would that break the internet if Munguia knocked out Canelo? I want to know, can it happen? Can Saul get knocked out? The Rise say we getting a fight today, Jay. Who we got today? Senior, enlighten me, man. I haven't been in the know of anything. Yeah. I told you ever since yesterday, man. I don't know no new news or nothing, man. And when I finally got out of trim jail, man, I ate 3 baked chicken legs and went straight to sleep. Truck Simpson fighting tonight? Okay. The truck is back. Okay, let me know where I'm going to be able to see that at, Senior. Yeah. I knew he was supposed to been fighting, but damn, I didn't know. I wish I knew because I would have been posting it and everything. Hey, if you got your cup of good Java right now, man, why don't you put your cups up? I got to get my first cup of goodness. Is that good? Do it, Floyd. Hold on, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That hit right there. Oh yeah, that hit right. Yeah. It wasn't Bustelo. It ain't the Bustelo. It's a espresso. I don't know what kind of espresso is. I gotta look at the can. It ain't that good Bustelo though, boy. That yeah. Bustelo had you bouncing off the wall, man. Old school say, after Oscar pissed Canelo off, I see Canelo stopping Heine. On Dazzin? Okay. Oh yeah. You know what? But Eddie Hearn been talking a while back about signing Truck Simpson, man. This is going to be Truck first time out since he had the operation and everything, right? I like Truck, man. I like how he move and everything. He's a cool little youngster, man. He don't say a lot, you know what I'm saying? Definitely talented. Tank's little bro. Yeah, for sure. Naeem said he's blessed and highly favored. Amen and a boom shagalagament to that. Yes, indeed. Where the rest of my folks at, man? Where they at? Where my guy Just Do at? Where Remo at? Cash Sport. Who else ain't up in GPs? He not up in here. Heather E. I don't see ya. Who else? Miss Joette. Miss Joette might be on Voya mood though. You know, she might be in here. Salute to you. If any of y'all on Voya mode, salute. Hey, B3, salute to B3. That's my guy. You know what I mean? The reinsurgement of B3 ever since, Ryan has been pibbity popped. You dig? So I don't know any of the new news on that. Y'all gotta enlighten me. The letter has been circulating. What's up, Jamal? Jamal Brooks in the building saying morning to everyone. Hey, man, y'all know I ain't had my glasses in a while, but you know what? My eyes are adjusting. Ain't that crazy? I'm literally sitting back here and reading. Yeah. Just evolving, man. Your body, man, it can do whatever it want, man. Yeah. We're wonderfully made. You heard me. We're wonderfully made. Yeah. Yes, I know I am. He broke the mold when he made me. He said, I can't put 2 of them on the earth. He said, oh Lord, I can't put 2 of him on the earth. We say Fender Bender was in here the other day. Mike Garner. There go my guy right there, Mike Garner. Always there. Always got good information, man. Salute to you. Say Fender Bender and Bare Knuckles. We ain't seen Bare Knuckles since the last Bare Knuckles sighting. You never know what Bare Knuckles got going on, man. You did. You don't. You know, I check on Bare Knuckles, give him a call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fender Bender was in here the other day, though. Yeah. Fender Bender was in here the other day. Hey, I see that Boots is signed, sealed, and delivered July the 13th. Is it the 13th? Yeah, I believe July the 13th at Wells Fargo Arena, man. Yeah. How many of y'all going, man? Yeah, God willing, what it say, if the creek don't rise, and I plan on being there, man. Yeah. Maybe a couple of us from Maryland get together and going up in there, man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm planning on going to that, Jack. Yeah. So hopefully, Dazzin or Matchroom, they approve my credentials for that. Because I'm damn sure trying to be in the, not even trying, damn sure gonna be in the building, man. Got to see my youngster Boots, man. Hey, that's gonna be a good fight, though. Because one thing you know about Cody Crowley, he ain't coming to lay down. Nah, we might see a reenactment of Boots versus Vila, but it will be good. Booger Man, you say you going to the Philadelphia joint? Oh, yeah. We definitely got to get some credentialments, senior, for sure. But one thing about Matchroom, they pretty good with approving. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, man, that'll be, I'm going to tell you, a lot of us can hook up that day, man. Because my brother from another mother, that's right down the street for him. You know what I'm saying? I know Jess Do probably going to be there. You know what I mean? G Peasy already said he interested in going. Matter of fact, they go G Peasy right there. He said, yo, what it do, hardcore family? Then being in boxing news in the building. Hey, being in boxing news, you gonna go to the Boots fight? He ain't got no problem jumping on the airplane. He probably got so many damn frequent flyer miles. Tabba Tommy said, Munguia is gonna outfight Canelo. Okay. Booger Man gonna be there. Hey, I'm gonna talk to Kaz and see if Kaz going. Yeah, I mean, shit, all us Maryland, we might as well just get in senior. Senior got an old van. We can get in senior van, and all of us can ride up together. Hell yeah. Being in boxing news, say, get me that date. I can make it happen. July the 13th. July the 13th, being in boxing news. That would be great. You come up, man. That'd be, oh man. We might as well make an event out of it, man. Because I'm going to tell you, if at least 8 to 10 people of us together, that's an event. I mean, you already, in Maryland, you got me. You got G Peasy. You got Senior. I'm going to see if Kaz going. I know D for the win coming up. Yeah. You know D for the win going to be there. We can get grunchy Smurf Remo. See if we get his ass to come down. Oh, come on, nigga. You know, what do you mean snaps on the petrol? Nigga, we grown folks. We ain't gonna get in somebody else's car and not contribute the gas. What are you talking about, man? What you got going on? GT ENT say I might be there. Okay. GT ENT. This your first time being in the chat, and we welcome you, my brother. Unless this is somebody that's been in here and then changed their information. But I want to welcome GTENT to the Hardcores Hangout. Hey, GT, we just a bunch of hardcore degenerates that get together and talk about this beautiful sport we love called boxing. Hey, GT, only one rule around here, my guy. No hitting below the belt. That means we don't talk about nobody's mom up in here. Other than that, everything else is fair game. Y'all definitely want to welcome GT, ENT into the hangout. Make sure y'all give him a good hardcore welcome for sure. He said, nah, I've been here before. Same name. I never seen your name in the chat, but I thank you. He said, I'm in B-more. Okay. Shit, that's what's up. What singer say? Man, it's the line from the movie. You know, I'm not worried about that shit. Man, we got Petro. We got Petro, man. That's a van. I know that means you take regular gas. We good. Yeah. You got a van. We know that take regular gas, man. We fill that thing up twice. Shit, I'd be happy to pay for regular gas. Shit, premium shorty. Quentin, where you been at, Quentin? Quentin in the building said, yo, did y'all see Haney on ESPN last night? I thought all of the PED allegations were, no, that's true, man. I didn't know he was on ESPN. He was actually speaking. So that means his jaw ain't broke. That's good to know. Yo, July 13th definitely sounds like a go, man. Yo, we can definitely hey, that sound like a go. You got and BNN Boxing News come too. Man. Booger Man, me, Tim Layton, Just Do, Remo, Senior, G Peasy, Tim Layton, man, GT International said he coming. Man, what y'all talking about, man? That sounds like a block party to me. Hey, we're gonna have the hangout takeover. Yeah. We're gonna go up there and take over, man. Yeah, I'm with it. Yo, I'm so with it, man. Yeah, we up there early Saturday. We'd go somewhere and cook out at a park or something. Do something crazy. Put some L's up in the air and shit. Yo, make it an experience, man. You know, we go somewhere to a park where there's water and shit, man, and throw some steaks on the grill and some chicken mint, you know what I mean? And some grass for some of y'all vegetarians, you know. Get y'all some grass and mushrooms and shit, you know, for y'all non-meat eaters and shit. Couple of bottle mints, man, and rock out till it's time to have the fight, man. Man, I'm with it. Y'all better stop playing. Don't be messing with me like that, man. Yo, that'd be great. Let's make it a thing, man. Yeah. It could be, hey, we can use that as the hangout first meet and greet. Yeah, we could do it that way. I knew somebody was gonna say something. And I didn't think it was gonna be Booger, but it makes sense because he's a New Yorker. He said meat eaters. Man, come on, man. What else you gonna call them? Or should I say carnivore? Okay. Yeah. For the carnivores. Okay, whatever, Booger man. Cut it out. Cut it out, man. Matter of fact, man, let me get another swagger, man. Miss Mona, where you at? Booger said, come on, Jay. Wait, no, you come on, Booger. What are you talking about, man? Wait, I forgot. My brother came in the building, man. I was running my mouth. I ain't get a chance to speak to him. Let me run it back. Yes, indeed. Forgive my manners to the good Dr. Mark. Flawless Mentality and B&E hosted by Dr. Mark. Grand rising blessing to the God J Hardcore Boxing News. My brother of elevation, fam, and the God and beautiful goddesses of always blessing. Morning cup of coffee, hardcore, hashtag JBT family, and a bunch of emojis after that. I mean, come on, man. With a greeting like that, my guy. Yeah, GT said he in Baltimore. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, this is the first time I actually seen you in the chat, though. I normally remember every person, but I'm getting old, so I could have been doing some slipping. Are you normally a mighty warrior, GT? Let me see. Let me move down. Let me see where you at. Where you at? All righty. Freestyle Media. What's up, Freestyle Media? There you go. What's up? Good to see you, my guy. Freestyle Media up in here. Okay. Edward Morris up in here. Okay. I'm with it. Man. Yeah, it's definitely a good Friday, man. I am excited. I'm excited for the Friday. I'm excited for being up in here for sure. Yes, indeed. Good to be in the building, man. Good to be in the building with the good people, man. Like I said, I was locked down shorter yesterday. I was in trim jail for 12 hours, man, but I'm back. I'm back. Quentin says, speaking live after post-game analysis. Okay. Yeah, we definitely, if I won't say definitely, but the plan should be this weekend after the Canelo fight that, we go live, man. And matter of fact, I'll host this one. I'll host this one after the show, after the fight, you know what I'm saying, where we always give our reactions and, thoughts of what the fight was. You know what I'm talking about. Uh-oh, there he is. Needs no introduction. The king of the casuals. Let's Talk Fashion is in the building. What's up, Remo? Somebody tell me, well, I hate when you do that. Quentin say about 1:30 this morning, he was live. Who? Oh, you talking about Devin? GP, you say Division, Remo. What else, man? What else? I tell you what. Let's see what's happening in the world of boxing this morning. What you got going on here? Oh, really? Okay. Appreciate that, Al Booger. Appreciate that. I know I wasn't tripping. Yeah. I knew I wasn't tripping. Yes, indeed. This mind is like a computer. Yeah. I be computing. Hey, shout out to some more of my Mighty Warriors that then came in the building. Salute Mighty Warriors, for sure. Without a doubt. Yes, indeed. Salute to you. For sure. Hey, let's find out what's happening in the world of boxing today. Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know I can't chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. A lot of people been sending me stuff, so I'm sitting here reading some of the stuff people done sent. Like I said, I was out of action yesterday, man, so I didn't really play my phone too much or anything. I had a handful of stickiness yesterday. Yeah, that sounds crazy, but it was what it was. All right, let's find out what's happening in the world of boxing because I need to know. Because yeah. Let's find out. Wait a minute. That says winning lottery number. That's not what I need. That is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for what's happening in the world of boxing. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Navigating a prudent, profitable path in Canelo Alvarez's final years. Okay. Reverse engineer that means you're going to get a lot of what Canelo wants and not what we want. Whitaker plans to make an example out of Arena Yika. Okay. That's that kid that be moving like Pernell a little bit. Even got the same last name, but he got 2 T's and Pernell got 1 in his name. What do you get if you cross Randall Bailey with Nicolino Loche? I don't know. Campbell Hatton learning quickly alongside Anthony Joshua and Leia Wood. Shalom admits Buatsi is looking at other options as yard talks stall. Paulie Malignani says Canelo Alvarez knows he has a mental edge in this fight. Yeah, he does, because Jaime Munguia talking about Canelo was a childhood hero and stuff like that. Freddie Roach praises Jaime Munguia for both offense and defense. That's one thing Freddie gonna have Munguia doing, is definitely imposing his will to see if he can break Canelo. Because you know, Freddie Roach about all forward, man. There go my guy Just Do Boxing. All right, now we can talk some boxing now, y'all. Jess is in the building. Yeah. Jess is in the building, man. Yeah. Now we certified. We certified now. What's up, Just Do? Man, how's that birthday week? We celebrating your birthday all month, man. How was that birthday week so far, man? Hope all is well, fine, and fabulousness for sure. Let's see. Eddie Hearns. Devin Haney wants Ryan Garcia fight to be a no contest. Breaking news. Oscar De La Hoya files cease and desist letter with Canelo Alvarez. Uh-oh. Well, these cats be quick to go to court, boy. A cease and desist letter. Let's delve into that a little bit, y'all. Let's see what's really going on. In Las Vegas, Saul Canelo Alvarez news conference claimed that his former promoter, Oscar De La Hoya, tried to steal from the fighter, have been met by a legal letter asking that he retract the words while warning him to avoid repeat comments. He said this outrageous lie, not once, but several times, both in English and in Spanish, and it has now been republished to millions around the world. De La Hoya attorney Ricardo Terrestrial wrote to Alvarez attorney Gregory Smith in a Thursday letter. Lawyer named Gregory Smith. De La Hoya spent the majority of his time on the podium Wednesday addressing Alvarez's criticism of the promoter during the lead up to Alvarez's Saturday night defense of his undisputed super middleweight belt versus De La Hoya. Promoted by Jaime Munguia on Prime Video, yada, 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 yada. He turned to a seat in Alvarez and demanded that the fighter put some respect on his name after Alvarez's successful 10-year run with De La Hoya and Golden Boy Promotion. Sestrio wrote, the legal implications of such blatantly false accusations are serious addings. It's defamatory to accuse someone of a crime and to make false statements specifically designed to injure someone's business. Canelo did both of those things. He falsely accused Oscar of a crime with specific intentions of supposedly warning other boxers not to do business with Oscar or Golden Boy. Clearly, Canelo intentionally defamed Oscar and Golden Boy. Alvarez has sued De La Hoya back then for a breach of contract and other claims, has since fought under Eddie Hearn, Matchroom Boxing, Al Heyman, Premier Boxing. This is the first time Alvarez and De La Hoya have worked together since they have split. Obviously, Canelo harbors great animosity and ill will towards Oscar, repeatedly referring to him as a effing asshole and even stooping to use a derogatory gay slur as well. In fact, Golden Boy has paid Canelo every penny he was entitled to receive from his fights and then some, and Canelo knows it. It was Oscar and Golden Boy who established Canelo's current market value with the groundbreaking deal they negotiated for him. Alvarez has steadily earned purses in the excess of $35 million, although the Nevada Athletic Commission has yet to report what his guaranteed purse is for Munguia. But there it is, y'all. You know what I mean? Yeah, there it is. The love is real, man. The love is real between them two guys for real, man. Remo said, hell of a game last night. I didn't get a chance to see it. I was too busy. Okay, just say all good on my end, Jay. That's what's up. That's what's up. Okay. Well, there it is, man. There it is. You know, there it is. But nah, man, what do y'all think, man? What do y'all think about Canelo versus Jaime Munguia? Who do you have to win and why? I need to know who you got to win and why, because you know, I think Munguia is actually a threat for sure. Yeah. I think he's a threat, man. You know what I mean? I could be wrong. But I think he's a threat. And there's a very strong possibility that he can win this fight. And there's a big, strong possibility he will lose this fight. Hey, but I like how Oscar is staying on Canelo, man. Yeah, pissing him off and everything. Maybe that he's trying to take him off his game a little bit. Man. But I tell you what, man, I'm going to go ahead and put the link in there, man. So y'all can tell me, you know, I want to hear some of them great minds tell me what's going to happen tomorrow, man. You dig? Yes, indeed. And whatever else, you know, it's the hangout. So, you know, we hang out and we talk about whatever we choose to. Truck Simpson fighting tonight, man, on DAZN, man. Yeah, Truck Simpson is fighting on DAZN, man. So make sure y'all check that out without a doubt, man. Yeah. Make sure y'all check that out. I'm gonna be checking it out. You know, I'm a truck supporter, man. I like truck, man. Good young kid. Hey, what the appreciations look like, man? I haven't even went over there yet. I know we got a lot of them right now. I'm more sure we got a lot of them. So I'm gonna jump over there right now. I'm gonna jump over there right now and see. Okay. Let me see. Okay, we got 18 watch and 22 appreciation. But it was over 31 people in here, so that means we're behind. It was over 31 people in here at one time. And we got 22 likes. So we need at least another 10 more likes. Yeah. If you forgot to hit the appreciation button, can you handle that work right now? Can you handle that work right now? I would appreciate that. I would thank you for that. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And if you got a show, I'll come over and like yours as well. How about that? Fair exchange is no robbery. That's what they tell me. Fair exchange is no robbery, without a doubt, man. But yeah, I hope everybody is doing fine and fabulous on this Good Friday. On this Good Friday, man, I'm enjoying myself. I plan on, I plan on just having a good day today, man. For some reason, I got a taste for Popeye's chicken and some red beans and rice, man. Ooh wee! Yes, indeed. I gotta check my Popeyes app and see what elements they got for you for the homie, man. Yeah, for sure. Because I'm really thinking about some of that Popeyes chicken. I ain't had no fried chicken in a minute. Lord have mercy. And them red beans and rice, man. Hey, y'all, has the red beans and rice containers are getting smaller, or is that just me? I ain't talking about the little ones. I always get the big size, family size joint, but they seem like them teeny now. Yeah, man, what they really got going on, man? You got to buy about 3 or 4 of them. My son, my 13-year-old, he won by himself. So you need at least 3 of them, and then they're about $5 each. That's right. Doc and Lovely say, y'all hit the like button, please, and thank you. She hit you with the Canada on Miss Joette, please, and thank you. Yes, indeed. Matter of fact, I don't know if Doc and Lovely knows, but she is the every day now I've been putting up a picture of our members in the hangout, and today Doc and Lovely, her picture went up. You know how women are, oh no, he put my picture up. I think I gotta go back and respell Melanin Queen correctly though. Yeah. I spelled it my way, and I think I got it wrong. Yeah. So yeah, Doc and Lovely is the hardcore of the day. She's the hardcorean of the day. Yeah, maybe that's what I'll call it now. The hardcorean of the day. Every day I'm posting one of people. She said, did I had no idea. Yep. You're on the community page today, Doc and Lovely. Lonnie Lee, there go my guy, hashtag JBT. Hey Lonnie, G did. I just seen it today, but it happened yesterday. G put something in the community page saying that yesterday was the first day he was feeling better. So hopefully we'll get some, before the weekend out. Yeah, man. Look, Lonnie Lee. Are you like me, man? I done rewatched so many of the old joints, man. Right now, Lonnie, I'm watching when Beast and Yanni is about to fight in the ring. Yeah, man. I go back and watch them. C Wood, what's good, man? Hey, yeah, I need y'all to come on the platform, man, and tell me why y'all think such and such is going to win and how. Yes, indeed. All right, the numbers getting up. We got 28 likes. Okay. We need at least 5 more likes right now. Can we get 5 more likes? I'd like to get 100 today, man. I can't even remember the last time we had 100 likes. It's been a momentum. It's been a minute. All right. I pinned the link in the chat, y'all. I pinned the link in the chat for the panel. You did. Come on up in here. Talk to me. Tell me why and tell me when Canelo will win or if Munguia will win. I need to know. But if y'all want my prediction, I will give it to you right now. I've been pondering on which way Canelo will win this fight. I've been pondering. Yeah, I heard Beast is back in jail, Lonnie. Ain't that crazy? He said, yes, and Beast is back in, causing more problems. Yeah, I wonder. Oh, so you heard whatever he got going on inside right now? Oh, we gonna have to wrap. Yeah. My fact, I'm gonna give you a call too, man. We got rap on that one. What I'm thinking? What am I thinking right now? Lost train of thought. That's all right. Yeah, but I pinned the panel link in the chat, man. I supposed to been telling you all how I like I said, I've been pondering for a while, trying to think how Canelo will win this fight, because I do believe Canelo can win this fight. Will win this fight, not can, but will. But in the back of my cranium, man, I still think is something crazy in the air. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because let me tell you something. Munguia is not coming in there to lay down. You know what it means to him to beat Canelo? Oh my goodness. The internet gets broken. Matter of fact, man, let me bring my pharmaceutical brother in the building, man, because I know he has a good opinion. What's up, BNN Boxing News?
What's popping with you, Jay? What's popping with you?
Man, keeping life simple, man. What's up with you?
Yeah, man, I was just chilling, man. I was just watching some stuff, man, and I just always followed Munguia, man. So, um, Munguia like to lean in too much, bro. And whenever he shoots his little bullshit jab, bro, he's always open. So, I think that he's definitely gonna be food for Canelo. Do I want Munguia to win? Yeah, I want Munguia to win, to shock the
Me
world.
too. Me
But
too.
at the end of the day,
We gotta be
man,
realistic. We gotta be realistic.
gotta be realistic, man. This dude is he's always open, and Canelo gonna beat him up, man. I see Canelo stopping this dude probably in this 8th or 9th round, bro.
When was the last time we got a Canelo stoppage?
When was the last time we hadn't had one in a while?
Yeah, it's been a minute.
It's
I'm
been a
trying to
minute, man,
think.
but I think we due for one though. We
We
due for one.
def-
He's getting older.
if anybody, he can. The way Munguia fights, man, is perfect for Canelo for a knockout because the guy opens up so much, you know. So
That's why I said that.
let me see.
And he leans in, bro. The dude
Yeah.
leans in, bro. So that's just perfect for Canelo. Like, oh shit, your head right here. Perfect.
Let me look into Saul. Last time Saul got a stoppage. Caleb Plant. It was Caleb Plant. The TKO on Caleb Plant was and that was in 2021. We're in 2024.
But
So
I'm gonna
that's
tell you,
3 years ago.
yeah, these dudes, bro, he could stop any of these dudes because these dudes come in as fans of him, man. They come in fandom, you know what I'm saying? They love him and shit. I mean, they don't come in hating this dude, wanting to destroy this dude. You know, that's just so I can't stand that shit, bro. If I'm getting ready to fight you, bro, You got to come in want to destroy this dude.
Yeah, I want some rah-rah, man. You know,
Yeah.
we ain't getting a lot of rah-rah. And the thing about it is Canelo, I think it's in his contracts now, man, that you be respectful, man. I'm telling you.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think it's in his
fight hard.
contract. Yeah, because everybody coming in here with that. Yeah, Canelo's, he's a great guy, and it's an honor and an opportunity to be in here with him. And it's my childhood. Fuck all that, man. I want to whip your ass, man. I don't care about none of that. And I need some of that type of energy, man. I need some of that type of energy, man.
We all do, man. We miss that in boxing, man. We miss that in boxing, period.
Right.
Dudes have that no more. They don't have that. They don't have that spunk no more, man. That killer instinct, you know.
Yeah. Talk some shit, man. That's what sells the fight, you know.
But you got to back it up, though. Please don't talk it if you can't back it up.
Oh man, J.A. Dixon, what's up, J.A. Dixon? Legacy Defined, what's up, my guy? Yeah, man, that's what I need. I need some rah shish kebab. You know what I mean? So hey, you think about you might be able to make that Boots fight, man?
Yeah. I gotta move my schedule around, man, because that's actually my weekend of work. So I gotta talk to my partner and see if she moving around, man. So right now my shit depends on my damn partner, bro.
Facts. At
What,
least you got enough time because this is July, so
yeah, July.
at least you're giving a good heads up on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that'd be some good shit though, man.
Oh man, if all us fools get together, man, that's gonna be crazy, man. You know what I mean? And if that many people, because I'm gonna tell you, if that many people show up, we gotta, do something like a cookout or something while we up there. You know what I mean? We all meet at a park. Throw some meat on the grill, man, and put some bottles in the air and have a good damn time up until it's time to go to the fight. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. And watch fucking Boots cook that boy.
Ooh-wee. Man, but you know what? The good thing about that fight is that Cody ain't gonna lay down. He gonna come trying to whip Boots' ass, man.
We don't want somebody gonna lay down. We want our money's worth. I want
exactly.
My fight.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see a fight, bro.
Hey, Remo, don't be coming in here hating on boxing, man. Don't do it. Don't do you over there talking shit about boxing right now, man.
What's wrong with boxing, man?
You know, them young whippersnappers, man. His team doing good right now and all that shit. So now he want to talk about, he want to ban boxing for a minute, man. He better stop playing. Who was there for you? Who was there for you when the NBA wasn't around, man? Boxing. Who took care of you? Boxing.
With the New York Knicks?
Yeah.
Oh, they in the playoffs?
I'm not sure, man. He said that's why I'm on my NBA playoff shit. Boxing bullshit. They do more fighting on Twitter. Yeah, I believe they did. They are they in? I haven't been watching. I think they are. I think they are though.
The only people fight on Twitter is Shakur and Tate, bro. I talked to them two about that bullshit and tell them two to fight, get in the ring and fight, man.
Yeah, so they said they advanced to the second round, so that's what's up, man. I had my Knicks jersey on yesterday, man. So.
The Knicks? How the hell that happened, bro? What the fuck? You can tell I'm lost. I'm fucking to the Knicks, dog.
You're like, Drake?
Damn, dog, for real, dog. I'm fucking to the Knicks. No, I'm really lost, bro. I gotta get back into it. Shit.
Legacy Defined say, hey, Jay Hardcore, why Remo always talking shit about boxing? I don't know. Hey, Remo, front and center, man. We need you in here, man. You gotta explain yourself, bro. You gotta explain yourself, man. You gotta stop talking about boxing, man.
I think his expectation is huge, but he should. My thing about it is, right now he shouldn't complain because we getting all that with Turkey Alley Sheik. we getting more right now than we ever got. Well, had gotten in a long time. So shit, right now, I can't say there's a fight that I want to see that I ain't seeing besides maybe a Tank and Shakur. Outside of Tank and Shakur, shit, nigga, my mouth shut. I can't say nothing else.
Man, we're about to get Bivol and Better Be.
Better Be. That was the other one I wanted to see.
Yeah, we're about to get that, man.
Yeah.
Then we got Benavidez and Grosdick. They underneath the Tank card. Come on, man. What else you want? What do you say? Fool, you better come on in. Big color TV. Remember that joint? Say, fool, you better come on in. Booger Man say, hey, being in, it's not too late to jump on the bandwagon.
What bandwagon you want me to jump on, brother?
New York Knicks.
Oh, no, man. My Pelicans and my Lakers, bro. Both of them. I'm a New Orleans, New Orleans all the way. They got knocked out, so I say, shit, let me get down with LeBron. They got swept. Oh, shit. I'm done. No basketball.
One thing about, I'm going to tell you, I'm on whatever team LeBron's on. That's just how I rock, man. That's me.
Always.
And back in the day, I was on whatever team Jordan was on. I'm with greatness, man. Mama Do, what's up, girl? Peace and blessing. What's up with you? Hey, don't let them folks at that job stress you. You too blessed. You too blessed to be stressed, Mama Do. Yes, indeed. They just want to be like you. That's all it is. Let me tell you something. Don't even let them stress you. Yes, indeed. Just be more of you. Be more of you. It's going to be less of them. Trust me. You hear me? Be more of you. It's going to be less of them. They're going to have to back away because, greatness is going to prevail. Simple as that. Yeah, let your light shine, girl. Shine.
They're so glow.
Our Booger say, I like the Pelicans. They got a nice little nucleus. When they talk about, you got a nice little team. Oh, you got a nice little business. He just backslapped you on the way out the door. Oh, my goodness. LaMarcus Robinson, what it do? What it is. So, being in. You think Canelo stops him? Is that what you're saying?
I think Canelo stops him, bro. Because the dude is open, man. He's perfect for Canelo fight, man. Unless he changes his game up, brother. I think the way he shoots the shots and the way he comes in, man, I think is just perfect for Canelo. Unless he changes his game plan. I mean, unless his coach sees what we see, which he should, right? Mm-hmm. And he's able to do what Devin couldn't do, adjust right there on the fly, right? Remember, that's something that we've been talking about.
Yeah, you got to be able to. A great boxer adjust. Yeah, you got to.
He's able to adjust on the fly right there and there. All right, he's catching my ass every time I'm doing this, and he's able to fix that shit. Now it's something different, right? Mm-hmm, so now if he's able to do that, that's a different story. Then I said, all right, he may make it, but Canelo with that clad chin. That clad chin, of course, as he gets older, it's going to wear down.
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering is it time yet, man? Because I'm going to tell you, that chin been holding up through every time, man.
Man, let me tell you something, bro.
That chin been holding, Jack.
Let me tell you when I seen that shit tested, and I say that dude's the man. Triple G fight. Those Triple G fights with an F. Oh, my God. Man, I seen some hits, bro. I was like, whoa, that Triple G won. That Triple G won. I think Triple G actually won that fight. I ain't gonna lie to you. Canelo won the other two, but that Triple G won. That Triple G put it on him, bro.
Yeah. Woo. Yeah, and that's why I wonder, man, because Canelo been in some wars now. You know what I'm saying? And hey, I only seen Canelo one time do the boogie woogie, man, and that's when he fought Canelo cousin Cotto back in the day. and he caught Canelo with something nice, man. And Canelo did a little, but then after that, man, Canelo came in there and whooped that boy ass from pillar to post, man. So, that chin, I've seen it detonate, but that was a long damn time ago, man. I don't even think Canelo was in his 20s yet when his chin got detonated on, man. So, I just wonder, when is Father Time going to step in that ring? Now, I know people say, well, Jay, Canelo's only like 33 or 35 or something like that. No. Canelo's turned pro at 15 years old in Guadalajara, Mexico somewhere. I don't know. But he was 15 years old. He has over 60-something fights, man. It's time for Father Time to slide in one of these rings and say, you know what, son? We appreciate you, but you got to go. You know what I'm saying? And his body done broke down. His leg done broke down and everything, man. So, it's time. But I tell you what, I seen a video of him the other day, man. That boy cut up like a bag of dope right now, man. I'm trying to tell you. He got the turtle shell, abs and everything. It looked like he bought them abs. That's how perfectly defined they look. Like he bought them abs, man. It looked like them abs that Oscar had bought and shit. So, yeah, matter of fact, we having a weigh-in today, don't we? We definitely I'm gonna check that out.
They got that weighing out there. I mean, shit, they got that Ostarine out there, so he might have got some of that shit too. Everybody else got the shit. I mean, hey, bro.
Any late news about that yet? I know that the actual letter has been circulating now, so it's definitely official from VADA that Ryan was popped for Ostarine.
No,
so,
he popped. They say some other shit too, man. Some like real.
They said that. Man. Yeah, they said the other thing though. They let me just look at the letter. Hold on one second. I think one of my buddies sent it to me, but I couldn't really see that one real good. But hold on, give me a minute. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Let me see if I can get some other.
I was listening to Pro Box TV, bro, and they broke that shit down over there, boy. Paulie Malignaggi can't stand that dude, boy.
Well, Paulie don't like cheats, man, because Paulie been talking about them cheats lately, man. And he was like, yo, them niggas, everybody in boxing cheats, he says. He says everybody.
But I'm gonna tell you something though, bro. The first person who said that boy Juice, the very first person was Tank. And that's why a lot of people mad at Tank, because now Tank
right.
Because saying something different. But Tank was the very first one that called that boy out, though. Tank knew.
Okay, so Ryan Garcia, adverse analytical findings is Ostarine. So, dear Mr. Sanders, Mr. Gomez, and Mr. Solomon, Mr. Leon, this letter is to advise you of the following analytical results on specimen collected from Ryan Garcia. Collected date, A sample urine specimen collected on April the 19th, and the second A sample urine was collected on April the 20th. Results of these analysis are followed. Adverse analytical findings of Ostarine detected. The sample also screened positive, but was not confirmed for 19 nordometesterone. That is pending. IRMS analysis currently being run. Specimen adverse Ostarine detected. Okay. Now the date of this letter, check this out, y'all. The date of hold on, let me bring Remo in. What's today's date, y'all? What's today's date?
The 3rd.
May 3rd. Okay, so this letter actually came out May 1st. It came out May 1st. And they said Mr. Garcia has the right to properly respond to this within 10 days and request analysis of the B sample at his expense. Be aware that VADA does not adjudicate results nor determine whether sanctions are appropriate, as well as all results. Adverse findings we report to the relevant commissions who may make such determination. Please do not. Okay, so VADA said they don't change what they say no matter what. Remo, what you got, man?
First off, good morning, man. Good morning. How you doing, sir?
Top of the morning to you, sir.
Good morning, B. And I'm sorry, it sounds like you're a selector of losers lately, because
this dude attacked me, bro, for no reason, bro.
I heard Lakers, they gone. I heard Pelicans, they gone. Lion, he gone.
This man attacked me, bro.
No, you mean Davin. You mean Davin. You mean Davin.
Devin, he gone. Nah, what's up, man? How's everything? I'm only cutting, man. You one of my
No, you're not.
People,
no, you're not.
You're one of my favorite people, man. I like bullshit with him.
Some of us was cheated, though, dog. Some of us was cheated.
I like cheating sometimes, you know.
No, but necessary.
Yo, listen, man. This whole thing is all bullshit, man. I don't know whether they cheated or not. I don't care. But the whole VADA is such a crock of shit. From what I'm finding out now, VADA is not even a testing agency. It's just a collector that's just a collecting business. Yeah. They still go through WADA to get the details of. They don't even have a lab. VADA don't even have there's no lab for VADA. They go through WADA. WADA is only ones with actual testing sites and testing agencies.
So they're a collection agency.
That's it. They just collect samples and send it to the lab, which is owned by WADA.
Wow.
So anything in between there could be touch tainted, whatever. I don't know the deets of it. I heard
intercepted. Yeah.
What's the Nonita's wife was talking about it yesterday.
Rachel Donaire.
She was breaking it down in detail. And I'm like, this sounds like,
I like her. She's smart as hell. We gotta get her in here.
And she was just willing to just give up, you know what I mean, the insides of a lot of the, you know, what could go wrong, what can't go wrong, how they could manipulate certain things. It's like, it's so much things that could go wrong in between actually dropping the sample and you know, them coming out with a thing. And then you got the Victor dude. He can mask it and unmask it, and you know what I mean? Like, he's no good. There's a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit involved with it. And it's too close to home for everything for me to even care or believe. And then you got Tank accusing at one point of him being on something. I mean, Ryan being on something, and then he backing him. Yeah. I was like, it's just a lot of things going on.
Did you see the back and forth of Eddie Hearns and Tank?
Nah, I took a sabbatical from boxing last night.
Oh, you took a sabbatical. Oh.
Eddie Hearn threatened to sue Tank, bro, with defamation of character, bro.
He could say whatever he want, but everybody that been around Eddie, something going wrong, man. Alicia, she had to imagine you're a promoter having to make you go out on your own and clear your name after he stood by you the first go around, and then now he want to stand by. Like, you got to stay on the hill, man. Which one is it with that guy? You are just a rented body that he is trying to use for the best amount of money, and that be that. That be that.
That be that.
This boxing shit is slimy, man. I'm telling
you. Oh, you just finding out?
It's been like that, bro.
Yeah.
It's been like that,
but that's what I'm saying.
It's the deepest of the mud, man.
I got tiptoed this shit.
Yeah, I forgot who was saying that last night. It could have been Paulie Malignaggi. He was just saying how dirty the game is. He was like shitting on boxing so bad, saying this is the worst sport. And this is his sport now. He was just saying that it's the most dirtiest sport. They don't even test during off season. So during off season, right? I can cycle all the dope I want. And then when it's time to fight your ass remote, I can just get off the dope and then I can start testing, and I'm good.
Clean.
Yeah, be clean. And that's what happens, bro.
Yeah, that cycling is crazy. The first time I understood how it was done is when they did that documentary on Lance Armstrong. You know what I mean? The cyclist, man. And they were showing how they was pulling his blood out and then putting it back in his body. And it was just crazy, man. And the guy was cheating the whole damn time while we out here wearing the yellow Save Lance Armstrong bands. It was a thing to wear that yellow band, man. And everybody was loving him. He was a cancer survivor and this, that, and the third. To find out he was just an all-out cheat, man.
No. All right. Let me. Just a little different though. He did.
Okay, talk to me.
He did take steroids, but what he was doing with the spinning of the blood.
Oh, okay.
They separate the white blood. What is it? The white blood cell.
Mm-hmm.
They use that to repair damaged areas. Mm-hmm. So like they only do that in selected places like Germany and Russia. Well, I don't know if they started doing it here.
Yeah, they do it here. My wife do that. Mm-hmm.
Kobe used to get the white plasma cells or something like that. It produces more oxygen and growth in that area.
Yeah, they say Floyd does it too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wasn't illegal. It's not illegal, but
no, but it was something Lance was doing that was illegal. He was doping.
Steroids.
Right? Yeah.
Because somebody who went through chemo and all that, his body growth went too fast. For somebody that would like that chemo shit tears everything down to your hair follicles, like. But the dude, listen, man. If there ain't gonna be no agency in boxing, they gotta stop complaining. That's it.
Well, ain't nothing gonna change. I'm just gonna let you know now, man. This game we love called boxing, I don't think will ever change because there's never going to be any regulations. Because the top 1% that control boxing, which is Bob Arum, Golden Boy, Matchroom, and Al Heyman, that's who control boxing.
You forgot one. You forgot one person.
Who?
Mauricio Suleiman. That's why I hate boxing.
Oh,
he has so much say.
Oh yeah, Suleiman.
He's one of 4 bodies belts, or well. I guess if you want to say IBF and ring, whatever, but he has so much say in everything that's like politically with boxing.
Yeah.
That shouldn't even be a thing for him to even be speaking out openly and talking about somebody's test results. That's not your business. That's not your place. But they allow that. That's why I'm like, nobody never checked him. And him being checked, he could decline a unification fight built on politics. What are you talking about? This is a dirty game, man. For real. But it starts with him though. I dislike him and what he is to the sport. I wouldn't fight for his belt.
Hey, let me bring in your counterpart, man. Your arch nemesis, B3Z. What up, boy?
What it do, Jay? What it do, Remo?
Yo.
Hey, you know me and Remo, man, we locked in, man. Senior, my arch nemesis.
He my opposer.
Hey, y'all see I'm rocking out with Roided Out Ryan today.
I see. You gonna roid it out, Ryan?
Roided Out Ryan, Ryan.
Hey, Aunt McQueen, what's up, my guy?
What it do, and what it do, everybody in the chat, man. Morning, Jay. Morning, Remo, man. I just had to hop on today. Jay, man, I gotta pull the violin out today.
Oh Lord, no! Don't do it to us.
Being boxing new, we gotta pull out the violin, man, but on some real stuff. I'm a joke, and we gonna have fun and hang out always.
Hey, Ori, thanks.
It's kind of funny. I was watching the nightcap when they had spoke upon Ryan, tested positive, and then my brother Remo this day, it kind of slipped out of him as well.
Slipped out of him.
That's crazy.
Pause.
That's crazy.
It slipped.
I ain't even do nothing to this man. He just put me in. He just put me in some shit. Go ahead, go ahead, man.
It
Go
just
ahead.
slipped out of you. Oh, you know what? I'm definitely gonna have to fill my cup back up. Hold on, man.
It can't.
Slipped out of
You
it,
can't even. Hey, listen. All right, I'm gonna put it like this, man. Nah, but what was said, Remo,
What
was
slipped out of him?
when you were when you were speaking, you said, I don't care he cheated, and that's been a sentiment I've been hearing a lot, and I'm not hearing it, from the Hispanics. I'm not hearing it from these other groups. It's a lot of black people. Who did this boy go on tour for? He didn't go to tour to these Latino countries and to Mexico, and they paraded him around. He going to Colorado to see Coach Prime, doing shows with YG. Black people is prompting this dude up.
Mm-hmm.
And then the test comes out, and this dude pop positive, and he damn near almost killed a young black boy, and nobody give a damn. And we gonna move on. And see, that's the problem I have. We don't, as a community, as a country, as a people, man, we don't value black life at all. And it's sad, yo. And y'all know that, and y'all know if this happened to anybody else, if Shakur would have got his ass whipped like that, I feel the same damn way.
That would have
Anybody.
been Tank. It'd have been crazy on this channel.
Listen. Listen, man, if that would have been Tank, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. And somebody did that to Tank and somebody popped positive, I don't care what y'all say. They might not be alive today. And that's how people feel about him. So a lot of times in the community we pick and choose. You know what I'm saying? We definitely pick and choose, but we take a lot of things for granted, man. And that's I'm gonna let y'all go with it and see what y'all opinion is. But we be taking life for granted. And you don't play with nobody, like you said, Bill Haney, you don't play with nobody's kids. I was thinking to myself the other day, because a lot of people got a lot of opinions, and you know they got a lot of opinions. But let me ask you this: I would love to see all these people, these opinions about Devin Haney, thinking he not this and he not that. I want your child to start off in a sport or whatever they want to do in life at a young age, dedicating themselves, get to the top of the sport, get to the top of the sport, and moving in the sport for 15, 20 years, just for people to say, people to shit on your kid, say he not special, he not this, he not that, then had the audacity to cheat to win against your kid, and then people don't give a damn about it.
You know what?
See when it's your kid, it be different. Everybody have an opinion and everybody be pissed off. Go ahead, Remo.
It happens to every sport. But the key word is sport, right? Bill made it no longer about a sport. When he said if he die, he die. All gloves is off after that. Sorry. If I go to the park right now and them youngins out here talking about pulling their tool out and all that, I'm good. I'm here for cardio. I'm not here for that. Two young kids that grouped with each other, and your pops is talking about if he dies, he dies. That ain't part of the sport, bro.
Yeah, that was but see, that was the promotion, Remo. That was poor promotion. I agree with you. Uh,
All right,
Ryan, look at the
aside from Ryan, as a black man,
hmm
if somebody threaten your life off the rip, you taking it lightly, or you gonna be on guard from that point on?
Oh yeah, we definitely on guard. We definitely on guard.
It changes. He built a narrative. He built a narrative, and then it turned out his son got his ass kicked or whatever the case. And now he popped 30. Now it's like, oh, you try to kill my boy. Listen, man, don't invite me. to a fight and make sure you tell me I better bring my tool and I pull out what I'm gonna come with? A knife? No,
But
no,
but
no.
Remo, but Remo, you conflating the words and the actions because this boy had Peds in the system versus Bill Haney pop talking slick because Devin he not really a promoter. So Bill probably overdid it a little bit, but he always matches. He was trying to match Ryan energy the whole promotion, and you know that because of
Now
the tweet
Ryan said
the
he ain't
tweet that
kill
he
him
did,
though.
huh?
Ryan ain't come out and like I'm gonna kill him.
Ryan had murder on his mind. He had a Devin Haney deceased shirt on.
That was after. That was
No,
after
that
the
was the
promo.
night of the fight.
His pops was on the Empire State Building saying if he dies, he dies.
That was before the fight to promote the fight.
Come
But
on
the thing
now.
about it is, Devin Haney didn't have no Drago PEDs in his system to have extra power, extra speed, great recovery time in order to kill Ryan Garcia. That's the big difference.
See, I don't know. I don't know the details of all of this. I just don't like that boxing. Everything is so subjective when it comes to this testing, and that's what the only thing I don't appreciate about the sport in itself. Every sport has guidelines. Every sport has rules that's like consistently the same result after performance enhancing, any form of cheating, whatever. With this is just subjective to who it is, who it benefits, how much clenbuterol was in this system, and that like everything changes so often. So now they saying he has something in the system. He's saying he ain't have something in the system. They said Alicia has something in the system. Then they suspended her with the unknowing versus willing to cheat. I don't know what this all means.
Hey, Remo, this is what we do know. They had a positive finding in his samples.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that's what it is. That's all you need to know. I don't care if it was a mistake. I don't care if we don't know the method and the apparatus of how it got into his system.
The
It was found in his system.
apparatus. The
That's
apparatus.
that that's all that matters. It's not because what happens is kind of been. We wasn't saying, oh well, maybe the testing was off. Who was handling his samples? Oh, nobody was saying that for Fury and Conor Ben and these guys because that's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is it was found in your piss. So now you have to answer for that.
So now we're talking about elephants. I mean, what's
You know what T Hill said. You heard what T Hill say? He said, "Forget the pee, forget the blood, yank it from the scalp. That'll tell the truth right there, because that'll take you 6 months back."
Oh yeah. It can do that.
Yeah, the hair follicles will tell you everything. You can't
Man, the
cheat
hair
that one.
follicles and blood, man, goes way back, bro. The hair
There you
follicles
go.
will go. Oh my God.
Forget the pee or none of that. They'll tell you the truth right there. Yank a piece of his scalp and that's why I say
He
it
said
should
the
be no.
scalp.
Right.
It should be no WADA versus VADA versus USADA. It should be one governing agency that you test through Olympic style. And if you're a professional athlete, it shouldn't be when
Mm.
you're in fight camp or you're in training. If you're signed up with us, it's year-round training. You're a professional athlete every day of the year until you retire.
So if Ryan really want to clear himself, all he got to say was, "Hey man, why don't y'all just take my hair sample and there
There you
you
go.
go."
He'll never
That's
do
it.
that, bro. You couldn't pay him to do that one, partner.
Why?
Because that shit goes deep, bro. That shit
It
tells it
goes six
all,
months
bro.
back.
It goes
Yeah,
all
but
the way back.
if he's clean, it won't make a
You
difference.
know that boy ain't clean. Come on, man. Let's not.
What are you
I don't.
saying, man? I don't know.
I don't know
I don't
nothing
know if
either.
I don't know anything about anybody.
That boy ain't clean, bro.
Man, that's because you're a Devin guy,
The boy
man.
passed 4 tests in a
Look at these
row before
dudes,
he
bro.
failed one. How the hell is he not? I don't get that at all. Brian,
Hey,
show
hey,
some
Will, hey,
bias
salute.
somewhere.
Hey, Will, old
That's
school.
all I'm gonna say about it.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Will, but let me ask you this. I know you saying that, and there are a lot of people saying that, but look at it like this. How many tests you think these guys is passing before they fail one? In other scenarios, Tyson Fury, Conor Ben. They not failing their first test, I'm sure. They probably getting tested multiple times, and then one of them pops. That's just how it happens.
I don't have the information on them. I have the information on Ryan, though.
He failed.
No, he
Ryan's a
failed the
drug
one
cheat.
right before the test. What about the other 4?
He failed, bro. He's a drug cheat.
What about the other 4? What about the other 4?
No. We gonna believe conspiracies.
Hey, okay,
I got you. I got you.
Hey, old school. Don't holler, baby. Come on now. You're killing my ears with the hollering.
Look, I heard it last night.
arguing.
Somebody said, I think maybe even Paulie or somebody. They said, oh, maybe it was somebody in the in WADA that hey, give you a little heads up of when they gonna pull up. Oh yeah, we'll be down there Thursday. Gonna be okay. Yeah, come Thursday. You know what I'm saying? It could be something just like that. Something simple as that.
Who did Victor Conti bet on?
I don't know about no bets. Well, come on. I don't know about that.
Who did Victor Conti bet on? They say the Victor Conti's been running snack. Who did Victor Conti bet on?
We don't know.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't
Let's
know
add
that
a
he
little
placed no
propaganda
wages.
to it.
I don't know that he placed no wages, but I know that Devin, I don't think Devin has worked with him the last 2 fights. But of course, you know, his name is we gotta play that game. We gotta find a culprit because we don't want our suspicion to be correct that this boy that's been fighting since he was a kid. Then we have Floyd Mayweather Sr. and Jr. say he was going to be an all-time great. Floyd Mayweather literally tried to make sure and tried to essentially defame him and say belts don't matter. Just because you got a belt don't mean you running anything. All this full court press for somebody that ain't nothing. I never seen it before in my life. If he wasn't nothing, why ain't he get knocked off in the gym? Why ain't Lomachenko work him out? Why ain't Regis clip him and he make a mistake against Regis?
Hold on.
Regis is old.
Loma did
33 years old.
With no
33
feet.
years old. I know. 33 years old.
Hey,
And no feet. And no feet.
Loma touch him up though. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No. Loma was in a fight, man. Listen, man. Lomachenko is literally one of the greatest boxers of all time.
All right.
And I scored that fight 7-5 for Loma.
For all the arguments,
and I watched it 3 times.
I never scored at that, but you know, we all have our opinions. That's cool, but all I'm saying is this. Lomachenko has literally made people quit in the ring. We all know we had a boy that was struggling to make 135. He literally just went in there with somebody on PEDs, and we all seen the boy was bigger, and of course he was always stronger and could punch harder than Devin. And we seen what happened. We seen the results of that fight. This kid is an all-time great. I'm putting him on a pedestal. He's definitely an all-time great.
Who's the all-time great?
None of your favorite fighters ever took an ass whooping like that.
Who's the all-time great?
Did he just? I know I did not just hear that.
Hey, Jay.
I know you did not just say that.
Hey, Jay.
Devin's an all-time great?
100%.
Because he took an all-time ass whooping?
Well, he's the youngest undisputed of all time. He a 2-time champ. And he didn't even.
You're basing it on an ass whipping, though.
Listen,
B3.
That's a part of the story now. What did Conor McGregor just say?
B3.
I'm listening.
B3.
Oh, goodness.
Two things could be true and 2 things could be false in life. The man is not a great. He hasn't even put enough tread work into the game to be a great. He got a lot of credentials for traveling to Australia versus the actual person he fought in the ring in Australia. The storyline about him becoming undisputed was him traveling over there to get that victory.
But who else doing it though? Who else doing it? Who else doing it?
But you
see what I'm saying? You discrediting somebody that's doing it and the other people not doing it. So let me ask you this: is Tank an all-time great?
Salute to
Hold
the
on, let me
pan,
ask you, is
man.
Tank an all-time great?
Hold on, wait.
Salute to you, my guy. How you feeling today? Just do
What's going
I'm
on?
boxing.
feeling
I don't
good. They
even.
got Remo with the camera on.
I
Uh
don't.
oh.
I don't even want to
Looking
go
like a
to.
truck driver and shit.
No
No,
dots
you talking about
today.
truck
All
right
right,
now.
we ain't being.
Listen. All right, listen. I don't even want to get to the Tank conversation yet because he don't have nothing to do with this right now. But all of them have not done anything to make them Hall of Fame anybody's yet. They still have work to be done in their careers.
Absolutely.
Devin is very young in his career. His first 30, 20 Tijuana fights, we're going to get rid of all of that. This is the first time he fought anybody around his age and size in general. Forget the PED factor.
Forget the P. See, this is why I can't have Remo. I can't have a conversation. How we gonna forget the PEDs?
Bro, I didn't say nothing about him getting his ass whooped. I said this is the first time he been in the ring with somebody acting around his age.
Yeah,
That
and the
first
kid
time.
came out with dirty piss. I seen something different. I seen the fact that he got into the ring with Devin Haney. He had to purposely miss weight. And then we come out to find his piss is dirty. So we don't know if he taking he juicing or whatever the case may be. We know he was big as hell, and everybody was surprised that Devin Haney got the real people was surprised that not the people that wanted to see him lose. I'm talking about Tank and Shakur, the people that
Pause right
count.
there. Pause right there. He's big as hell. Devin been bigger than everybody in the goddamn ring he been with so far.
Yeah, but he's
Everybody.
not bullying in that fashion, my
So
nigga. He's
don't
boxing.
cause he can't.
Not
Bro. He
bullying.
cannot.
That's not his skill set.
But
That's
Exactly.
not his. He has a whole different skill set.
you just said he was bigger. He's bigger than everybody. So the bigger argument, you don't even say that. That's null and voided. He's 20 pounds heavier than everybody he been in the ring with.
That's not true. That's not true. 20 pounds is OD. 20,
The
20 pounds
man is
heavier.
boxing at
Did y'all hear?
140. He comes in at 165. How was that not a weight bully?
Did y'all hear
That was
Linares?
one fight. Regis
Linares
was
say
8 pounds
he
under.
was more than 154 when they fought at 135. He
At
came in weighing
135.
more than what Mel Charlo weighs in at 35. That's crazy.
But here's the thing: we're gonna
At
find any
35.
reason. We're gonna
Yeah,
find any
35,
reason to
Jay. He said he
discredit.
rehydrated over more than 154 pounds.
What's that?
Linares,
Yeah,
19?
but
man.
y'all,
That's
but we gotta
19.
act like that's not a
You ain't
part of the
catch that
sport.
clip?
See, we're gonna change the rules when it's for Devin Haney, but that's why Tank put Ryan on the rehydration clause because that's the sport. You either
No,
have
because
a rehydration clause or you don't.
he really a
Tank,
small dude in real life.
yeah, Tank did that so a guy don't come in 3 weight classes above the weight limit. I don't see how people they call that rehydration clause out, but they don't really highlight what it's in place for. They just make it seem like he's trying to make a guy be unhealthy. And I told
My
people before, if these dudes was fighting closer to their walk around weight, that wouldn't even be a scenario where you would be a part of. You
yeah,
gotta
but
think they telling on themselves.
let me ask you one question. Is the
Mhm.
rehydration clause one-sided?
Absolutely
Nope.
not.
So they both have to adhere to it?
Absolutely.
I rest my case.
And he's still the smaller man when he get in there, Jay.
And let me
He
ask
just
you this,
making
y'all.
sure
I'm gonna
that
let
these
y'all this.
dudes not being, you know what I'm saying? Just imagine that B3. We weigh in at something. I get it. You made the weight. But then when you rehydrate, you 3 weight classes above where we fight at. That's a little crazy. Like, I don't see how people don't look at that and say, man, you definitely need to be fighting higher up. So it's not
Right.
Tank that's being a pussy, how people be saying it. It's these dudes because they want to call out a smaller guy, but they ain't nowhere near that size. And he just even in the playing field by not allowing these dudes to blow up crazy.
Can I add
The
one to that,
IBF
Jess?
is the only one putting on fights that are actually fair. Let's be real.
To add on to Jess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bruh, this is this kid's second fight at 140, and they saying he's struggling to make the weight. His second fight at the weight, and he's struggling. What that tell you, B3? Where he should be fighting at?
My
Comfortably.
nigga, he fighting where the bread is. That's why he fought at 135.
I didn't ask you where the money. I said where
Come
he
on,
should be.
man.
Where should he be
Listen,
fighting comfortably? That's I ain't
It,
say nothing
it
about
was
the
I
the
don't know. Maybe
the
160. I have no clue. But
not 160. He
I
ain't
exactly.
mean,
say
I
what
mean,
he didn't even
comfortably.
He didn't even say 47 or 54.
We seen how his head, his head looked like it weighed about 45 pounds on
Yo,
ESPN.
B3 is an idiot.
His old big headed ass.
He too got a damn, he got a
He
damn
got a
jug on him. Got a jug on his shoulders.
They literally wrapped
he should be called Tank.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, J.A. Dixon. Salute to my guy. I keep saying that. All y'all soft ass dudes, stop calling out a lightweight if y'all not willing to make the lightweight limit, and then be mad when he even the playing field on your big ass. Take your ass to 47 to 54 where you belong. Both Brian and Devin calling out all welterweights. They call it out welterweights, 54 pounders. Like, go y'all big asses on up there, then stop picking on a guy that's gonna more than likely put your damn lights out when you.
Why y'all talking real stuff today? Oh, so that's how you're gonna act on a Friday?
Hey, yes. I definitely. But here's the thing about it is this. It's funny that I wish if boxing was how it's supposed to be. When Tank, in 2019 when he won that vacant with Gamboa, he would have had to fight the person above with the super title, which was possibly Loma at that time. You see what I'm saying? So that way we can get a clear understanding of what it is and what it ain't. It's a lot of moving around going on in boxing for promotion, for business, and whatever.
I think they didn't think Tank was ready yet. Is it okay to say I'm not ready yet? Is that a thing?
Not to these people, Jay. Not being real is they say they want it, but when somebody be real with you, they don't accept it.
Well, I mean, nobody like premature anything, but if I'm not ready, I'm not ready. I mean, is that okay? But that's not okay. I should be premature.
But that's the thing. That's why, and I can't even have a conversation because y'all gonna say it was size. That's why he wanted to fight Loma. But we had somebody that was pushing to fight Loma, and now you telling me we got the counterpart is somebody that they didn't think was ready. So we're gonna discredit him because he was a little bigger than Loma. It's not Devin's fault that Loma moved up 3 weight classes.
We ain't discredit because
Loma because we saying they small guys.
Dev wanted that fight.
Loma held his own, and I actually thought it was a draw or Loma won.
There you go.
Dev wanted that fight. B3, you can't discredit that. He clearly gave that dude the opportunity. He ain't have to fight Loma.
No.
He definitely wanted. I believe he wanted the name because he know what Loma is. So, you get what I'm saying? So I think it was a smart move to give him an opportunity and beat him because it worked out for him.
If you ever realize where you got a kid, man, he's a real big kid, but in his mind he thinks he's little. You know what I'm saying? And he doesn't recognize his size. Or I see it in kids. I got a bunch of kids. And in football, you know what I mean? You might have a kid that's big as hell. And you be like, yo, you should be smashing these cats, man. But in his mind, he's still a little dude. Maybe that's why Devin doesn't go to the next weight class, because he really, in his mind, he thinks he's 35 or 40. But in actuality...
Hey, Jay, you better cut it out. You know good and well Bill Haney keeping that boy down there.
In actuality, man, that guy, he really should be in 60.
I think they're trying to compromise for the, just not being the biggest puncher. Like, you go up to 47, man, you better pack a lunch because it's a little different. It's a little different.
He's going to be looking like Karen.
You get what I'm saying? Just think about the absolute most dangerous guy at 47 right now, and picture one of the 40 pounders in there with him. Just throw any 40 pound. I'm talking about any of them. Throw them in there with Boots.
Hey, speaking of that, Jess, are you going to the fight?
Which one?
Boots and Crowley.
Where's Boots and Crowley at? I know it's July 13th. Philly.
At Wells Fargo Arena.
Ooh, where's that? Philly.
Yeah. Everybody talking about going. Look, being in boxing news, talking about he might come up. No D for the win. Gregory GPs, he said he want to go. Senior say he going. Tim Layton said he going. I'm going. Man, we might as well have a block party that day, yo.
July 6th, and then Boots the next weekend.
Right, and then there's another one. It's one more fight in July too.
I'm definitely at the Prudential, man. But that Boots fight, man, that's somebody I gotta, and it's Philly, man. Damn, I gotta pencil that in there. I gotta set that up ahead of time, man.
Yeah, I mean, you got time. It's July.
Because I want to see both fights for sure.
Because I'm definitely going to put in for credentials for both with the JBT and with the we got, but they haven't put out for the credentials yet. But when they do come, I'm gonna put the credential thing in the JBT chat.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be in the JBT chat because we all need to apply, man. The Matchroom, they about giving opportunity. They be approving people.
Yes, then I gotta go.
Jess, I gotta ask you this, Jess.
Mm-hmm.
How you feel about the this whole situation with the positive test? Like, what's your thoughts on it? Because you know that the opinions is varying. You think it's kind of fishy?
The timing of it is strange, right? And the test, they saying the one right before the fight and after or something like that. The date 19th of it, right? One of them is on the 19th.
Another one on the 20th.
And what I'm saying is those other tests that were negative, he had 4 of them. And one of them was in April. I think the last negative test was like 4-3 or something like that. What I'm just saying is, what benefit would you have? You get what I'm saying? If you tested negative all the way up until then, you figure that next test was probably on the 19th, the one that they saying ain't right.
Yeah, they say you need at least 14 days of it, from what I understand.
You get what I'm saying? It's like, why would you knowingly put something in your body in that time frame? Like, what benefit would it have? You get what I'm trying to say? It's just the timing will be very damn stupid. So I just want to wait to all the facts, because what we do know, he had 4 negative tests and he had 2 positive. You just can't ignore neither. So
I see that. I wasn't sure how many up until then tests it was, so I'm glad that you gave me that.
Right,
so it was 4.
I had pulled it up on the screen. It was like 4 of them. So that's why I was like, I don't know why. I see consistency there, right? That's why I say look at the whole picture. You have 4 negative tests. You can't just throw them out the window the same way you can't throw out the positive test, right? So you want to get that man an opportunity.
That's why I want to wait before I pass judgment.
I mean, right?
See,
I know he appreciates it, man.
B3, you know how you are. You see B3. That's why we gonna be ops again, man. Because just and said it all nice with the mellow voice and all that. Now you want to listen, maybe. Nigga, you was just on my ass just now. I ain't for the sport and all of this. You see that? I gotta give me a better voice.
I appreciate
he the voice. He the voice, man. He the voice. You know, you gotta let the voice talk. You know what I'm saying?
You're the vision. You're the vision.
Yeah, you the vision. Sometimes you can see Remo, but when it come out, it's a little choppy.
That's crazy.
Thing is, you definitely I feel for Dad.
What was crazy was you say he on your ass, but
Yeah, I feel for Dad because he, as a boxer, he done everything he was supposed to do. For you to even be going through a situation where you got to sit and wait to find out if you was cheated is wild, and that's for your first loss. So that's why I kind of look at Ryan like, well, I want to almost cock one back and slap him, man. Like, bro, you got to get it together, man. So that's why I say that trolling, turn that switch off for right now, clear your name, and then do all the trolling you want once your name cleared. But right now, joking about taking something and having an unfair, don't joke about that. That's the part I can't rock with. That's not funny, bro. That man put everything into his career. He built his career up 31-0. He gave you an opportunity. I know he was looking to gain something from it too, and that's all good, but he really gave you an opportunity. And if in fact you are to be proven guilty, that's foul as hell. Like I'm not gonna care for Ryan as a fighter no more, because that's just your biggest opportunity was tanked. You fell short there. We seen it. You challenged this man. For you to cheat after saying pillow fist, all this stuff is wild to me. Like,
I got a question. So he cheated on Dev, but not on Tank? Because if anybody, I would want that for Tank than I would for Devin.
I was about to say that, like, you gonna go in there clean against a guy that we know could send you,
he called him out though.
And you gonna take? I just don't get it. Like, it don't.
But here's the thing, Judge. Let me say this: he Tank called him out on it before the fight, right or wrong.
Yeah.
So he was already checking him on that because we already know what time it is. There's a lot of stuff going on, and people were making an excuse like it's herbal tea or whatever the case may be. But with Tank, see, this is the illusion, and I think, and Ryan was maybe a little disillusioned, but money gonna solve that because it's prize fighting, so you're gonna take that bag. But the thing about we all know what Tank is, he's a small guy. So what a lot of us believe, and that's why y'all get on Devin and these guys a lot, is because it looks like they're trying to pick on Tank. So I think personally that Ryan being bigger than Tank, he thought he was going to have that. He knew he had the size advantage and he was going to play to that. Of course, we already knew that wasn't going to happen. You know what I'm saying? We already knew Tank was going to figure him out. But I think that's why it was more so he knew that he was bigger. So he was like, "Shit, I'm bigger than him. I'm just going to go in there and fight him." With Devin, it's like this. If Devin, let's say that if Devin wanted to stay away from him and box from the outside, I would more so think people would believe that he could do that. And I think that's what a lot of people thought was going to happen. He was going to box from the outside. Ryan, he did not train 100%. We could tell. We could see it in the fight.
Yeah, the
and
weight
he even
told
said
you
it.
that.
So it's no telling, and the fact, and this is why it's staying. I was kind of living with the laws. Just I was working through it.
But
I know that
this right here. But he was reinsurged when he seen that cheat. Well, but let me ask y'all a question, man. I think we should put it out there and keep pushing it. Ryan, if you want to clear yourself, man, take the hair follicle test.
Yes.
Give them the hair follicle. If you don't give them the hair follicle, man, I don't want to hear nothing else. I don't want, because you got a way to prove it. It's a way to prove it.
Or just get on top of it and do it the way you're gonna do it, but do it and stop playing.
Yeah, but that hair, but y'all said that hair ain't no joke.
It goes back 6 months.
Yeah, so if that goes back 6 months and you're a clean athlete, man, you could cut hair out of me until I was bald, Jack, if I knew that I was clean. You feel me?
Right.
I would do it live. I would do a live of someone from a lab coming, cutting my hair and doing the test and everything, man. Especially if I know I'm a clean fighter, man. And this would end all this bullshit, man.
100%. And I was actually and like I was saying, just I was working myself to be cool, with Ryan, the fact that he just whipped on Devin. And we all had to watch that. And I'm not on social media, so I don't be seeing everything that he do. I see it when they post it in the Apple chat, and of course on YouTube. But I was going to be like, okay, I'm gonna support him. At least his next fight. Watch his next fight and everything, because he earned that. But see now it's tainted because, for one, he was a plus 500, against Devin. So the bookies was like, okay, Devin is gonna box this kid up.
Yeah.
Then on top of that, he purposely missed weight, and now he got the adverse finding in his testing. So it's just he just stained himself in a boxing fan's eyes. I don't know about them casuals and people on Twitter or whatever the case may be. They just they like him for whatever other reason. But for boxing, man, he ruined. He may have, and Devin gonna have to correct this, and I pray that he's not damaged. He may have taken food off of Tank and Shakur plate by what he did in that fight. And if it's not legitimate, if it was legitimate, then that's one thing, and he deserves to fight, Ryan and Tank and Tank and Shakur and make big money fights. But if he stole that from Dev and us as fans, because we wanted to see those fights, then he I don't know about banning for life, but I don't really want to see him.
Hey, but y'all know what? Y'all opened my eyes too much today. Because for you all to tell me, and I didn't know, I don't claim to know everything, but for y'all to tell me that the hair test would go back 6 months, all these athletes that have popped dirty, why don't they just say, hey, take my hair follicle? Because if you don't do that, that's telling me that you're cheating if you don't do that. You know what I mean? That's what that's telling me. How you doing, Aunt McQueen?
I'm fantastic.
Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you, man, for sure. Hey, I appreciate you reposting the what you call them on live. You do it the morning show. You do it every morning, man, and I appreciate that. I don't want that to be gone unnoticed, brother. I appreciate what you do.
Oh yeah, gotta make sure we keep these things in circulation, man.
No doubt.
Gotta perpetuate them.
Ah,
Hey, Ant. Man, I've been waiting to hear on you. I haven't heard from you on this. How you doing, man? I hope it all is well with you. Man, this
What?
is a
Drug
crazy
testing?
story, man.
don't try to groom them first before
No,
you
I'm
ask
just
the
saying the saga
question.
continues. You gonna say what you want to say, Jay?
I
I
know it,
mean,
but you always try to groom a person before you ask the question, though.
I don't really have an opinion on it, B3. You know, today is May 3rd. Edward Vasquez fights tonight.
woo!
Vasquez, that's my guy.
His
Yeah.
favorite fighter, tonight.
I don't care about no damn drug test, man.
Hey, for sure. And listen, and I'm off today, so you know I'm watching your boy. I
That's my
can't
guy,
wait,
man.
man. I can't wait. Hey, and I love his style, man, because
Me
and
too.
and see, he don't have the knockout ratio. And you know I'd be putting a little wages in, but I just think he gonna stop Daniel Bailey for some reason. Just because of his pressure. I don't think Daniel Bailey gonna be able to handle Vasquez.
Yeah, I think Bailey got like a 43% KO ratio himself, so he's not like a monstrous puncher or anything like that. And after his last fight with Joe Cordina around that weight class he's a pretty sturdy puncher. So the
Yes.
way that he dealt with him. But as far as Ryan and Devin, man, I think it's unfortunate. I hope that if there is some mishap, it gets cleared up. As far as what you said earlier about Bill Haney, man, I gotta say this. If you haven't seen that Danza Project interview, I suggest everybody watch that interview. You know, I like that interview a whole lot. It made me have a greater appreciation for Bill Haney, the person, the man, the father.
Okay.
But
and what is that? What is that?
he was on the Danza Project. He did an interview on it. He did an interview with him, and it was really good, man. It was touching. Yeah, like Tony Danza.
Okay.
The Danza Project. He did a really good interview, man. It was real touching when he was talking about how he was incarcerated when his oldest son was a toddler, and him having to sing the Barney theme song over the phone to him, and it had me choked up, man. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, "Damn, Bill, you tugging at my heartstrings." Pause.
Nice.
But yeah, man.
That wasn't a pause moment. That wasn't even
Nah, I
a
was just
pause.
joking.
Okay.
Because a couple minutes ago, I heard you said that
no pause needed on that one.
somebody was on somebody's ass.
Yeah, that was Remo, man.
We're gonna let that
the pause king
wash out with the rinse.
Right. I was like, really? From out of Remo? then they said something slipped out of Remo today. So Remo been all over the place today.
Yeah, that's the Ayo right there. That's not
Remo still hype off them Knicks. That's what it is.
I'm hype off the Knicks, man.
Hey, I gotta say this real quick, man. Jalen Brunson, man, that boy is special, yo.
He been that good though. Look at his high school career when he was at Stevenson. Same thing at Villanova.
Mm-hmm.
He was shooting over 50% this entire time. I personally, I felt like it was just a matter of volume.
Yep.
You know, you got to get enough touches in order to showcase your talent sometimes, and it's going to be difficult to do that when you got a guy that's as heavy usage as Luka. No disrespect to Luka, he's fantastic, but
we need a basketball show on the JBT, man. We need that, man.
B3, you into hoops like that?
Yeah, I used to hoop. Yeah, I'm in the hoop.
Okay, maybe we can start something up. Me, you, and the midget from Baltimore.
Oh, you at least G Peasy. Hey, G Peasy, don't go for that, yo. He keep putting you on Spud Webb status, man. You know what I'm saying?
They got your B3. They got this little dude from B-More. He keep calling me out. I'm like, man, he 5'3".
Oh no, you done went down 2 inches on him now.
You know that's where Muggsy was from too, right? Muggsy was from Baltimore. Tyrone is what they called him.
Yeah, you know that might be his illegitimate son you talking about, Jack.
Oh
Then
shit.
Muggsy was
what?
cold though, man. Muggsy was cold. I like that Charlotte's Hornet team a lot.
We gonna get out. Hey, we gonna get out on that court, Remo. GP gonna have that jumper. You gotta be
That
careful.
scat.
He better have something the way he be talking.
Come on, man.
Hey,
GP out
Hey,
here
GP,
midget.
you
hooping and
better stop.
scooping.
Hey, man, stop talking about my right hand man. Like, you've been calling that man a midget, man. The man ain't no midget, man.
That's my guy. That's my guy. I love my man. I think he's great, man. He's a great guy. I'm still gonna kill him though. and I'm gonna record it.
Hey, Remo. Hey,
What's
Remo.
up?
We done seen some of your co-hosts come on your show and say you really ain't that nice in basketball, bro.
Yeah, he a struggling comedian. Don't pay him no mind.
Oh, now you gonna call him a struggling comedian? Oh, you
Exactly.
foul. Wow.
They throwing tomatoes at the young man on stage.
Yo, look, let
We
me
can
tell you
record it.
something.
We can record it.
If he had came on and said Remo was the best thing in basketball since sliced bread,
Facts.
you would have been talking about that he's the best comedian unseen and unknown right now. You foul, Remo.
You see what the guy said? You know, see what the guy at the last episode said. For those that didn't watch, Let's Talk Fashion every Wednesday at 10:00.
We all watch.
When he said, yeah, you can show me something. I think it's garbage. He said, I'm gonna send 3 emojis, fire.
Oh yeah, I did hear that. That was funny.
Yeah, you gotta reciprocate, man. You gotta reciprocate. You gotta reciprocate.
Hold on, back to box. I got a question for y'all.
Yes, sir.
Let's say that the fine is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you ratify the situation for Devin?
It'll just be a no contest. You restore his record back to being pristine, spotless.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be what, 31-0 again? Just give him that no contest.
I got the question though.
Like
I got this question though. Hold on. I got this question though. If so, do you think that Devin should refight Ryan?
That's what I was gonna ask.
Hey, I can't. You can't trust Ryan. You can't, because look at all at what he had to do to promote this fight, and we all know what Devin was producing before. You see what I'm saying? So Ryan had to. I think he had to overextend himself in the promotion.
But you know why though? Because what promotion was Devin doing?
100. That's what I'm saying. He had to. He had to overextend. I think Devin has good name value in boxing. I'm sure he has some commercial. He does have some commercial value as well, but not to the level of what they were trying to do. They were trying to break the gate record at Barclays, and they were trying to do more pay-per-views than the Tank fight. They was doing too much.
Because Devin was fighting Tank the whole time. He was never fighting Ryan, man. The whole time he wanted to do better than what Tank did, man. And that's why he tried to fight Tank head up. And that wasn't the way he should have fought Tank. How you doing, Coach Eddie? That's not how he should have fought Tank, man.
Awful move. What's up, Coach Eddie? I got to say this real quick to answer Remo. And this may be a little drastic, but I'm going to keep it hot. Mm-hmm. Of course, the no contest is definitely should be the first thing the commission do if the B sample is, of course, positive as well.
Which it will be.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. So that should happen. I think that Ryan, first of all, and this might be, y'all might be tripping, might think I'm tripping about this. They would have to scrap that whole video if they can take it out of, whether it's YouTube, it's on all them platforms, take that thing down. I don't want to.
Take what down?
The highlights. A highlight of him getting whooped on by somebody with PEDs in their system, because that. I know I'm joking a little bit, but I'm serious though. That I would be like, if we can scrub that as much as you can from from people being able to access it, that we should do that, because it's a no contest. You see what I'm saying? It's not standing. So if it was standing, leave it up. But if it's not standing, do your best to take it down. I think Ryan should have a fine. I don't know if that money goes to Devin. I think it should go probably to Devin or
who does that money go to? That's my question right there. When you get fined, does it go to the WBC or whoever or does that money go to the actual fighter? If it doesn't go to the actual fighter, I have a big problem with that.
100%, Jay. And I think that when Devin got fined for push alone, I think that the percentage that he did have to went to the commission, if I'm not mistaken.
Which is bullcrap. What the commission do?
That's what I
Right.
want to know.
Right. They make sure their employees is there in them fights, but I don't know if they always doing the right job. But other than that, I'm being facetious. Other than that, taking the video of him being fined, and like you said, to make Devin whole again, he would have to. It's no way, man. It's not possible because, like you're saying, the people in the public saw what they saw, so they can't they can't not see the mistakes he was making. And they can't not see the fact that he got dropped, so many times in the ring. So the only thing that they could do to make Devin is no way. It's not possible. It's not possible to. It's just not possible. I'm just gonna be honest with you. He just gonna have to take the hit, like he said, and he gonna have to have that intestinal fortitude to come back stronger. That's all he can do. But I don't expect any lengthy suspensions by the WBC on Ryan, and Ryan don't care about all that. If somebody will sanction him to fight, he gonna fight Sean O'Malley. He gonna fight somebody that he can make big money with, and in 6 to 8 months they gonna allow him to fight. And that's it. And the same thing they did for Canelo.
Coach Eddie, what you got for us, man?
Hey, good morning, brother. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Pound of Remo. Who that? I ain't got my glasses on. Who that? Ant McQueen. I'm sitting there sweating right now. B3 and Remo. Okay, I see. Word. Yeah, man. I've been listening to the show for a minute, man, and this thing can play out in a couple ways, man. If this what I would do if I was Bill Haney or Devin Haney, I would do the same thing as when Miguel Cotto fought Margarito. Margarito got accused of being a cheater. I would definitely run it back. And what I would do if I was Devin, go ahead and fight Sandor Martin, get an impressive win, go ahead and let Ryan Garcia serve his suspension or whatever, and then I would go WWF and be calling Ryan Garcia out nonstop so I can get my get back. James Brown style, big payback.
But
and that fight is gonna sell.
Let me ask you one question about that. Is that good for his career? Because let's say that the same outcome happens. You know what I'm saying? Then, at that point, that really puts a big damper. Why don't he just not just keep on with his career? Because I'm gonna tell you, if it happens again, and Ryan they done did all the thorough testing and everything, you know what the narrative is going to be, man. So
but
I don't know if it's good for his career to rematch.
No, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You can move on. Shane Mosley lost to Vernon Forrest twice. Oscar De La Hoya lost to Shane Mosley twice.
Sean Porter lost to the UK kid and never went back to fight that fight. And they probably didn't because they probably thought he had his number, man.
Yes, at the end of the day, I believe Devin could beat him in a rematch. I believe
if he fight his fight, the fight he's supposed to fight, he didn't fight his fight. He wanted to be Tank that night, man, and try to knock Ryan out.
You got to remember,
he did the Sugar Ray Leonard versus Duran one. That's what he did.
Yeah. I don't believe that had anything to do with Tank. I know people love Tank, but Tank isn't the end all be all of boxing, man. I think with them, they got a personal rivalry, man. That had nothing to do. That had nothing to do with Tank. Man.
Tank knocked Ryan out, and I think Devin wanted to knock Ryan out. Is what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. Because he kept saying, they said we're gonna stop this boy, and we all looking up in the air like, you don't knock nobody out since 2019. But they kept on saying they was gonna knock Ryan out. It's just like when Boots said he was gonna knock Karen out. He stayed on that instead of making adjustments. You know what I'm saying? To what was going on, he kept doing the same thing and kept getting the same results. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what happened with Dev. He got caught trying to be up front, being toe to toe with Ryan, and it was just a dumb move. He should have played sniper. He should have been more mid range.
Hey Jay, and to your point, and Coach Eddie, you 100% right. That if Devin was to take a fight, come back, then call Ryan out and rematch, that'd be a huge fight for him.
Yeah.
Big.
It'd
I
be
think that would be a
huge.
big money fight. Everybody would tune in.
But
But
if he
here's the thing,
lose,
though, and you saying win or lose or draw. Listen, at this point with this boy weight, he gonna have a killer in every direction.
mm,
So if Ryan, if you might as well, he might as well go back in there and with a big payday with Ryan versus making 140 for Sabril.
mm,
What's his other options? The money might not be the same with To.
mm,
If you want to still make 140, go to 47. He got all tough fights there. I mean, it's dog fights at 147. So I think his best bet would be if Ryan comes out. See, that's why Loma didn't get the rematch because Loma was a sore loser, and they still a sore loser. They still promoting that Devin ain't this and that, and they was robbed. So Loma's a sore loser. And if Ryan comes out and he's found guilty or whatever the case may be, and he has some he's contrite about what he did or whatever the case, or the fact that it was even in the system, and he humbles himself a little bit. I think the rematch would still do well even if he humbles himself. But if he keeps on with the trolling and thinking this is a joke, I don't think they're gonna do a rematch. But for Devin's sake, it don't matter. I would do the rematch in 2 fights, maybe a fight or two later, because what's the alternative? Another killer.
mm.
So you're gonna be in a
Well,
dogfight regardless.
I believe the To fight that's a winnable fight for Devin because To's short. He has different dimensions.
Yeah.
To's hot and cold, so I would favor Devin Haney in that fight all day and twice on Sunday. Even if they were to fight the next fight, I would favor Devin Haney to beat Teofimo Lopez, just off of body dimensions. Ryan Garcia is just a big guy. He's big. He's about 5'10", 5'11". He's taller than Devin, strong. You know what I'm saying? So that played into that part. Devin will have a physical advantage over Teofimo Lopez, and
I
that's
have
why I
a
feel like that's a
I have a
winnable fight for him.
I have a controversial question, y'all. Uh, do y'all think uh, the drugs made a difference in this fight?
100%.
So you
I
believe that the Ostarine made a difference in this fight?
and I'll
I
tell you
believe
why.
so.
I
Okay.
Go ahead, coach. If you want to go first, you can
Yes,
go.
sir. I believe mentally it give you an edge. Boxing is mental. If you
Okay.
know that you taking this super sauce, man, you mentally you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna be jacked up.
Mm-hmm.
So not
Mm-hmm.
only physically was he had an advantage mentally, he knew
Mm-hmm.
he was on his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And look at Ryan. So when Devin hurt him, but Devin hurt him bad. But Devin didn't recognize he should have went ahead and jumped on him then while he had him hurt and buzzed. He
Yeah.
probably could have got a knockdown, but that's not his temperament.
Mm-hmm.
But when he hurt Ryan Garcia started growling at the man like a dog.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You never seen Ryan do that. And I
Yeah.
and I
Right.
can see why Devin. I could kind of see how Devin felt like he could get the knockout because he probably thought Ryan was chinny. I mean, you look at Luke Campbell dropped him one punch, and of course Tank knocked him down. So he figured he might have thought, man, that Ryan Garcia may be damaged goods. If I catch him, I might be able to get him out of there. Who's to say that if he wasn't on that juice when Devin Haney did catch him with that nice left hook, he may have failed. If he wasn't on that juice, you got to remember this guy came in. That dude was over 170 pounds. He was like, if I just doing an eye test, I'm pretty
Mm-hmm.
good at judging people's weight just from being around boxing for so long. I can
Mm-hmm.
guess your weight pretty good. That dude every bit 172 pounds, man. I
Mm-hmm.
think Devin was probably about 164. He had a little size advantage on Devin because the dude missed weight already. He missed weight, and I know he put on every bit of 25, 27 pounds, just like David Benavidez did, put on 27 pounds overnight. So at the end of the day, man, I think that the juice definitely played a part. It gave him a physical edge, a mental edge. If you remember when Manny Pacquiao fought Marquez, part 4, that wasn't the same Marquez. Go back and look at that fight. Look at all
Oh,
that
I
acne
see.
on
I
on
remember
that.
acne on his back. His
Yeah,
back. He
man.
looked like he was an 18-year-old kid with all that acne.
Exactly, man. But he passed the test. But if something was going on, you know what I'm saying. But it is what it
I'm
is.
gonna tell you a funny statement that was made by one of the commentators that night, and they were talking about who was going to win that fight between Pacquiao and Marquez. and one of the guys said whoever had the best pharmaceutical. Who had the best pharmacist was going to win. That's what they said on live air. I was done, yo. Because, Pacquiao's been accused of cheating his whole career as well. So they said whoever had the best pharmacist that night was going to win. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Thomas Hill, what's up, my guy?
Hey, man, good morning to you, man. Good morning to the hangout. Good morning to the chat. Good morning to my main man, Let's Talk Fashion, Remo, B Thrizzle. Back out of the woodwork, man. I'm glad to see you again, man.
Yes, sir.
All life signs of life going on. Coach Eddie and my main man, the benevolent, the ubiquitous, and the loquacious Aunt McQueen. Man, I'm gonna tell you like
what
this.
that mean, brother?
Right.
My man everywhere. My man all knowing. My man just knows what he's talking about. We had a conversation, man, and I'm gonna say this because the little flash knockdown that happened in the first round. After that, from rounds 2 through you could arguably say 6, Devin Haney was doing what he wanted to do in the ring, boxing, right?
Facts.
And he continued to do that until a jab, a faint jab, followed with a left hook off of what Devin was doing. Boxing, not trying to stand there and brawl. Once that happened, what he was doing that was working became a liability. And me and Ant had this talk. The whole fight changed. The whole fight changed. I mean, he was controlling the fight in those rounds, and then he wasn't. And then what he could do no longer worked because Ryan had took that and made that a disadvantage to him. At some point in time, however you want to slice it, what was his strong suit became his weakness. And then when it was left to he couldn't do anything, he just did what after getting banged enough, he'd say, man, I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight. And I mean, I don't believe he really wanted to sit there and bang with him. And I don't believe he really, really wanted to knock him out. Because if that was the case, then, he would have definitely went after Regis Prograis when he really had him on shaky legs. I just think that, man, he didn't figure that Ryan would be as fast, as quick, as skilled as he was. And once it hit him while he was doing what he was doing, it kind of took him, especially after the couple of knockdowns where he wasn't even given or awarded knockdowns. It was just too much. And now it's like, I'm here to fight because I'm going to survive. I'm a fighter before anything. And it played out the way it did. Like, juice, no juice. I don't know how it's going. I don't know what's going on with that until like the final word comes out on that. The man was on juice. He needs to be held accountable fully. And I think likewise, boxing needs to be held accountable. But if you
held accountable.
Exactly, more so than anything, and it needs to be a harsh punishment for him, especially the way he's over there handling it since it's been revealed that he may have popped dirty. Because you don't play with people's lives in that ring, man, and that's serious. But to speak of him being already somebody who has had speed and already somebody who's had power, and it be even and like amped up with something that maybe makes it even that much more. Your boy Devin got the crimson chin. He got the crimson chin because he should have been knocked out if this is the case.
Nah, that's a fact. And listen, even without it, when he was getting touched the way he was getting touched, he should have been knocked out. Even before we found out what we found out this week that his he came back with a PEDs in his system. Here's the thing that really stood out to me, and like because I be surveying the landscape, and we know the gym is different from under the lights. And Floyd gonna tell us that every day of the week. But for him to get dominated in that fashion, I think it had. I feel like my eye for boxing and what I've seen and what I've known is kind of it's justified by what came out about Ryan because it's no when he doing in that 7th round when Devin was out of position and he snapped that left jab and dropped Devin. Y'all will tell me if y'all know a better situation. That was the fastest left hook I have ever seen in my life. And
That's a
Devin was
lie.
definitely
That's
out
a
of position, but
lie. That's cap. That's cap.
How can you call it cap? He's
oh
saying
my.
his eyes and his eyes. How you know what's in his eyes,
You know
Remo?
why? Because what's the kid? What's the other kid he fought? The other Dominican looking kid.
Javier Fortuna.
That
Oh,
forget.
Fonseca when he dropped Fonseca.
No, no, no,
Before
no, no.
Fortuna, he
Fortuna
fought
too. Yeah, he
the
did.
small
Yeah,
guy, the little guy. He
Yeah,
beat
he
the
dropped
little guy
Fonseca.
up.
Yeah.
B3 got glasses. I ain't got glasses, but the camera had to slow down to see that punch. So that's the fastest left hook I've ever seen in my life. Because they slowed it down and I still missed it.
And listen, and Remo, we know the dimensions that Ryan came into the fight
Ryan
with.
is fast, though.
As bruh, I mean, I don't see his speed and power and his attributes was the only reason why he could even get in there with Tank. And people and listen, and the line was almost close. Tank was probably like a minus 190, minus 200 at points on the money line, which is crazy. That's way too close from what I was envisioning how the fight was going to play out. Needless to say, man, that left hook, man, T Hill, that thing was dangerous, bro. And Devin is lucky. I mean, the heart, bro, the chin, the heart. Um, I feel validated as a supporter, as a fan of him, because I knew he had that grit. Because T Hill, if he didn't, Hitchens wouldn't be, he wouldn't have it out with Hitchens and Core and Tank, and he wouldn't even be in that conversation. They may have knocked him off and beat him up in the gym. And they did beat him up in the gym. They built him up, but they never broke his will. And that was the test. And I'm glad everybody in the world got to see because he was getting kind of, certain people supporting him, certain people felt a different type of way about him. But now everybody can see that this dude got big heart. He can take it on the chin, pause, and he can get back up and he can keep fighting. So that was a great fight, and I'm just disappointed that Ryan, this test, man, it put a bad taste in my mouth for this fight because the fact that he had such a great performance, I was willing to accept it. I was like, dang, this boy had that snappy left hook. I knew it was snappy. And I was gonna give him credit. Like he won the fight off that snappy left hook, and Devin Chin couldn't take it under the lights and none of them with them 8-ounce gloves. I mean, he just couldn't handle it. I was willing to be okay with that. But this put a stain on that, man. It's just
It resurrected you?
Mm-hmm.
the test.
Yeah, it resurrected all the
Well,
hate that you
yeah, a
came up
little
out
bit,
of the
bro. A little
ground.
bit. I was definitely gonna be back in June. You know what I'm saying? But I was definitely gonna come back alive in June. But it's just, man, listen, man. When you see something that you wouldn't expect to see, like think about it. Even Shakur know boxing better than all of us. I'm pretty sure, most likely. And he was surprised and shocked. Devin in the ring, he said I was surprised, and he didn't fought Ryan 6 times. So it was just that was a crazy situation. The boy went on a world tour because people didn't think that he was going to do what he did,
He got
and
his Crawford on.
100%, and even more than that. But now we see that it may not be all that that it really was. He may have had some enhancements in the ring, and that's just a
So
stain, man.
I
It's a
wanted to
bad
stay
look.
with that. I wanted to stay with that because you mentioned that Ryan has to be humble. I mean, let's call that spade a spade. Devin needs to get humbled too, because if he allows this direct connection that he and his family has with God, how they revealed that Ryan's going to test positive and all this other stuff, if they let the fact that this right here clouds the victory, and it could have been no way he could have beat me on any regular day without having anything in the system, then he won't work necessarily on the things that are been available to an opponent of his. If they could take advantage, if they had the skill, take advantage of it, and then it will lead him down that path where you said there's nothing but killers left for him, where he won't be able to govern himself accordingly in that ring because he's letting that cloud his judgment, man. You know, this beating, whatever you may look at it or think of it, it served him notice like, yo, there's some things that I do that's fundamentally not sound, and it allows for me to be taken advantage of in certain situations, and I got to make sure I get them things tightened up because, you know, he had his time where he's found his man strength, bro. And if he can't keep you off of him, you gotta govern yourself with them feet and them hands and make sure that IQ is sharp to keep them up off of him and them at a disadvantage. And that's real talk right there, man. Because like I'm telling you, if Ryan is cheating, he's been cheating. Like Remo said, that hook has always been lightning fast. That is like that damn crab or what's that thing in the ocean? They be having fish tanks and they be slapping stuff, knocking them silly, and then they be eating them. That little mantis shrimp or whatever it is,
Yeah.
it's like that fast. It's fast like that, and it was fast like that against Tank. Now I know people gonna try to slow it down and diss it. Oh, he was dehydrated and all that nonsense, but no, it's been like that.
You know
The
what?
thing is, he's been able to take advantage of things that nobody else could do with Devin because they just wasn't up to spar. So them fights that people had been saying that he's been giving us, they got to fall back on that because right now the fights going forward are going to be those fights that they were saying, these other fights against Jojo Diaz, against Lomachenko, against Regis Prograis, against Moran. These are the fights that he will be fighting in now because it ain't nothing but, like you said, heavy hitters up there.
I think he got to figure out some things in the gym work wise. You know, left in the gym to you know to uncover to make sure that he understands coming to the fight in the gym is two totally different things. But a lot of the fight is won at the gym, and a lot of the attributes that he thought he had and advantages he thought he had over some of these older fighters, the reaction time of younger fighters is totally different. So I think, you know, it's humbling in that point in taking the loss or however he took the loss technique wise. But if it comes out that Devin, I mean now if Ryan did pop officially, and I care about the sport being cleaned up because it has to be some kind of judgment, they should give him 18 months. He could appeal within that first year, but he still at least get a year out. If he's still found guilty on the second appeal or the appeal, he should do the full 18. And if they find it, if they get caught again, the next one should be 18. The next one should be 3 years. And if you got the nerve to go again, that means you have no integrity. You should be banned for life.
I believe I kind of want to piggyback off that a little bit. You know, I believe, you know, every fighter, man. There's no such thing as a perfect fighter. Every fighter has flaws, man. It just can you capitalize off of them. I mean, we've seen Floyd get almost killed by Shane Mosley. In that ring, you're gonna make a mistake at some point in time. You're gonna get touched. Ain't no ifs, ands, or whats about it. So, see, we sit back a lot of times as fans. We sit back and we think everything is black and white, and X's and O's, and we get to watch everything in slow motion. This stuff is coming fast when you're in that fight, bro. You know what I'm saying? And you talking. This is a game of inches, man. Your hand could be out. You can have both of your hands up and still get clipped. You know, I mean, Jermaine Taylor had both of his hands up, and Arthur Abraham slipped something right down the middle and put him to sleep. So all this, you got to have your hands over here. You got to have your hands over there. This ain't a video game. Like once you get hit like that, you don't recover instantly like a video game. Like your power just doesn't go back up. You know what I'm saying? So even when Devin got hurt in the 7th round, that dude was still on Queer Street, man. You know what I'm saying? And from 7th round, he was probably on Queer Street the whole entire fight. I mean, look when Anthony Joshua got dropped by Andy Ruiz. He was on Queer Street. When Deontay Wilder got dropped by Tyson Fury in the 3rd round, he was on Queer Street the entire fight. You don't recover from this stuff instantaneously, man. Think about all about great fighters that in slow motion you seen you get hit. I mean, Tank got hit by Gamboa. Just imagine if Gamboa was a monstrous puncher. He would have got knocked out. But he wasn't a monstrous puncher, so Tank was able to survive it. So you in there with a guy that can punch, you always in danger, man. You know what I'm saying? All it takes is one. This is the type of sport you could be winning all 11 rounds and get and it can end in the last 10 seconds. Ask Chavez and Meldrick Taylor. See what happened to him. I mean, even our guy was Speedy Rashidi Ellis. He got beat in the last 2 rounds of that fight. He won the whole entire fight until the end of the fight. So I mean, when you shooting them missiles at each other, man, all it takes is one. All it takes is
the
one.
Ford fight that happened recently too is another example of that. I agree with everything you said, Coach Eddie. My only thing with this, as far as like the whole right hand placement conversation is concerned, is that I think it's one thing if you have a lapse. Like everybody has a lapse, a moment where you get caught. You know, it's a fight. You're gonna get touched. But I think the thing that just concerned me a little bit for Dev going into that fight is that it was like a repeated thing. It's like where you seen it happen time and time and time again, but in the instances in where it happened, he wasn't in there with a guy that could punch like Ryan Garcia. He was getting hit with a left hook by a guy like Jojo Diaz, who's coming up from 126 and can't really punch like that. Same thing was happening, and I'm not even talking about that 10th round with Linares. You go back and look at that fight throughout the duration, he was getting touched with a lot of left hands. So you do have sometimes where you got guys where they just have certain tendencies that just leave them susceptible to particular punches, and it's just a matter of being able to tighten it up. Like I love me some Andre Ward, and I remember him talking about how early on in his career he didn't necessarily have the best defense against an uppercut, but then he got clipped by Darnell Boone in his 6th fight, and then after that he tightened that up. He learned how to defend that shot, and that's the only thing that I would like to see from Devin moving forward is just for him to just be able to defend against left hands just a little bit better.
I agree with that. There's
I agree with
always
you
room for
wholeheartedly.
improvement, no doubt. Always room for improvement.
For sure.
Yes, sir. Good point. Good point.
I just don't like the fact. I just don't like the fact of being, the king of the casuals. If I invite some more casuals to watch a fight with me, and you say, "Well, why would I want to watch this?" This guy said he ain't got nothing but a left hook, and then he kept getting hit with the left hook, and I gotta explain that shit to them. Like, you know what I'm saying? So now let's relate it. Like, being respectful of your opponent should come into some kind of consideration moving forward. It's a humbling experience because there's no way in hell that a basketball coach could tell you force the man left. He's right-handed, force him left. He's a 2-foot jumper. Don't let him get to the 2-foot hop. That's the scouting report. And if that person walk out with 40, you failed your job for the day as a defender. He walked in there. He told us all he got is a left hook. And that's the one that damn near decapitated him.
Hey, and Remo, you right, and everybody right about it. He definitely was. He was lack on. He had mental lapses on defense. I think that, and y'all, and I want to hear y'all's perspective on this. Like the transition from offense to defense. And I feel like Devin he was in offensive mode, and like you said, when he overextends with that jab, and you was telling me about it, and how he leaves his right hand down, he leaves that the left side of his face unguarded a lot of times when he overextends with his jab. So I more so think that his approach to the fight, the fact that he was being offensively minded, you put yourself at risk to get hit, and I don't know if this kid definitely has a granite chin because the way he approached the fight, he didn't have a fill out process. He wanted to establish the middle of the ring from the beginning of the fight. He wanted to push Ryan back. And
Yeah,
ultimately that
yeah,
cost him.
Your Honor, I'm gonna have to interject. I need to
Yes, sir.
understand it when you say granted chin, because my understanding of a granted chin is Canelo, Danny Garcia, people like that. I'm just trying to get some understanding of your definition of a granted chin.
Well, I'll say this. Well, this is what I say. I'm not. This kid was in there on PEDs, so let's go ahead and put that out there. So I'm talking about being able to get hit with a flush shot and be able to and be able to figure that out and not go out like Fonseca on a stretcher. You see what I'm saying?
But that's not a grant. That's he
if
he
we
has
want
a heart.
to play semantics, Remo, Jay, we can do
I
all of
know
that.
her. I know
But
her. I
y'all,
met her before, Samantha.
yeah, if we want to play Samantha, we can play it all. And so we want to do the wordplay game. That's cool. But I definitely his defense was off, and he definitely got touched too much. But nobody can sit here and tell me that y'all wasn't impressed by his resolve after he got
Not
caught in
by
that first round, and
Yeah.
then he pressed the action for 12 rounds, and he damn
All
near
right, man.
died
I
before it ended.
interject, B3. I listen. No, because I don't want to take anything away from Devin Haney's
You
chin. I think that
can't.
his
You
chin,
can't.
I think his chin is far better than he's given credit for
Or
sure.
what we thought it was. How about that?
No,
granted,
I never thought he had a
granted,
bad chin because
Okay.
I've
granted.
seen him get hit clean quite a bit. But I was looking at those instances like, man, when he's in there with somebody who can really punch, this can be problematic. That's how I always felt about him. But I'll say this: the dude showed that he's a dog. Like he's tough as hell. And Coach Eddie made a fantastic point a couple minutes ago about dimensions. I think that part of Devin's tendencies and habits are, this is just my personal theory. I'm not saying that this is anything concrete, but my personal theory is that some of his habits have been a byproduct of matchmaking. When you're
Mm,
always the guy who
that's
enjoys
that.
the size advantage and height and reach, there's certain things that you can get away with. When you're in there with Jojo Diaz, you can jab and not hold the phone. You could pull straight back. You could dip down to your right and things like that because you ain't got to really worry about them chopping over the top or catching you pulling straight back. If you
Touche.
watch that fight against Ryan, he fought the way that he always fights. But the difference is now you're in there with a guy where you can't pull straight back when when you're on the line. Because not only does he have comparable size and reach, but he's also got the hand speed to clip you on the way out
Ooh.
And power. And power.
and the power on top of it. But most importantly, he's got the dimensions to get to him
Great point.
to
Great
exploit
point,
this speed.
Yes, sir.
Coach
Good
Eddie.
point.
We appreciate that. Great point. Definitely,
That,
Coach Eddie.
that was
And
good
And
point.
McQueen. And
retraction on the
McQueen.
and let me speak upon that because I was
Got him.
talking a little fast.
Got
Got
Um,
him.
granted, Chin definitely a stretch. But and you put it definitely in perspective. The metal, you know what I'm saying? The heart. I think the experience in the gyms and being in there for years that he has, that kind of that over, I think that supersedes in his and this I think his will to win
Hmm.
more so than his chin. So yeah, so my bad. Let me correct
No,
that.
I thought you summed it up with the perfect word, man. The word that you used a couple minutes ago will suffice, and that is fortitude, man. Like Devin's got
fortitude.
fortitude. That dude is tough, man.
Yeah.
He's
I get
tough.
I get
Pride.
it.
See,
Hey,
but
Yo,
also pride. I want to add one thing too. Pride.
Mm-hmm.
yep.
PRIDE. Pride for his people because he
Mm.
representing us.
Yeah.
And we it seems like we the only people that can't represent us. The Mexican
Mm.
fighter can represent all their people. The Japanese
Mm-hmm.
fighter can represent all their people. When it comes to us, we can't represent our people. We just gotta be whatever. And Devin Haney was putting on for his people. That dude should have been knocked out in the seventh round. You see how hard it was for him to get off that canvas.
Oh man,
He
I thought he
he
was
was
done.
shaking, bro. He
I thought he
was
was done.
literally shaking, and
Mm.
and people got the nerve to sit back and laugh. Ha 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 ha. That's so
but
funny.
you gotta
You
know
know what
one
I'm
Hey,
saying?
thing though.
hey, y'all, let's give all access. We having all access is up in here, man. He's been, you know, sitting back waiting. Hey, senior, what you got for us? Are you available?
I think I
My
ran him
bad. My
away
bad.
with that. I think I'm gonna ran him away with that granite chin comment.
Man, give me 1 second because B3 got me. B3 had got me, but I'm in the store. I'm in the store real quick. Just give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back with y'all.
All right, go ahead. We'll put you back on mute. All right.
Let me touch while we wait on him. I think people don't attach to Devin for different reasons though. It's not just a black or white thing or a Mexican thing. Because as a black dude, I just don't agree with a lot of tactics that's brought around in and around his name. The way that he, like, the disrespect that he speak on with other people, I get it. It's part of like promoting your kid and all of that. But as a man, I don't move certain ways. And when I don't move with certain ways with certain people, I just don't follow myself around certain people like that. You're not gonna catch me with certain people with certain behavior. That's just me as a person. That's not a black or white thing. I hold myself with certain morals that I ain't gonna be doing, sending mug shots around here, calling this coach broken. If you ain't got a Lamborghini or like you ain't nothing, come on now. That's other than sport. That's other than being a sportsman right there. That's just
That's some kiddie stuff.
Yeah, I don't play kids games.
Hey, I just want to say, man, I thank G Peasy and a few other people. I know, off topic right now, y'all, for telling me to use kippers for my my hookups. Man, I just made a hookup yesterday, and I just been eating it today, man. And oh, it's so damn good, man.
Use
I
what?
know.
What's
I made
kippers?
it's like a sardine. You know what I mean?
Man,
So
what the
I just made this hookup I made, man, with kippers. I always use sardines. I never used the smoked kippers before, man. And it's just amazing, man. I know, just way off topic and everything, man. But it was just amazing, man. You know.
Hey
Back to
Jay, can I
the.
ask the panel something?
Sure, you can.
What's
B3.
y'all, if y'all could I know we know we kind of like a little foresight, right, with Devin.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all feel like Devin will recover from that
Yes.
beating that he took?
Yeah, he's young. When you're young, you can be all right.
Like you were saying, I think everybody was kind of touching on it. I think when I seen him on ESPN, I believe it was yesterday, he he definitely looked mortal. You know what I'm saying? He looked humbled. He looked like he had something had happened to him and it never happened to him before. He took a thorough beating, and I even kind of seen maybe a little bit of hesitation in him that I didn't see before the 420 fight. I'm just hoping that he's not like gun shy, because like we want those aggressive fights, we want those action packed fights. We don't want to see guys. We want to see guys defensively responsible, but we want to see guys staying in there, staying in range, and being able to catch and shoot. Slip, and all those things from the inside. We don't want to see guys uh, jumping out of range, for 12 rounds, and I don't want to see that for Devin. So I'm just hoping that, like y'all was saying, I don't want to shit on Bill. I know Bill has a lot of help with Devin. And we don't know all the depths. I know Ben Davison and Lee Wiley from overseas, they kind of help with certain schematics and game plans for Devin. But I personally think I would like him to come back with somebody, maybe a Tunde Ajayi, um, to work to help him, or somebody of that source out of the box that people are not thinking about. That
Tarver.
Antonio Tarver might be definitely a good fit. Maybe even and maybe even getting up there. I believe it's the B&B team. I think that's what they call that gym, man. Even with Bomac in them, man, he needs a different, because like you're saying, he has the heart, he has the will, determination. He definitely has skills. It's
B3.
just some. It's just he has a few little things that he needs to touch up on, man. And as
B3.
long as he's not gun shy, I think he'll be okay.
It's over. It's
You think he
over.
done for?
Nah, he not done for, but he needs to revert into exactly what he was, is a boxer.
Yeah.
I think he got a little excited with the weight differences with the littler guys, so he was able to press and go forward with some of these cats because they ain't gonna get hit as hard coming forward.
Mm-hmm.
So he was able to absorb a little bit more from the smaller dudes.
Mm-hmm.
But as the weight goes up, if he fights anything on the offensive and those guys are getting bigger and hitting harder, it's gonna be the worst formula for him. So I think what he should do is, as much as he might want to clown a Shakur with being defensively first, that's gonna be his best bet.
So basically, what you're saying, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
I ain't saying that.
Well, that's what it sounds like. Cause you're saying that,
I'm just
when
saying,
he got into the ring with somebody that had the same attributes.
He went away from what he was great at, and he
Okay.
tried to do something that was kind of unfamiliar to him versus somebody his size. But he's a good boxer. But he got out of his skin. He got out of his skin trying to be, pressing some action.
Hey, Remo, it's funny that you say that's his style. Hey, in the gym, you already know what time it is. You're gonna be the aggressive, or you're gonna be defensive. And when he's in there with Shakur, what style does Devin have to employ? Is he on the back foot, or is he the one pressing the action? You see what I'm saying? He has a lot of he has to have that style, and you have to have that come forward aggressive style in certain instances. Now with this power punch and Ryan, of course, that was I think that played into his downfall. But needless to say, this is prize fighting, and Shakur's style, it's gonna even be hard to get him on pay-per-view. He gonna need Tank to even get on pay-per-view to get a large payday. Of course, he getting paid good, but a large payday, because the fans are not, they haven't given him that validation because of his style. With that said, too, Devin, 100% the promotion maybe played into this, because as we all know, and it's kind of slipped a little bit, they did the Mexicans for Haney. And we know what time it is with that style. You need to come forward. You need to have an aggressive fight. You need to look to seek and destroy. So that played, I think that definitely played into his psyche, or all that Mexican for Haney, die if he die, I'ma knock you out, all that stuff. I'm just hoping that the whole team is being humbled and realize that y'all got this good payday. Don't let this stuff happen again.
I wonder, is there the numbers? Has anybody heard any real numbers yet?
Nope. B3, you from New York?
No, I ain't from New York. Why you say that?
Yeah, your spin game is crazy. You be spinning, and be like, what was talking about again? Yo, your spin game is crazy.
Once again, just from my observation, he fought the way that he typically fights. It just didn't work this time. It just didn't work this time.
But
and I think that sometimes we get caught up in these narratives that are built around fighters, as opposed to just looking at what they are. The aesthetic and everything. That's the other thing with us as fans, man. We get caught up in aesthetic sometimes and how things look.
Facts.
And not functionality and productivity. It's like,
exactly,
bro, you broke that thing down to the T, man.
Even if you take Tank, for instance, Tank is a safety first fighter, man.
Yeah,
Tank is safety first. People try to make him out like he's this Mike Tyson aggressive killer. He's not. Tank is very cerebral. He's a thinker.
Yes,
Tank
he is.
Tank ain't about getting clocked upside his head, because he knows he's a human being. He's like, I'm not this freaking Terminator that y'all trying to make me out to be. You know what I'm saying? Tank is smart. That's why he sit back and he waits for his opportunities to spring a trap. That's why a lot of times, go ahead.
No. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, like, with Tank, he's cerebral. He thinks. He sets traps. He's a marksman. You know what I'm saying? He's a sharpshooter. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, the type of person that will beat Tank is going to have to be somebody who has a high punch output, a good chin, and has power. If you got those three attributes, power, high output, and can take a punch, Tank gonna have his hands full.
And good feet.
Exactly. And maybe it wouldn't hurt to be bigger. It don't take much to be bigger than Tank.
Yeah, but with all that, that's gonna, and that'll be tough. But Tank always says, I've watched many of his interviews, man, and he says, when I get in the ring, he said this before the Barrios fight. He said, I like to feel what they got first. And then once I feel what they got first, then I can adjust to how I'm going to do this fight. And that lets you know how cerebral type of person he is, man. Because he was like, yo, I want to feel it first, man. Pause, right? I know.
You did right. Hey, Cole, you know what? Just to piggyback off of that, I tell my guys in the gym, when I was fighting and when I was spar, I had a checklist. and I'm checking all my boxes first. You know, because I already know what I can do. You know, when I was boxing, you know, I was fast. I had power. Had good footwork. You know what I'm saying? I hit you. I hurt you. You know what I'm saying? I could finish you too. And I was smart. But I'm gonna have a checklist. I'm gonna gauge your speed. I'm gonna gauge your power. I'm gonna feint you, see what you go for. I'm gonna watch you throw punches. I'm gonna check your punch mechanics to see if you're dropping your hands and see if you're making mistakes. And then sometimes I'm gonna let you get comfortable making your mistakes. That way I can make you pay for them later. So you can make them pay now, or you can make them pay later. If you get them comfortable, get them in a pattern and see making the same mistakes. And then I'm just gonna see how you deal with certain things. I'm gonna put pressure on you. See if you can fight going backwards. See if you can fight coming towards me. Check your lateral movement. All these things, you got to check all these boxes, man. It's that way you know what's in front of you. You know what I'm saying?
I got a question for both you and on this one. Because you go you really pay attention real closely to all the intricate details. Do y'all feel though that Tank output in the long run might be a detriment for him?
I think it depends on the fight, because we've seen in previous fights in the past where he was letting his hands go a lot, and it seems as though as he's matured, as he's gotten older, and he's gained more experience, he's doing a better job of being economical and being judicious and just picking his shots. But I don't think that that's something that's just completely just baked into his style and that's just who he is. I think it depends on who he's fighting.
Coach Ed?
Yeah, I agree with everything Ant just said. No, I was watching Frank Martin last night, and I just went back and watched a couple of his fights. And this kid got a lot of attributes, man.
He does.
This
he's
is not
athletic as hell.
Good God. I mean, this is not going to be a walk in the park by no means. Tank got his hands full.
Yeah, but they know that though. They know that though. They know that.
Yeah. And in my honest opinion, I think this is the best fighter that Tank is facing. I'm just gonna keep it all the way above. Better than Leo Santa Cruz, better than the Gamboa, better than Ryan Garcia. This is the absolute best competition that Tank is facing his whole career. This fight coming up with Frank Martin. I'm gonna tell you one thing I know about us. I'm talking about us. We fight each other hard.
Yeah, we do. We do.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is about us. You get two brothers in there, it just changes stuff. I don't know if it's just like we just different. We fight each other different. Like Adrian Bronner, you know, he fight brothers hard, but he getting there and lay down against, you know, Mikey Garcia and you know what I'm saying? But if that would have been another brother, Adrian Bronner would have turned up on him, man.
Hey, Talib, hold on. I want Talib Cunningham. What's up, my guy? Get your mic. You got to turn your mic on. Let me help you. Let me see if I can help you. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
How's everybody doing?
Man, we're good, man. How you doing? First time on the panel, man. What's happening?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, I'm sitting up here at Fort Jackson, South Carolina, waiting on my daughter to get sworn in.
Okay.
She joined the Army National Guard. So me and my wife up here supporting her. Just
Congratulations.
waiting.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, but I just wanted to chime in on this, what y'all was talking about. I was listening to y'all riding up here to Columbia, South Carolina. But yeah, man, I kind of agree with what I forgot the brother's name. Is it Remo?
Yes, Remo.
Yeah, he made a good point when he was saying about, like, you know, he fight the way he always fought, and that's why I was like, at the same time, I don't want to dog Devin, but we got to keep it real, man. Devin and them, they was doing some crazy kind of stuff out there, and I mean, you know, it's like, I can't really put a color on this, man, because, you know, Devin and them been doing some pretty wild stuff out here, man. But, you know, as far as the fight goes, I just think that, I mean, if Ryan was juicing, I ain't giving Ryan no credit for it. But if he wasn't, I mean, it really seemed like, I mean, if steroids make you better or whatever, but I didn't really see it from Ryan. He still had his chin up in the air. He still was defensively flawed. You know, I just think he just had a personal vendetta against Devin where he wasn't going to lose against Devin. you know. And it was, it was actually a interesting fight. I watched that fight like 5 times already, man.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I watched it this morning, last night. It's a good fight, but I was just kind of disappointed in Devin because one thing you don't do in life, you don't underestimate your enemy. Never, no matter what you're doing. And I think he kind of underestimated Ryan. As far as the weight, that's why people was making an excuse about the weight. Devin came out his own mouth and said, "Oh, I don't care how much he weighs." You know, and we done heard boxers say, "I don't care what he's on, I'm still gonna beat him." And they have Devin. It's like, now I'm not gonna give you a pity party for what happened to you. What you need to do is pick yourself up, come back, and be better.
Yeah, but if the steroids thing is true, you know what I'm saying? It really messed up a good damn fight. Even though Devin did lose, Devin fought a great fight, man. I never seen quit the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Devin wanted to win that whole fight, man. And that anytime that he hit that ground, he got back up wanting to still win that fight. You know what I'm saying? And he was winning a lot of rounds as well. And I do blame a lot of that on Ryan for this. I just don't think Ryan was conditioned the way he's supposed to be because he fought in spurts. But every time that he did decide to fight, it was a difference. It was a big difference. Every time he decided to fight, it was like he was able to do what he wanted to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And speed kills, because I'm gonna tell you, he was definitely the faster man that night. So if since he popped, it really puts a big cloud on a beautiful night of boxing, and that's what I hate, man.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful ass whooping in my eyes.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful ass
Yeah.
one-sided ass whooping.
Can I ask y'all a question though?
Yes, sir.
What do y'all as far as the power thing? I mean, because I'm gonna be real with you. I think if Devin had power, Devin could have got Ryan out of there. But I think it's kind of safe to say that. I know people was calling the man pillar fisted and all this, but I didn't see any power from Devin. I didn't see any power. I mean, any power. I mean, he came out the first round like he had power, which to me that was kind of silly of him to stand in front of Ryan, which make me go back to what I think he kind of underestimated it. And I mean, as far as the PED things, if PEDs make you look like that, I'd never do PEDs because Ryan he didn't have stamina. His power looked the same to me. I mean, I really didn't see anything different that Ryan did. The only thing I seen Ryan do a little bit more than what he normally do is he moved around the ring a lot. But I mean, me personally, I saw the third round, Ryan was huffing and puffing and he was tired.
I think more so that played. He looked tired. I think that more so because he was moving off the back foot a lot, and that will tire you out. I think if everything is true, and of course we do see he did fail the PED test, so we got to say something was up. It's the second win. You see what I'm saying? So he was able. So it's the recovery time. He fought. Remember, he fought for 36 minutes. So imagine you fighting a guy. Maybe we saying his power not there, or whatever the case may be. But he's pressing down. He's a pro boxer. He's a high level boxer.
It wasn't.
That's pressing down on you for
It
12
wasn't
rounds.
there.
Go ahead, Stan.
I said it wasn't there. You ain't got to question it. It wasn't there.
To be truthfully, I think this Bill got to get him out of 140 because I think he's leaving a lot of himself in this weight cut. Me personally, and now of course he not no power puncher and all that other stuff, but I just feel like his level of snap on his punches, I feel like he hit that them weight cuts maybe getting to him. But the thing about the with Ryan is that sixth round, man, Devin was playing with Ryan. Devin underestimated Ryan. And Talib, if you watch the fight, you know this for a fact. Devin lost the fight in that sixth round when he stood in there. Ryan threw that like 6-punch combination. He may have hit Devin about 2 punches, and Devin laughed. He smiled at Ryan. And from that point, and when I seen that, I say, this boy, he taking this boy lightly. Next round, Ryan snapped that left hook, put him on his ass. And that was scary, man. When
Yeah.
seeing him pull his left leg up off of that mat, the way it did and it was kind of shaking a little bit. And for him to push through on a power puncher like Ryan that just had caught him like that to finish out that fight, I hope he not severely damaged by for all that heart.
You see when he jumped up on the ropes at the end of the fight?
Man, that boy.
He looked concussed, man.
He looked like he couldn't even get up there. But you know something though that I noticed about Devin? And this is something I've always noticed about Devin. And I mean, I've been watching Devin for a long time. And Floyd said something too about this. You know, like Devin, he loads up on punches, but he never really turns his punches over. And then when he turns his punches over, but see what people don't understand, like strength don't come from your arm or your punches. Strength comes from your legs. And like I see how he moves and how he like have his legs spread out like a lot, but then at the same time when he throw like that overhand right, he don't. Even when he tries to turn it over, it just looked like the power's not there because I don't really think he's conditioned to work on his legs as he should. You know, but what I mean by that is, like, what he got to do is, like, some people born with power, some people just don't have power, and I think, I'm sorry to say, I think he just don't have power.
Well, I tell you what, one thing Ryan said, Devin hit him and hurt him. He said, "Whoa, he does have power." That's what Ryan did say in the interview after. What's up, Super Max? Always a pleasure to see you, my guy.
Yeah, Ryan said that, but I ain't seen no bruises, or I didn't see no. I mean, Ryan had his hand completely down when Devin caught him with that left hook, and Ryan hit his hands together like, "Come on, give me some more." That don't look hurt to me.
Yeah,
that's part of what you said, though, Talib.
That's what they do sometimes when they hurt. They make it act like they're not hurt.
Or they smile.
True. Yeah. True.
What's my guy's name? Antonio Tarver was saying that years ago about Devin's punch technique, and I noticed like when he punches sometimes, especially when he's throwing his right hand, a lot of times he doesn't really drive the punch from his feet.
Exactly.
But I think the other thing is this. I gotta quote my guy Coach Eddie again, man. Temperament. Because I've seen in other fights where he caught a guy with a good shot, he didn't follow up. He just let him off the hook. You saw in the last fight with Regis. They asked him like, "Hey, why didn't you step on it?" I didn't want to take any chances, and that's part of it, man. You gotta take chances sometimes, man. You gotta take chances, and then also to be a more effective counterpuncher, you gotta take chances because you gotta be willing. Not saying that you want to get hit, but there's a chance that you may get hit in order to, deliver. If you look at that last knockout that he had against Antonio Moran in 2019, he clipped him because he threw a right hand while Moran was throwing a left hook, and his shot got there first. We don't often see that from Dev. We don't usually see him setting traps on guys or punching in between guys' shots. It's usually he'll jab you and then he resets. It's like a jab, reset, 2 or 3, then reset.
I was actually there at that fight, man. So I witnessed a Devin Haney knockdown. I was there.
So
I was there.
You don't have the greatest power. Sometimes you gotta maximize it. You gotta optimize it by catching guys with shots that they're not ready to get hit by. And that requires you to take chances, which is a part of having a certain temperament.
But also you gotta know thyself, man. You got to be real with yourself and know who you are and what you are, man. And then once you do that, then you'll be able to adjust to how your style is. Devin got to realize, like I remember, and I always talk about this story where what's the coach from Crunk Gym? What's his name?
Emmanuel Stewart.
Emmanuel Stewart told Lennox Lewis, man, "Hey, listen here, man. You're not one of them cats that can stay in the pocket and rumble like that, man. Your chin ain't like that, man. You know what I'm saying? You have to realize who you are, and once you realize who you are, then execute your goodness, man. And once Manny told him to stay behind that jab, let me tell you something, man. Lennox became a force to reckon with, man. You got to know yourself. You can't lie to yourself. You got to know who you are, man. It is what it is.
That's facts. So, like I say, Devin should have known, like, you've been bigger. You've been like a lot bigger than those guys at 135. And I haven't really seen him stop those guys at 135 because when as soon as I go back and watch that fight with him and Lomachenko, Devin was landing some major body shots on Lomachenko. But the thing about it was I never really seen Lomachenko visibly hurt from those shots. And he went 12 rounds getting hit to the body for 9 rounds, and he didn't even hurt the smaller man with the body. So, like, these guys can make up all that excuse when they were saying about, Tank was scared to fight Devin and all that, but they better be lucky, man, because I'm going to be real with you. If Devin would have got in there with Tank, man, trying to fight Tank, man, he would have got severely hurt. Severely.
Yeah, but I think if he
Devin
get,
is who I knew he was.
I think that the style of fighting that the young kids, let's say the draft class at 2010 or whenever they started, they all kind of fight the same. And them sparring in the gym all together, being around each other all the time, that should become a detriment because the temperament and the mentality y'all saying, they around each other so often, it's like sparring in the mirror after a while.
It is.
Each of them don't really got that kill switch. Like the same kill switch that Devin don't got is the same problem Hitchens got. He be having people hurt and he don't go for it. Shakur, he'll be defensively first. If he don't have to really engage and he can win by pure boxing, I think it's just a young American style type of thing.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And be honest.
As well.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead, brother.
Sorry about that. Yeah, and that plays into if you remember when Ali was big, everybody wanted to fight like Ali. Everybody was up. See, boxing back then, guys was up on their toes, moving around, shifting left to right, in and out, side to side. They wanted to box like Ali. Now everybody want to box like Floyd. Floyd has got so many kids. Floyd has got so many kids knocked off and knocked out. Not personally, but them trying to emulate Floyd. Trying to sit there with their feet nailed to the ground and the shoulder roll, thinking they can catch everything. And they getting clipped. And not only that, now you got the rise of the internet. Well, now you can see everything. So now it's no longer a secret. The American style of boxing is probably one of the most easiest style of boxing to defeat because you can beat it with a basic style. Keep your hands up, come forward and throw.
The UK. Yeah, they're starting to be like you know how the UK was. We always knew they were straight up and down and they were easy to be beaten.
Right.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so now if you can come in, that's why a lot of these guys just coming in with just basic, like Triple G. Right now, he would be a murderer right now because he's basic. He got a chin. He come forward, but at the end of the day, it's called the hurt business. It don't matter what your style is, how you look.
Yeah, I'm gonna get with y'all guys. I got to go in this building right now.
Okay,
brother.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
Pleasure, man. Pleasure.
Like I say, at the end of the day, it's the hurt business, man. And all that style, all that shoulder roll, that stuff will go out the window when you get hurt, man. Because now you got to get yourself back together, man. And that's why you can take a lot of guys that may not have a style, like a Evan Pryor. He didn't have no style, or like a Marcos Maidana. He didn't have no style, whatever that we call quote unquote pure boxing style. But he was a fighter, man. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what's hurting these guys a lot, man. They trying to look good before being good. Let's be good first. Don't look good. Let's be good.
Right. Right.
Hey, coach. That kid, the kid that dropped Rolly, the young kid, I think he's from North Carolina or something like that. I forget his name. But they asked him,
Ingram.
They asked him what's his style, and he said, "I fight like a pretty boy." He said that off the rip.
So he's talking about Pretty Boy Floyd.
No. He said he fight like a pretty boy.
Oh, so he wasn't talking about Pretty Boy Floyd?
Nah, he said his style is just like, he liked to look good when he throw his shots. And I was just confused. I'm like, what?
Man, I got the same kind of cat you got.
I got
a black
two of them.
I got a black and white tuxedo cat.
I got two of them. But yeah, I think the thing with Floyd too, right? It's kind of similar how in basketball, with the kids, they want to shoot the threes like Steph Curry, but they don't look at these guys' full routine. Like I seen Steph Curry's routine, and he starts from in the restricted area, just shooting, and then as he makes a couple makes, then he backs up gradually. Then you work your way back till you get to that point. And with Floyd, he's one of them dudes where it's like you got to look at his fights in their totalities, not just the highlights when he's in the shoulder roll and all that stuff, because he'll go into the high guard, he'll go into a more conventional guard. He fights on the inside a lot. Like Floyd does a lot of inside fighting, a lot of fighting in the clinch and all that stuff. But his disciples, so to speak, you don't really see none of these guys implement those things for real, like the control game. And Floyd used to get a lot of criticism for using his forearms and his elbows and all that stuff. It's like he's a lot more complete of a fighter than what the guys who follow him will lead you to believe. It's like they just look at all the pretty parts of it and not look at everything in its totality and why he was so effective through and through.
Right.
Facts.
And Floyd believes in repetitiveness. Floyd used to do stuff a million times, man, until it wasn't like how Coach Derek James say. He said, I don't have him do it until he gets it right. He said he does it until he can't do it wrong. You know what I'm saying? And that's important, man, when you just got that, when you just keep doing the same thing over and over until you're just the master at it. You did. And these kids don't see that. They just see the end product and they trying to work from the end product. You know what I mean? And they don't see the grind from the beginning, so they missed the whole picture, man. So
they don't see the craftsmanship. One of the most craftiest boxers I ever seen is Bernard Hopkins, man.
Yo, have mercy.
Bernard Hopkins is a master. Is a master. That's why I remember when Bernard was trying to fight Floyd Mayweather at one time. Floyd Senior was not having that. He said, no, sir, we ain't doing that at all. We ain't going down that road right there.
What we
Bernard
ain't
like, he said, I come down to your weight and fight you because they know what's in front of them. Bernard Hopkins is a master craftsman, man.
Yeah, Bernard was no
talking about a trickster, can do a little bit of everything. He's a lot to deal with. That's why he was able to stick around so long, man.
Yeah, intelligence.
Exactly.
I got a question for y'all. With these crop of young fighters, do you think a lot of technique and a lot of technical aspects and tutelage is actually going to be missing because they taking so long to actually get down to the weight? Because you're saying Bernard and Floyd, they wasn't far from the weight that they was on, so it gave them more time to work on a game plan and strategy.
Definitely, they stay in fat camp too long. You're right, Remo. Perfect.
That could certainly affect performance. Not being at your best physiologically, but I think it comes down to the coaches sometimes, man. And then not only that, but also, like you just said, the young man said that he fights like a pretty boy. Your coach can be telling you X, Y, Z, but if you already got your mind made up, this is how I want to fight, then you're going to be disregarding what the guy is telling you. So I think that it's a matter of coaches and fighters being good fits for one another. Like knowing your fighter, and for a fighter knowing your coach and what's required of the both of you, and it has to be like a real compromise. Terrence Crawford did a really good interview where he was talking about his relationship with his coaches, and he was saying it was like a give and take type of thing. But you see it sometimes, man. Unfortunately, Chris Colbert in that last fight with Rayo, and his coaches are trying to give him counsel, trying to give him instruction, and he's just shrugging them off, like, and we saw the result. So I think that's really what it comes down to, man. Is like recognizing that you got to be as complete as you can be. Be as complete as you can be. Like Coach Eddie just said, with Bernard Hopkins, he had a little bit of everything, but I think it's because he understood, like, okay, if this guy can't do this well, then that's going to be my point of entry. This is what I'm going to do. If he can't do that well, or if he does that well, then I'm going to do this instead. Like I was watching the fight that he had with Oscar De La Hoya, and Oscar was doing a great job of defending his jab. What B-Hop started doing, he started leading with the right hand. It's like, yo, you took the jab, I'm going to lead with the right hand, and I'm going to hook off the right hand. And you start doing little stuff like that. And it seems like a lot of these fighters nowadays, like guys want to be on the outside and don't even look to refine their inside game. I think that Devin Haney is like very capable, like given his size and his dimensions, of being a better inside fighter. I saw a nice little sequence that he had in the Linares fight where Linares had his guard like this, And Dev did some old school shit. Placed his head right between his forearms to wedge the guard open and create enough separation to shoot the uppercut up in there. But he doesn't do that consistently. A lot of these guys, they just always want to be on the outside, as opposed to, okay, this is what the guy is giving me. This is what I'm gonna do. And again, I think that matchmaking plays a part of that too. You know, a lot of times matchmaking nowadays is more so about padding the guy's record. We want to get his record to a certain spot and make him look like a killer. We want to give him 42 or whatever. But you haven't put him in there with the requisite guys to make him have to work on certain things. And I think that's why, like, the amateurs is important, because you can't choose who you're gonna fight.
Right.
If you're a small guy and you struggle with a guy that got length, you gotta fight that guy eventually if you draw him.
That's one thing. If I don't have a lot of tape on somebody, but they're about to fight, I try to see how much amateur experience they have. You know what I'm saying? So if I see a guy that had between 150 to 300 fights, you know what I mean? But yeah, you don't see a lot of what he did in the pros. Oh, I won't definitely overlook that guy, man, because that means he done seen everything. It ain't no style he hasn't seen. So yeah, definitely great point there, and great point.
You know how the matchmakers will do. Hey, our guys don't deal well with guys who move, so we're gonna have them in there with plotters, guys that's going to just stay right in front of them. We know our guys don't have the greatest chin or the greatest defense. We're gonna put them in there with guys that don't really punch like that. Or we're gonna get him in there with a guy who's got a name, but he may be a little bit past it, a little bit long in the tooth. So then you can say, yeah, well, I fought this guy, but it wasn't that guy when he was an absolute killer. You know what I mean? So I think that stuff is important too, like the matchmaking and all that, as far as development is concerned, and not just prioritizing padding somebody's record.
I think fans got to be better though, because they pad these records because one loss they be ready to throw dudes in the garbage. They don't want to see him no more. This person should retire. Versus, you're just getting two young talents that is trying to figure it out, but they really like, the next two up. Now you could have a trilogy, a rematch, you know what I'm saying? So now you get layers to the conversation of who's the four kings. They named these kids the four kings without any of them doing anything yet, and they still haven't really
fought
done
each other.
much.
Right.
They ain't really done much in the
Right.
sport at all. Like their storyline is still 5 years down the line, and it was named, the four kings. It's crazy.
And to piggyback off of that, they named these guys as four kings because they just trying to market some guys. And I'm looking at it, I don't see them four kings about none of them. Because y'all, first of all, y'all not fighting each other. That's the first thing. So how can we determine y'all the four keys? Not only that, you're not fighting your mandatories, because when you fight a mandatory, that's an opportunity for a hiccup, for you to hit a speed bump. That's your opportunities for you to run into a Ray Mercer, who almost kicks your butt, Lennox Lewis, Holyfield. The way you can run into a Burt Cooper, who almost knocks you out in the undie, like Burt Cooper almost knocked Holyfield out. We can't just sit up here and just say, oh, name recognition, oh, these guys are the best. We don't know that. They got to fight each other. You got to fight your mandatories. You got to fight these tough guys. You can't just jump the line, go from 135 and then jump right up in the front of 140 and call yourself, oh, I'm the best at 140, like Teofimo Lopez, who has not fight a Gary Antoine Russell, who would absolutely destroy Teofimo Lopez if they were to get in the ring.
Hey, fellas, hold on one sec.
Yes, sir.
Fellas, hold on one second. I got an important person I've been wanting to get in here. Knows a lot about this game, and I want to bring her in right now. Rachel Donaire. What's up, sis?
You thought I was gonna pick up at 6 o'clock in the morning? You're tripping.
I just wanted to catch you so when you do get up, I'll be the first person you see.
Yeah, what's up? What's going on, guys?
Well, we wanted to talk about this
morning.
VADA thing because we know that you're very versed when it comes to the understanding of how this stuff with VADA works and everything. And we were trying, it's a few things we wanted to know. One, everybody's complaining in reference to how this just popped up at the last minute. But how does that process actually work, Rachel?
You got like 7 minutes, and I can try to run through it in a very
We got
concise.
plenty of time. We got all the time. Whatever you got, we got it.
Okay. So this whole discussion will pretty much clear everything that people have, the false narratives that people have been saying, right?
Okay.
So as far as like when Ryan came out and he said, how did they let me fight if they knew? Well, they couldn't have known, right? Because the test was administered on April 19th and April 21, which is like the midnight after the fight. So that's why I'm saying the 21st. Um, so once he started off with that narrative, I knew he was trying to lead everyone into a dirty well, and people were going to drink from it because we have so many people that don't know. So this is at the very top of the discussion that we're talking about. People are alluding that Victor Conte's association with VADA and being Devin Haney's representative is questionable. And while you may question his background and what he's been involved in, you 100% have that right to do so. But what you can't question, and what is fact, is that he doesn't own VADA. So, but let's just say, for all these people, that he's a CEO of VADA, okay? CEO of VADA. Give him the highest position just for this discussion. What does VADA have to do with the test? The second fallacy is that VADA lab is the one that produced this test. That is a fallacy. The reason I say that, you can look on VADA's website. VADA uses WADA accredited labs, the Worldwide Doping Agency, right? Anti-doping agency. So that being said, VADA didn't touch the sample, okay? And so if you're like, oh, well, they tested it. Nope, they didn't test it. There's no VADA lab. WADA is the same lab that tests the USADA testing.
That's Olympic, ain't it?
Correct, which is the highest at this point in time, is the highest known and respected is the Olympic drug testing, right? Because of how comprehensive they are. So that being said, VADA themselves do not have a lab, and they send it out to the highest accredited lab of WADA. WADA only has 2, so there's no way that on the day that they took the sample at 3 p.m. over in New York, it's going to magically appear with enough processing time before the end of the day on a Friday to Salt Lake City or Los Angeles, California. We don't have a teleport machine to do that, okay? So even logistically, that's not going to freaking happen. What was my next point? Oh, so people are like, oh, well, what the hell is VADA? What's VADA? I'm like, VADA is like USADA. They are a collection agency. So, of course, people are like, well, they could have contaminated it. They could have switched out samples, yada, yada, yada. If you watch the video that I posted yesterday of Nonito going through the entire process to try to contaminate that sample, is like you had to be Superman to figure out how the freak to do it, right? Because it's they don't even, you pick from a random batch of lids and collection cups that are sealed. A random batch. They give you a bunch to pick from. You choose which one you want. From that, they give you a random batch of shipping container thingies that you have to package to pick from. And from that random batch, the one that you pick has a sealed box that has the same barcode and sticker on this plastic tamper-resistant bag, and the same barcode on both of the samples bottles, and the same barcode that is on the sticker that you're given for your record keeping. So to contaminate that sample or tamper with that sample before it gets to WADA, you would have to break all those seals, the box, the bag, and the glass bottle, re-put it in something else. It has to have the exact same number on all of them, and hope that the fighter doesn't notice that number isn't the number that you have in your possession, like they don't match. So, and the last one is, of course, well, what if the VADA representative, when they were, putting the samples in the bottles, contaminated it? The VADA representative is not allowed to touch your sample or the containers that is put in. You yourself have to put it in.
Oh, wow. I got a question. Now, there's I was talking to one of the guys that's a pharmacist, and he says that, if you want to really get yourself cleared to prove that something was wrong, you give a hair sample, and the hair sample will go back for 6 months. Do you agree with that? Is that the best way to clear yourself?
I don't have like knowledge on that type of drug testing because that's not something that I have gone under in my entire life. Being that I've been drug tested to go to the Olympics myself, I've been drug tested in the military, and then watching, Nonito. So it's not something that has been widely accepted, and why it's not implemented in WADA protocols.
Okay. Another question. Now, let's go back to the Alicia Baumgartner thing. Was she really vindicated, or did she just do her own investigation?
In my opinion, I don't think that she was really vindicated. I don't believe, from what I saw, because I researched it and I was paying attention to news, of course, that I didn't see her even test the B sample. There was no... So when you're not testing the B sample, I'm kind of like, why wouldn't you test the B sample when you have the opportunity to? And that wasn't even VADA that she was under, because Eddie Hearn pulled out, right? So this is a whole different lab. And the fact that the test hair follicle was not done in a timely manner, I believe it was like 2 months later, 3 months later, something like that. I still think it's questionable. But I mean, that's my opinion. I think everybody's questionable. I'm friends with Oscar Valdez, but that doesn't mean that I didn't poke jokes at him on Twitter and give him shit for it. I'm like, bro, you need to tell me what tea that was, because I need to lose 5 pounds before this weekend. I mean, like, it is what it is. I've never tested positive for anything. And Nonito, in the same respect, in the same type of career, trying to fight for the Olympics and then going into the professional realm of boxing, never tested positive for anything. So I just don't understand how all of a sudden you eat too many eggs, or you eat some beef or whatever, and it's, now it's, you're testing positive.
Okay, now let's go into the dark part of it. The masking, because obviously it must be a way, because people, they're talking about people masked, and we've seen it with Lance Armstrong, how they were able to mask it during the cycles and all that type of stuff. So it is a way to beat the system, right?
I mean, I don't know too much about that. I've heard different things, like, for example, overhydrating or taking IVs, right? Well, I mean, if we think about it, you're overhydrating yourself, and overhydration will dilute any sample. So, and then the other stuff, of course, there are a list of banned substances that are masking agents within VADA and USADA's thing, that basically they're not going to help you perform, but it's going to throw out our test. But I'm not really sure about, like, the only thing go ahead.
I remember with Luis Ortiz, they said that he was taking just some type of blood pressure medicine, and they said people also use that for masking as well. So I remember when that came out with Luis Ortiz, they said that his blood pressure medicine actually was used for masking as well. So
yeah, and I think, I mean, when these testing agents come over, they ask you what you're on. And they'll advise you, like, hey, we're going to put this, that you're on it, because and here's, they ask for the prescription. They put it on the paperwork before it gets tested. So Nonito puts, fish oil, all the vitamins that he takes and stuff like that, just in case. But so he could have put that on there, to say, hey, like, look, here's my prescription. This might show up, and if it does, you know why, and you have the proof of why. They'll most likely still give you a positive test based on positive or negative test based on what you had said prior and the evidence, and tell you, okay, don't do it again. We're telling you right now. Or they might give him a medical exemption. I'm not really sure how that play out, because I've never been in that situation to tell you, hey, this is completely what they would do.
Wow. So really, it's really, once you pop, it's really no way to prove that you didn't, really, is it?
Once you pop, there is no I mean, the only other way is like what happened with the UFC fighter. He bought something from GNC, and it was something that he always took and never popped. He kept the bottle, and then he tested positive, and he said it's from this supplement. Of course, the supplement's like, no, we don't have that. It's not listed as one of the ingredients. Blah blah blah. What they found out, what the testing agent did was they went and grabbed the bottle from the fighter and looked at the lot number, went back to the manufacturer and or anywhere nationwide for a sealed bottle of the same lot number. They pull that sealed bottle off the shelf and they test that one as well. And if that one shows that it was contaminated, then the manufacturer is liable because of the contamination between different products that they're packaging, and the fighter will be exonerated for intentional ingestion.
Because I know Ryan said that he took some ashwagandha root, and I looked it up and everything, and it says that it can give you steroid-like tendencies, but the chemical breakdown is totally different. So it basically, what it was saying is that there's no way that ashwagandha root can be ostarine, is so.
Yeah, there's herbal medication that can have the same effects, side effects, and or the uses effect as prescription pharmaceutical drugs. But you're right, the chemical composition would be would separate the two. And at the end of the day, manufacturing companies that do herbal supplements and organic supplements do not manufacture in the same ones as pharmaceutical drugs.
So in actuality, I really don't think there is a way to prove that you didn't use or whatever. You're popped. You know what I'm saying? Because I know everybody's trying to use Alicia Baumgartner as the stable point, and I'm like, no, they just sold her. Well, you know what? You're on probation now. So don't pop again, and let's move forward. You know what I mean? But yeah, she did her own investigation, yada 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 yada. But in actuality, she came out with her own press release saying that she's clean. You know what I'm saying? I'm not to say that she's dirty, but I'm just saying, VADA also says they don't overturn their I read on the Witchcom, they don't overturn what they say because they're only saying what they have actually gathered. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. So it's really no way as proof. They said the New York Commission is going to investigate and this, that, and the third, but in actuality, nothing's going to change. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I agree because at the same respect, like when it comes to those the overturn of the decision is based on the commission. Okay. And what people keep failing to realize is that VADA is the messenger. That's it. If you were to sue anyone based on on results that were given, the person that would the entity that would be liable at any point would be the one that tested it, which would be World Anti-Doping Agency, because VADA just pulled the communication. What WADA told VADA, here's your result. VADA said, thank you. and grabs that result and sends it to the client. That's all they do.
It's just baggage handlers. So, okay. Well, I appreciate you, Mr. O'Nair.
Hey
And
Jay, can I ask Miss Rachel a question?
sure.
Miss- Hey Miss Rachel, how are you? This B3. Let me ask you this. I had an off topic question. I love what you and Nonito have done over the years for the sport. Now two parts. Who I know the boxing commission and possibly the WBC who was sanctioning the fight will have to levy any like penalty against Ryan. So that was I was kind of thinking through that. But for you and Nonito, can we expect Nonito back in the ring in 2024?
You did all that to say that.
Yeah, over there, brown nosing and whatnot. B3 fully black.
Oh
Fully
my
black.
Hey, we
goodness.
got Queen Rachel in the building. You know we got to talk about the king, man.
We
Come
got
on now.
royalty. We got royalty in the house.
No doubt,
Um,
no doubt.
you know, I had set up a couple things for him to kind of transition out of boxing.
Thank
And
you.
so he's been doing commentating. He has a stable now of boxers that he trains. He'll leave here in about an hour, and train them. Um,
Mm,
and just really being a spokesperson for the sport. Now, is that to say that if there is a fight that I agree with, that I wouldn't? And I'll tell you which fight I do agree with. I
mm,
believe a fight that's not going anywhere, and what I mean by that is there's no ranking, there's no belt on the line. Something, and someone who's around his age, something that's going to be a legendary fight just by it, by the talent that's in the ring. And the one that I liked the most was Chocolatito and Nonito,
Oh
Oh,
wow.
because
sign that up. Sign
they're
that up.
both they're both in the twilights of their career. I think we can all agree. They're both around the same age. They both proven a lot. I believe they're both going to be future Hall of Famers. And I think that would be a legendary fight. It's not going to go anywhere. We're not all of a sudden going to win a world title. I know Nito's going to be like, I want the other belts. Like, I think that's a great, like, ending to a beautiful story.
Yes.
I agree 100%. That's a beautiful fight. Now let me ask you, just as a manager and being in the business, can you see that being picked up as like a main event, or would you foresee it possibly as a great like co-main on a on a big card?
I think either. And I say that because we're in a weird space right now. People are discrediting belts. They're discrediting accomplishments and holding up a lot of popularity and social media antics. So based on that and the scope of the environment, I think that the money exchange, the ROI, has shifted a lot in the last 5 years. So what? And I also think that Nonito is not the type that fights to have, I need to be main card or no. He's not that egotistical. So, at the end of the day, I think that the location is going to be key for it to be main event. But if the main event is a good fight that's going to, bring viewership and have a lot of people see, like I said, this legacy fight, I don't think that we should turn that down just because we're not being put in the direct spotlight.
Wow. I'm gonna tell you something, Rachel. The first time I ever spoke to Nornito, I really realized that he's special. And I'm not saying that because you're here right now. I'm saying it because the things that he was saying to me did not feel like he was saying. It was seeming like God was speaking through him to me. Do you all get that a lot? Or is
Yes,
that just me?
there's times. Yeah, this is stupid, but in the best case of the scenario, it'd be in a platform like this, or it'd be you guys having dinner and saying, "Hey, bro, can I just lend your ear? Can you give me advice on something?" Right, and like in a more intimate setting. But then I've also seen the total opposite, where it's like Jesse Vargas and all of us at a club. And of course, there's a bunch of girls there. And me and Jesse will go grab drinks and we'll come back and the girl's crying. And we're like, the hell did you say to her? And he was like, she started talking about her dad and how she never felt loved. And I was like, how do you bring this out of people? And for the most part, when Nonito actually is keyed in and not drinking, of course, he somehow gets these downloads. And if you ask him to repeat it while he's talking to you, he'll be like, bro, I don't know what I said. Yeah, I don't know what I said. It just came out. So, yeah, it happens more often than not.
That's the same thing happened with me because he told me he don't remember what he said.
Yeah.
Oh, really? What? And do you remember what he said?
It was something about fear. It was something about don't live in fear and things of that nature, and being more a person that take risks, and and I was struggling on stuff like that about, I've always been a very cautious person, you know what I'm saying? And me being cautious sometimes has prevented me from doing certain things, and he just started speaking, and it was like I felt though he was speaking to me, but I felt though it was like something that I've been talking to God about, but yet it was being confirmed through him. Okay, so by that conversation that him and I had, it made me be more aggressive and stop worrying about the what if, because I'm the type of person, I play chess all the time. I'm always 6 moves ahead, but sometimes that's not good because you're anticipating something that might not actually happen. You know what I'm saying? So you're playing against yourself sometimes, where you actually, I lost a lot of opportunities because I'm overthinking things, and it almost, and I believe that it's it's the root of fear. You know what I'm saying? Because God always says, "Fear not." You know what I'm saying? So I appreciated him. That's all I'm saying. I really appreciate Nonito. Okay, it helped me a lot, and I pushed the envelope now way more.
Well, and that's his, it's always been his thing, right? Like, first of all, he's never turned down a fight. Like, he'll go after the biggest smoke, right? Not thinking, he always says, I never want to sit on my rocker at 80 years old saying what if. And it really does show also in his learning habits. For example, we went snowboarding a long time ago, and I was like, okay, how do you get up? How do you fall? How do you turn? How do you stop? Like, I'm like, tell me these steps first before I click my feet into the boot, right? Nonito goes, I'm just going to go down the hill. And I'm like, what? I was like, maybe not a good idea. And he's like, no, I've watched them. I'm just gonna go for it and see what happens. And this dude was flying. And I'm like, I know you've never snowboarded. So he jumps head first and is like, what'll happen is what'll happen. And if I live in fear, then I might not do things, and I actually might end up hurting myself because I'm fearful of stopping or fearful of going too fast. And maybe if I didn't turn, then it might torque his back or something like that. He's like, you might as well just fully commit.
Right. Exactly. And that's what our conversation was about, just doing it. Like Nike say, just do it. You know what I'm saying? And, you adjust as you go. So I appreciate him a lot, man. I never forget that conversation him and I had. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm exposing myself right now, but that's okay. But I really appreciated meeting him, and I feel though that him and our meeting was definitely a divine meeting. So it is what it is.
Yeah, but for sure you're not the first that I've heard this from. There's been plenty, especially when he does speaking at male retreats, and people will pull, he'll pull people aside, he'll talk to them, and then they're like, oh, can you repeat that? Nope, can't repeat it. Don't know what I said. You should have recorded it.
Yeah. Hey, I'm very much the same way in that regard. Sometimes I'll be saying stuff, people ask me to repeat it, I'll be like, I don't know what the heck I just said. It just came out. But Miss Rachel, always a pleasure to have you up on this, on the various platforms that I grace with you on. Nothing but insight that's invaluable, and we appreciate what you bring to the sport and what you bring to our area as well too. Likewise, I'd be remiss if I didn't give in just the conversation we just heard between you and Jay Hardcore. Say that in your busy schedule, whenever you can find time, we would love to have you and the champ come and give an interview with OJ Hardcore. He gives the best interviews.
Yeah, no, of course. Probably not at 6 o'clock in the morning. Probably around 4 about this time.
We do have an 8 o'clock in the evening show, which it would be 5 o'clock your time.
Okay, yeah, that's way better. That's way better. For sure. It's interesting our dynamic, and you see us on camera. Like we play off each other a lot, and it's because our personalities are very opposite. I'm very matter of fact. I'm calculated as far as when it comes to what I'm saying, because I want to make sure I'm being clear and not misspeaking. And I appreciate you appreciating me being in the space. It's funny because I get a lot of people asking, they're like, what are you doing in the boxing, YouTube? And I was like, first of all, I love fighting. And that does go for MMA as well, because I grew up as a fighter. Second, I'm a hardcore boxing fan. I love to talk about boxing. I love to talk about styles. I love to talk about possible fights and things like that, pros and cons. And then at the same time, I noticed that there was a lack of knowledge and a lot of assumptions in what we do. A lot of the managers don't want to tell you a lot of the dirt in the business because they're afraid of burning bridges. I'll tell you, I might not directly answer it like with which promotion or which fighter, but I'll tell you what's happening, right? And I might drop like a redacted contract that I have, to show and prove the possibilities that they're speaking of. So I try to just, have these conversations. I'm not, I find it entertaining. So at the same time, at the end of the night when I'm winding down or when I'm just having my coffee, it's entertaining to hear what people are saying. And it keeps me company throughout the day, especially when Onito's at the gym, training these fighters. I'm like by myself, I'm cleaning, but I'm listening to the opinions and I'm like, oh, that's a good point. I need to go watch that fight back. I want to see that. Did that happen? Things like that. So, I mean, I think it's weird to put me on a pedestal and not think that I want to talk about boxing when this is my life.
I got another question. Did it just leave my mind real quick? Oh, what are your takes on Canelo fighting Benavidez? Should he or should he not? What do you think?
If Canelo should fight Benavidez, did you say?
Yes.
I think he should. Listen, I think he should, but does he have the Okay, let's stay on the first one first.
Okay.
I think he should, because I think that it'll be a really good fight. I think that you're looking at, at this point, which is weird, old school boxing, using air quotes because it's not really that old school, but it's a different generation, and the newer one, right? I think David Benavidez has fought in different fights that he has been promised that he was going to get Canelo, and I feel for him because I feel like he has done what we've asked, not we, but the sanctioning bodies and promoters have asked him to do, and has not been rewarded with the fight that he's been fighting hard for the last couple of years. Now, I say that, but at the same time, on the other hand, I'm looking at as a fighter, right? As a fighter, has he given enough for the sport? Does he owe us another fight? Does he have do we give him, a golden pass and say, hey, thanks for everything you're doing. You get to choose on the tail end of your career who you want to fight. Or do we continuously hound it down his throat that we want this, we don't care. Canelo could be 80 and we're still like, yeah, but we need you to fight this guy. Come on. You know what I mean? Like, where do we all of a sudden stop our entitlement and realize that the fighter has given us a lot? And at this point, is it beneficial for him as a fighter?
But what about the person that says, well, as long as he's holding those four belts and he's undisputed, he has things that he's supposed to do. I mean, if you're not going to fight whoever's supposed to be your mandatory, well, that's okay. You don't want to fight such you and you done made it that far. But should he just relinquish the belt still?
I think at this point in time, like he doesn't need to have the belts. If this is, like I said, if this is Twilight career, and you're going, for a couple more fights and you're going to disappear into the sunset, then I don't feel like the belts are so much of a matter at this point. There comes a point where the fighter's done enough. His stardom and the people that are following him will pay to watch the fight, regardless if there's a title on the line. Like, he fought John Ryder. He got paid decently for that fight. No one really gave a shit about John Ryder. It was in Mexico. And, like, it is what it is. That was not for a belt as far as I remember. So yeah, I believe that he should just vacate it. But so now, but here's the question: whose onus do you put that on? Yes, the fighter himself can relinquish the belt, but there has to be responsibility and accountability on the sanctioning bodies that are allowing him to as well.
Right.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Remo.
Facts.
How you doing, Miss Rachel? I'm everybody's little annoying brother, king of casuals, Remo.
You sound like it. No, I'm just playing. You sound like my youngest son. No.
What I wanted to ask was, after all of this mess, all of this VADA, USADA, all this extra testing mess is over, would it be in the best interest for Devin to actually try to run it back? And would Devin benefit from actually trying to compete against Ryan again?
I think that's going to be hard pressed, but if there is a possibility, I think it's going to have to be at a higher weight. I think that we have seen that that Ryan's not going to play nice or fairly. So stipulations have to be made within the contract that state if you're overweight, it's not your $200,000 $200,000 per pound. It's not even your $1 million per pound. It's 50% of your damn purse. I mean, sorry, not 50%. That's for ped testing. It's a percentage of your purse per pound. Because now it's going to make a difference, right? Like let's say 5% per pound. Well, at this rate, it would have been 15% of his total earnings, than just the 1.5. 15% of his total earnings off of 30 or 50 million is a lot of damn money.
Do you believe they really made that type of money for this fight?
I'm not there. I remember the tickets were stupid. Okay. I remember because Nonito and I were gonna go, but then Nonito said he's not gonna gamble $10,000 on the fact that Ryan's not going to show up in the ring, actually be in the ring in the night of the fight. So he's like, "No, we're not going." And when we were looking, it was $2,800 per ticket, plus of course flights and hotels and stuff like that. And there was no undercard. So we're like, "Who are we? We're paying $2,800 to see one fight? Like, no." So based on us, trying to purchase it $2,800 per ticket ringside. It's possible on because what they were saying, I'm using air quotes, was that it was maxed out, right? It was a sold out crowd.
I heard it wasn't, but okay.
Okay, I mean that's why I'm using air quotes because but I do think that Ryan has garnered a lot of stupid casuals that don't even know boxing that are willing to purchase these types of things. I mean, like they purchased Gymshark t-shirts because he's wearing it. So I think that it's possible. Now this, as far as like if he made 50 or made 30, I mean, that's all going to be dependent on the final numbers at the end of the day and what their thresholds are. I like how you brought up this conversation because what people don't understand is there's a guaranteed purse, right? And the guaranteed purse is usually $2 million or whatever for something this big. And the back end money is negotiated and agreed upon after a certain threshold. So let's say that they said, okay, we got $1 million, 1 million pay-per-view buys at $100. I'm just trying to make the numbers round.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for you to collect, let's just say 50% on the million pay-per-view buys, we need to you need to hit a threshold of, let's say, 300,000 homes. So it depends on the threshold that they have to hit first, and then be able to collect on back end. Nobody knows what the threshold. That's the one thing no one's leaking. They've never leaked it. Is the threshold, because the higher guarantee you ask for, the lower the threshold. But the lower guarantee, if you know your numbers, and the lower guarantee means the lower threshold. So I would rather, if you know that you're going to bring in this many viewers, I'd gamble and be like, I'll take $1 million with 100,000 threshold, so I can make money off of 100,001 and up.
Makes sense. Yeah, because I heard that he took a $12 million guarantee up front. You know, that's
then he has a lower threshold. Then he has he has a higher threshold.
Higher threshold. Yeah. So, yeah, I've been hearing these 30 and $50 million, and I'm like, so you're telling me they're doing the same numbers that Tank and Ryan did? And I don't know. I just can't believe that. But due to, if that's the issue, then that means that the reason why Tank and Ryan did so well was because of Ryan. Because we both know Devin doesn't sell. So if Devin doesn't sell, that means that this time it was Ryan again that made these big numbers. So if that's the issue, then there's a whole nother conversation out there at this point, right?
Well, yeah, I think that people underestimate, like I said, how the game has changed and how much these social media stars are making. How do I say this one without exposing?
Come on.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm not going to get in trouble for this one.
Okay. All right. Take your time. Take your time, because we don't want you getting in trouble.
Well, how about I just put it this way? There's a social media star that we've seen how much they make, and it is to the point of being around the number that Nonito, of course, being a 112 fighter at the time, what Nonito's purse was fighting Victor Chinian. And he has less than 5 fights in social media boxing.
Okay, we know who you're talking about. Okay.
So, these kinds of scenarios you're looking at because of the fact that the followership, right? Ryan already has a big followership before the crazy, stupid antics that came up. And then when he did those antics, it fired it up more, because you had, you had the religious people that were like, stay with God and keep preaching that. Then you had people like Andrew Tate that was like Bohemian Grove, like, let's talk about it, and giving him a platform on that. And, et cetera, et cetera. Like there were certain groups that he hit that jumped on the Ryan bandwagon because of what he said.
So do you feel, was it crazy or orchestrated?
I think, honestly, I do feel like he has issues. And I'm going to say that Nonito, being that he had spoken to you, is not just doing that for just random anyone also, but there are fighters that call Nonito and they have a discussion over the phone, and the next thing you hear is, like, I was like I'm overhearing the conversation walking, and I'm like, is he crying? And Nonito's like, yeah. And I'm like, the fuck did you say to him? He goes, I just asked him. That's always my thing. Like, I should have a shirt that says, what the fuck did you say to him? Because, like, apparently Nonito asked him a question that hit a nerve, right? A lot of fighters, you have to understand, are crazy. There's a switch. There's no fighter. Normal people do not like to get in a situation that it's it's a dangerous thing. You have to have a kill switch, or not a kill switch, but one that a murder switch that you turn it on, and you're like, I don't care. I'll die in this ring, or I'll kill that guy first.
Right.
So I think, from my perspective, I don't think he could have orchestrated what he said in the beginning. He said that he got graped at the LA press conference. And no one listened. So no one said anything. No one heard it, because I believe that was the same press conference that Henry had said, like, a racial thing, right? So everyone was focusing on the racial thing, but Ryan literally stood.
I didn't hear that he said that.
That he got graped at the presser?
I didn't.
It was his first sentence.
I missed it. Damn, I missed it. Yeah. I thought he said little kids were getting that.
No, he said y'all would have never survived what, like, you guys are talking to me about doing coke and weed and drinking. You would have never survived what I survived growing up. Getting, I think he said getting, he didn't say great, getting violated or something. At the as a young kid, and having to move out because of that. So that statement that was buried didn't actually get pushed, and, like, he didn't actually address that until like 2 or 3 weeks later. And I'm like, y'all, he said this at the LA presser. You didn't listen. Why are you shocked now that he actually said the word graped? And then I think it went crazy. I honestly feel like they asked for a psych eval. I think he went into depression, which he's already had. It's not like he hasn't had a mental episode where he pulled out of a fight due to mental health.
Right. About 5 years ago.
And then I think he just ran with it, was like, screw everyone. This is everything I believe. And he might believe all those things, but the timing of when he was saying it and all that stuff, it looked too crazy to us. I honestly think he was having a manic episode. I mean, he said he has ADHD. He looks and acts and has always acted a bit off. So I don't think it was fully scripted. I think it was it possibly might be an exaggeration of what really he does believe.
Ms. Rachel, can I ask you this? From a managerial perspective, after you saw like the hard fight that Devin had, do you think, how much punishment do you think that he suffered in that fight, from your experience? And then also, what would you suggest as far as possibly when you want to see him back in the ring, and if you would possibly want him to get either a second set of eyes, or more help in a sense to correct some of those defensive flaws that we saw?
I think that, I think, I mean, again, I'm assuming that he's made enough money. I've heard some rumors that he was thinking of retiring. If he's not retiring, I think that he'd still be the WBC champion. I still think there's fights out there. But I think that he needs to watch the tape back, because this is not just going to be he took a loss, okay? And it's not just going to because a loss to him is a big thing. I've been around fighters that just lost their O, and Jesus, you would think that their kid died. You know what I mean? That is that mentally already messes you. Now, that O could have been lost just on a UD. And it was, people go, oh, it was it's kind of controversial fight. But in addition to that, there's a lot of firsts in here. This is his first loss, his first knockdown, his second knockdown, his third knockdown. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of mental things he's going to have to overcome first. Then he's going to have to look at that video. And my main question about that video is, okay, TDs and +3, let's take that off the table and let's just look at the game plan. How the hell didn't you have your right hand connected to your ear? You knew you were fighting a hooker. Every person that fights No Nito has their hand up, at least for the first 4 until they A, forget, or B, get too comfortable. Right?
Mm-hmm.
In the first round coming out, his hand wasn't there. How did you not prepare for him? So my question is, did he overlook Ryan and just sparred anybody and didn't get somebody who mimicked Ryan's strengths?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a huge thing within their camp that they need to answer, because I don't know who he sparred as far as that. But do I feel like there's people in the sport that he can beat? Yeah, there's always someone in the sport you can beat.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. For sure. So did you think that the punishment that he received what word am I really trying to
Is
say?
it damaging moving forward?
Yeah.
Physically or mentally?
Both.
Mentally, I believe, yes, 100%. Physically, I believe that couldn't. I mean, of course, I don't know if there were MRI scans. I'm assuming there were, just for precaution.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to also, I mean, ooh, okay, I don't want to freaking say this. God damn it. Oh, I'm going to get in trouble if I say this. Uh, didn't did if there was an MRI report that came back and saw something on the MRI report and Devin said he's retiring recently, there might be a connection. Are you following my narrative right now? This is not my narrative. This is just something I just
100%.
thought about.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, no, he can't recover from
No.
that.
No.
So it'd be a done deal. But if he didn't take any damage as far as broken bones or fractures in his face that he's going to have to heal and is going to have PTSD from, right? Like if you feel like you have a vulnerable spot in your face, you're going to be like really twitchy when anyone comes around that spot.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Camera shy.
then, yeah, he's going to have to overcome that physically if
Mm-hmm.
that is the case, which I do not know if it is.
Mm.
Either way.
Last question. If he does come back, should he keep his father as his number one?
I think you can't change up the corner too much. I think that a familiar person in the corner is key.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the same reason um, why Henry's still there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ryan's father.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that
Not
you
take
can't.
him away, but not be number one anymore, though.
I don't know, because I would literally have to see, and which I don't like very much. They always put commercials in between the rounds, and you don't really get the instruction, right? And it seems like every single time they put, the camera on some of these corners, like all they're saying is like, "Come on, let's go." And I'm like, that's not all they could have said. They have a minute. Like they had to have given, so I'm like, they had to have given him some type of adjustment, right? Hopefully. So, I guess if all Bill said, because I don't know what Bill said, if all Bill said was words of encouragement, then yes, please be the word of encouragement as an assistant.
Mm-hmm.
If he actually gave him and this is why I don't know, because if he actually gave him game plan that we didn't hear on the mics because of the commercials and because of switching the corners and all this fun stuff and the replays,
Mm-hmm.
how do we know that Devin just didn't implement it? Because I can tell you there's a bunch of times that I've been in quarters that you're telling a fighter to do something. They're like, yes, all right, got it, coach. And they go back out there and they do the same shit that they did the last round that I told them not to do.
Right.
Miss Reggie, you're 100% right. And they did have audio after that first round where Bill instructed Devin he needs to get under that hook. Same game plan Tank had against Ryan. You got to get under that hook. And I think that Devin, he did a good job for the first few rounds. But I was speaking on this earlier. In the sixth round specifically, the beginning of that sixth round, after Devin was pressing the action forward 2 through 5, That 6th round, Ryan met him in the ring, threw like a 6-punch combination, caught
Mhm.
Devin a couple times, and then he laughed at Ryan, like he smiled at him, like it was like, instead of being defensive, instead of getting out the way. I thought at that point I saw that he was taking Ryan, he was underestimating Ryan. And then we see what happened, round 7 to the end of the fight. But I believe Bill definitely told Devin what to do. I just feel like that he was in there, he was outmatched that night. But I would just like to see him. Let me ask you this, Miss Rachel. So, with your experience, like just in Vegas and in the gyms, a lot of us in the hangout, we're East Coast based, so some of us in the hangout don't look at Devin that highly, don't think he's special. What was your analysis of him before this Ryan fight? Just like what you've seen over the years.
I liked a lot of the fact that Devin his defensive jab, which is I was talking about and I was looking for, right? He really utilized and showed it in the Kambosos fight. Not a lot of fighters throw that type of jab and have that way of thinking. So he did show it in the Regis one, but the Regis one was an angle out. So when the fighter's coming, he breaks the not the thought process, but the combination coming, right? And he throws out the jab. You get hit with a jab, it stops you, but you're still coming, or you're still trying to throw a punch either during or after Devin's jab, thinking he's going to be there. And he had known how to create more additional space. And I see a lot of boxers these days that are using a defensive jab, but they're not creating the space again, right? So I liked how he did that. Like, I would look at different things like that. He did it again with Regis, but because Regis was a southpaw, it's easy for him to jab and angle out, where Regis would start to, overreach and be there for any of Devin's follow-up shots. So I liked how he would control, range and distance in that way. Is he one of those fighters that um, I'm like, hell yeah, he's going to slug? No, I never believed Devin was going to slug. So I think he picks and chooses when he wants to throw, which might not always be fan exciting, but that kind of patience and ability to hold it throughout 12 rounds is commendable to me, because there's a lot of fighters that just say, F it, I'm going to throw the game plan out the window. And when they lose at the end of the day, they're like, yeah, that wasn't what we worked on in the gym. I just want to go balls to the wall and, fuck it. Who cares? So I give credit to that, because that's not easy to do with fighters. They're emotional. But going back to what you said earlier about how you think that he took Ryan lightly, he said it in the after interview about when he walked out into the first round, that like something about like he was sleeping on Ryan or something like that, something to that effect. It
He
was like
said he
his
fell
first.
asleep, and then when he got caught, he was surprised.
Yeah, how do you fall asleep? And so I do believe, what you're saying, that he overlooked it. And if you look at it, you fell asleep on Ryan. Were you asleep during camp? Because you didn't defend for the one thing you said, all he has is a left hook. If you knew that, and everybody was saying that that's all Ryan had, then how the hell didn't you just defend against one punch?
That's the question everybody is asking. Everybody's asking that one question, because when Tank said it, he made sure he adhered to what he was saying. He made sure he looked out for it, and he capitalized on it. He definitely capitalized on it for sure.
Yeah, and sorry, before I forget about this, the distance and range that he usually creates, it was present that he wasn't the people that he usually fights with that the distance range on his defense didn't, once they get hit and or he's not there for their counter, they stop normally, right? They reset, then they try to chase Devin again. The thing with that 6-punch combination that you were talking about is this wasn't a guy that was just going to throw 1 or 2 punches and stop. That 6-punch combination threw him off, surprised him because he couldn't move out of the way fast enough because that's not something he's had to do prior.
Facts. Super chat. D for the win says salute to the hangout, salute to the panel, and a double salute to Miss Rachel for giving us her time. We definitely salute you. We definitely salute you. I appreciate you getting up early in the morning and coming to the hangout. But I'm not going to hold you anymore. I really appreciate you, Rachel. And look, I'm looking forward to hanging out with you and your husband when I come to town for sure.
Yeah, just make sure you say if you're going to give me any advice, please let me put my recorder on so I don't have to ask you what you said.
Okay.
You know. But yeah, if you guys have any other questions, ping me on Instagram again, and if I'm up, I'm usually, my schedule's like this, so just so you guys know, I wake up when I wake up.
What a life to
That's
live. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I homeschool my boys, so that's kind of the ruckus that you heard a little bit ago in the background. So I'm home most of the days that Nonito doesn't require me to be at the gym. Sometimes he asks me to watch sparring, give him another set of eyes, and or do strength and conditioning for his fighters. So if it's like me hanging out or whatever, just ping me. And let me know. Sometimes I stay up really late if you ever decide to go late. But most of the day I'm just here and I put on YouTube. I listen to you guys talking while I have these little kids running around in the background talking. So
well, let me tell you, on Friday nights, we got what we call a Friday night hangout. What we do is we all get together online on my show at 8:00, and it's a BYOB affair. I put the link out and we all pour our favorite drinks and we talk shit for an hour.
Oh, how fun.
Right. And we have a ball in here. Trust me. We definitely have a lot of fun on Friday night hangout. So I will extend it to you for the night, but it's every Friday. It's every Friday. So if you ever want to come on a Friday night and have a drink with us and talk shit, let's do it.
Hey. I have to be super careful when I do that because I remember, I think we did a sex and boxing edition on a Thursday, and we were talking about stuff, and then I was like, yeah, well, I mean, that if you want to fight, stay the night. And I was drinking, and then someone's like, what do you mean if you want to fight, stay the night? I was like, oh, you don't know? Some of these managers and promoters be like, if you want the fight, you got to stay the night with me and do the deed. And then it became, oh my God. They're like, what are you talking about? I was like, why y'all think that this just happens in Hollywood? Like,
ooh, wow.
Yeah. So I went down a damn rabbit hole without drinking, but I'm going to have to decline for tonight because, of course, the Canelo Munguia fight's in town. A bunch of our friends are here. I've been getting calls all week about coming out to the strip. So I'm going to say hi to them, but I believe next Friday there's no one in town, thank God. So I don't have to see anyone. I'll be home chilling and I'll have a drink with you guys.
Sound like a winner. I'm going to bring my guy Senior on. I think he's available from the Rise podcast. He probably want to say hello to you. Hold on one second.
Oh, yeah. They're the ones that Nonito was doing a whole freaking karaoke on.
Yeah, he was singing and everything. Yeah, I remember. We had a good time there. Hey, Senior, are you there?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Miss Rachel, how you been?
Hi. How have you been?
Man, I can't call it. Just listening to you talk boxing, enjoying the knowledge.
You know me. I love to talk about boxing.
How you been? How's the family and the kids?
The champ has been busy. We just so Nonito, if you guys were watching MVP Prospects with, oh my God, Tellez, Jonas Tellez. He's the number 7 ranked 154 pounder, undefeated. I think he's Cuban. He fought April 26th. And earlier this year, Nonito had a tryout of being a DAZN commentator for MVP, and he got the contract. So he's been doing
wow.
that.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So he's been doing that. It's been fun. And then, of course, like I said, we have fighters like Michael Zarafa that we just step in, right? Someone that's been that has been in the sport and has their habits. And then, but Nonito said it's really hard to step into a fighter's career that's already established, and he wants to grow his own. So we've been picking up some amateurs and some, lower quantity fighters, like 1-0, 2-0s, so we can actually build them into the career path of where we want. Because one of the biggest questions, like, that we get is like, what happened to Michael Zarafa? Against oh, why am I blanking today? Against Lara. And I told him, I was like, first of all, we can't just change someone in 8 weeks. Second, if it was me as his manager, I would have never situated. I think he was mandatory in two sanctioning bodies at one point, and he picked the WBA route. I would have looked at Laura and said, let's pick the other champion. Right.
100%.
So, but at the end of the day, I have to deal with the cards that are in front of me. And because I can't control that situation, I want to be able to try with fighters that I can mold their path, and we could break their bad habits early on in their career, better than later when they're fighting really, really high level competition.
Hey, I want to say,
Jay, can I get Miss Rachel's opinion on this real quick?
Golly, B3,
Jay,
you did too much talking, B3.
hey, stop that,
Devin got
man.
whooped on.
Hey,
Devin got
stop
Okay,
it.
whooped on. And
wait.
Miss Rachel said
Stop it.
he
How
couldn't
about we
stop
do
him
that?
that far.
Just let you guys know, I'm just chilling. So whenever Jay says, Rachel, get off the damn stream, then I'm getting off the stream. So
Hey, Rachel, I just was being respectful of your time. I mean,
no, I appreciate it. I'll
Okay.
tell you if you hear all of a sudden kids screaming in the background saying he hit me, blah blah blah, I'll probably be like, I gotta go. But yeah,
Okay.
I'm chilling.
All right, we're cool then. Go
But let
ahead.
me ask you this, Miss Rachel.
Hold on,
Appreciate you,
B3,
Jay.
B3,
Shut up,
B3.
Senior.
Can somebody else talk, B3?
Not yet, not yet. Let me get
Listen,
this off. This
B3,
is a good
B3,
one.
B3. No, listen, B3. Miss
What's
Rachel
up?
already verified that Devin got his ass whooped. The one punch that Ryan got, Devin couldn't stop. He is who we thought he was. All right, go ahead, ask your question.
Man.
So I
she said
want
she wanted. She also said she wanted to correct bad habits early and not later.
to. Fair enough. Miss Rachel, I gotta ask you this. Age in boxing. A
Uh-huh.
lot of some of us believe that Regis and Loma are old guys and stuff like that. Do you
Mhm.
feel like it's more so the age of the fighter, or is it like the wars that they've been in? Like, how can you define like somebody being over the hill when they at the top of the game?
I think that there are many factors that age us. For example, I will go out on the strip. I'll go to Walmart and I'll get carded for a damn Sharpie. Okay. And I'm supposed to be 18. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, right? And you'll see, like, I'll go on the strip and I'll see these new 21, 23-year-olds walking around the strip, and they looked more aged than me. Right. So I say that to say this. I think one, it's a lifestyle. I think that what ages fighters is the fact of first of all, how long have you been in the game? What types of fights you've been in? So I do believe if you've been in a lot of wars, the body has A, PTSD, and B, doesn't perform in its brand new condition. Okay. I also believe that boxers have a certain mentality when they become in the higher caliber, like the rankings, the five and all the way up to 1 and world champion. Once you start making a certain bag, once you only fight twice a year, I believe fighters become complacent in who they are. And what I mean by that is boxing is your career. Boxing is your life. It's 365. That means on the off season, quote unquote, of you not having a fight lined up, you do not bloat up 40 pounds. You do not stay away from the gym. You continuously focus
You don't
on the
come in
health.
3 pounds overweight.
Well, yeah, that. Just all of that, like it's a detriment to how long you're going to be in this field, because when you see people yo-yo diet, dieting in itself and continuously trying to do that, it ages you as well. So I think it is a combination of the factors. And that's why people, like when Nonito fought Ubali, I think the odds were 4-1. Me and my dad bet on it and everything. Because what were they saying? Nordine, of course, had an amateur background. He was the world champion. He was younger than Nonito. They're like, no way. And the reaction was, how the hell did this old guy, quote unquote, be able to beat Nordine? Well, one was game plan, so let's not throw that out the window. But two was the fact that you see Nonito, like people see Nonito all the time, and they're like, bro, you look like you're in shape. And Nonito's like, well, what shape am I supposed to be in? Our household is stipulated around a healthy lifestyle. The boys know what they're supposed to eat every day. They eat Caesar salad with every meal. They have chicken on Monday, beef on Tuesday. Wednesday is only vegetables and fruits. And I mean like vegetable pasta or whatever like that. Thursday is whatever they want, and Friday's fish. Saturday and Sunday, of course, are free-for-alls. But we establish this healthy lifestyle that Nonito also lives by. Not to say he doesn't drink, but he doesn't overindulge. Not to say he doesn't want a cake sometimes. He just orders the cake, he gets one slice, and then puts it back in the fridge, right? He doesn't eat the whole goddamn thing in one sitting just because you make $30 million and, well, I'll push off that responsibility of cutting the weight later. Because when these fighters that you start to see that go 30, 40 pounds after a fight, they come into fight camp 12 to 8 weeks out, and it's a fat camp. It's not a strategy camp. It's not a strengthening and building upon your best and healthiest, strongest body. It's a fat camp.
I have a question. I have a question for you, Rachel. It's Man I Love Boxing.
Who's speaking? Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Yes, Man I Love Boxing. And are you familiar with the VADA testing?
Yes.
Okay. Has this kind of been my concern, but was there any VADA testing during the second fight with Donaire and Inoue?
Yes, there was. That's actually the one that we posted. Nonito posted it online yesterday. The actual, like, how VADA tests, quote unquote, like how the collection process, pretty much.
Correct. Okay.
So yeah, there was.
And do you think VADA is always 100% accurate, or do you think sometimes they're a little off, or what do you think?
Do you know the World Anti-Doping Association, right?
Yeah.
And they run the Olympic drug testing, and USADA uses them, right? And we hold them on the highest regard because they test Olympic athletes. VADA doesn't have their own lab. VADA actually is contracted with WADA. They send the samples to WADA. WADA tests it. VADA is only a messenger. So if you have a problem with VADA's results, in even the client paper, the fighter paperwork that we have to sign off, WADA's name is there as the laboratory. So any findings that have to be verified or anything like that, you'd actually be contacting WADA and asking them to retest the sample and not VADA.
Okay. So do you think most VADA testings always have, like, everybody says that, of course, we're speaking about the Ryan situation, but we know plenty of fighters that has been tested for VADA that really says that the tests were accurate, right? So that's why I was just my concern, because I figured there was a testing between the second fight when you were Donaire, because I honestly think Donaire won the first fight between Inoue and It's just that when it came down to that, and then just how the results happened on the second fight. That's kind of why my concern, because it's kind of like the same thing with Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. When someone just, well, it's
Sorry.
not the same, but I mean, not the exact same, but just how someone just comes and just dominates. And like, I just try to realize and just try to see from a point of view, but everybody does. I mean, I haven't really seen anyone say anything like inaccurate about a VADA testing. I mean, I hear about Victor Conte, but I don't hear nothing about the actual testing results that's being inaccurate. He might be someone that might have did it in the past that was inaccurate, but as far as the testing and from other fighters that I've seen, and from other fighters that's been tested positive, it seems like it's always been accurate. And I just want to ask someone that's a professional that's been around, that's that actually seen and knows.
So let me address the VADA thing first. Yes, you're correct. But again, it's not VADA testing it, it's just WADA. What's interesting to me when people, people, okay, when Ryan posted his test results February 26th, did everybody believe that those results were negative because VADA's paperwork said it was negative on the sample A?
Yes,
Yes.
We didn't question
absolutely.
it, right?
We didn't.
So why is it when the test is positive we don't question it? Why don't we ask for a confirmation on negative samples? Is it because the negative sample makes us feel good?
I mean, and that's just what it is.
No,
I
no,
think.
I think it's because of who got beat up. As you see, Senior is still bloviating about it. Um, he can't get enough of it. But it's funny that he's taking that standpoint. But if this was on the other foot, let's say hypothetically, Nonito, what I'm saying, had an adverse finding. I
Mm,
know that guy that deals with Sean Gibbons, he wouldn't let it rest. They wouldn't let the Japanese people, they wouldn't rest. They would be on Donito's neck. But
mm-hmm.
like you're saying, it's Devin Haney. He has a
They don't
lot
like
of
him.
detractors. So, we're gonna try to come up with a reason why the test was invalid.
I mean, and
Well,
there's plenty of fighters that's been tested positive that next ain't been stepped on. There's Conor Ben, and as you've seen, now that Conor Ben has been clean, where's his knockout power? But nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about that. Who's the last person Conor Ben knocked out since he's been tested positive? Nobody talks about that. But they own Devin Haney's neck, and they praise it for Ryan. I'm not. I just listen. If you go praise God, don't lie, cheat, or steal, because that's exactly what Ryan did. If this case is true, then if you praising God so much, and then you lie, cheat, and you steal, come on now. But
I,
at
No,
the same time,
I get what you're saying, but like earlier, like I was saying, I still give Ryan a star. I mean, it might not be the biggest star, but I give him a star because the game plan that he had implemented worked, and Devin didn't adjust and didn't prepare for Ryan's left hook. So Peds or not, +3 or not, why did Devin get hit with the goddamn left hook? And
talk about it.
Peds are not going to automatically like give you. First of all, Peds are not going. One of the things I keep hearing is if Ryan was on Peds, why was he gassed? You don't just wake up with bigger muscles. You still have to go to the gym and put in the goddamn work to build those muscles. So that's one. But +3 or PEDS does not give you a higher IQ.
no, but it gives you more muscle mass. It gives you more power. So of course, those shots,
Still
even
have to
though they
work.
say Devin Haney is chinny, we're talking about being 3 pounds overweight plus PEDs. So it's that's this, and he's already known as a power puncher and speed. So you just added more to that. I mean, I
Okay,
don't, I can't see
but
anyone taking no punches like that from
but
Ryan. I
tell
can't see
me
nobody
why.
taking no punches like that.
No, I could see Ryan take. Sorry, I could see Devin taking that punch from Ryan if his
Now I
hand
don't
was
see
up and
anyone taking
buffered.
that punch.
No, but listen to my whole sentence. I
Yeah.
can see him taking that punch if his glove was there to block the goddamn punch. So tell me why, at the end of the day, why was he able to hit Devin? Why couldn't Devin block that punch?
Because it's boxing. In boxing, you get hit.
You
At
get
the end of
hit,
the
yeah.
day, there's no fighter that went through a fight without getting touched. It's how you
Correct.
Yeah, but
respond to
it's no,
getting touched.
but it was no adjustment, no change. It just kept happening
Because he was
repeatedly.
scared. Look at him, man. He was
Okay,
scared to. He was.
look.
I wouldn't say he was scared to engage, but he was scared to try to at least counter off his counter because he knew that shit was hitting him. That shit. He felt something. Devin looked like he felt something he never felt before. That's what his face looked like. I'm not. I mean, and in boxing, you know power. I mean, he sparred with how many people? I mean, he's been in a ring with countless of people. I'm sure that he knows when he felt something that he never felt before. I
I'm
mean,
here.
that's different.
I'm
That's
hearing background noise. If you're not speaking, can you please stay on mute? Thank you. All right.
No, I
yeah.
get you, but like I said, like it's still if you know that this guy, like, let's just say that you're first, nobody wants to get hit, right? That's the whole point. You're not supposed to get hit. You're supposed to hit and not get hit. Why would you put yourself in a position to get hit? Why would you not have your right hand up? And when your right hand was there, and I say there in the vicinity, the right hand, if you're looking at the middle, the median of the face split in half, his right hand was actually to the left median of his face, even further from where it should have been, at least 6 to 8 inches of where it should have been. So what game plan was there to actually defend against the left hook?
I
I
mean,
Or was
have.
he?
how many? I mean,
It,
everyone's. No, go ahead.
I
Jay,
think
Jay,
what it is,
Jay.
is called he tricked him. That's what boxing is based off this, deception. Ryan Garcia tricked him into moving his hand out of the position. It has nothing to do with the game plan. It's just I tricked you. I threw the jab first. You caught it. I faked the jab and then turned it into a curveball at the last minute. I tricked you out of position. That's what boxing
Yeah,
is. That's what boxing is all about. You know what
Jay.
I'm saying?
D for the
When did
win in
you?
the backstage.
When did you see him put his hand up in the phone booth in the phone position?
The first time, Devin in the seventh round, when Devin got knocked down, Ryan threw a jab first.
No,
Devin caught the
he got
jab.
hit with the left hook before the seventh round. That's not the only time he got hit.
But Devin also ducked the left hook a lot of times as well. He started
Yeah,
catching on to it. But you gotta also remember that you can also punch through people's block as well. That's how powerful he was. He was punching through his guard. Like
Excuse
dude,
me.
Ryan
like
got hit
even when
also.
even when he was remember when he was on the ropes, and Ryan punched him and he was like in the corner and Devin fell. But if you look at that, Devin blocked that, but that punch went straight through his block.
What they
Ryan
had
was
another
punching.
fight? What they had another fight that I ain't seen? Cause y'all watched a whole different fight from the one I watched.
Nah,
That left hook couldn't miss. What you talking about? He was
you talking
ducking
about
it. He caught on to it. He was whooping his ass with that left hook
no?
all night long. What y'all talking about?
Okay. See, that's what I'm saying. Oh, you see, man, I'm watching a fight. I'm not watching Ryan. I'm watching a fight. And
I can
that's the
see you
Exactly.
was
problem.
watching
People
Ryan
people
all day, but
watching
the left hook
people
wasn't
people
landing all night.
people only people when they, even when they watch the fight, they just sit there and just watch the fighter. I'm watching the whole fight. I'm watching what he doing and what Ryan doing. And from what I'm seeing, Devin, he wanted to engage. The only reason why he wanted to get his lick back and he wanted to please the crowd. That's one thing Shakur said that Devin messed up on. He tried to please the crowd, and that's where he messed up at. And as far as Ryan already being a good power puncher and he was countering him, I mean, of course, he go get hit. Devin was engaging.
I don't
Of
think he
course,
had a
Devin go
night he
take.
wanted. Not that he
So you
wanted to
wait,
Devin
wait,
go.
please
wait,
the
wait, wait, wait,
crowd.
wait. So wait, really
Devin go
quickly.
get
So
hit. He was the one
wait, so
engaging.
no, but
Hold on.
you,
Go
so
ahead.
you, so
Rachel.
you're admitting that Devin wasn't performing what he was supposed to, and he was going for crowd pleasing
But that don't
etc.
mean okay. I mean, yeah, he threw his game plan out. But what I'm saying is, you still
Man,
go get hit regardless. You still,
man,
like he said, you
man
still
love
go get hit
boxing.
regardless.
Man love boxing. You're violating the rules on here, bro. We let people finish speaking, man. So let her
I did.
finish. No, she was still talking, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Um, but yeah, but that, I mean, basically, I can't remember where I was going with that. But you admitted that the game plan was thrown out the wind. Well, the proper game plan that or what he should have been sticking to and implementing the whole fight was changed or evolved due to wanting to please the fans and making the fight exciting and engaging, so then everyone would be happy and show that he has bravado to stand in the center of the ring when everybody was like, he better not stand in the center of fucking ring and try to trade, and he did it. So the game plan or what he showed in the ring was wrong and it failed him. You even said, you just quoted Shakur said that. So I don't know what argument you're having by saying, well, it's boxing, he's going to get hit. Yes, you're going to get hit, but certain game plans will have you avoid more of those hits. And the fact that he changed the game plan to be in the center and crowd pleasing, wrong game plan.
Yeah, I think if you were truly watching the fight, then you see what Rachel was saying was true. Like there really was no pre-plan or no adjustment to the fact that that left was coming, and there was nothing to impede it. He didn't hold it. He didn't hold the phone. He didn't keep that chin tucked. He also would continuously, as he always been doing, dip to his right, which brings him right to the left hook. And he extends when he jabs. He extends like he's about to pull a bow and shoot it. Those things lend itself for him getting taxed. And with certain people, the tax is heavier. And with Ryan Garcia, it's a heavy tax if you do it. So, I mean, I think that more than anything, this thing right here will, if it pans out that he did indeed take substance, it will cloud their judgment and it will say, well, that's the only reason why he got me. When what she's saying is true. There are fundamental flaws that he has and he's been having that hadn't been taken advantage of, and Ryan Garcia had everything in his arsenal to take advantage of. You know, he was boxing well from rounds 2 through 5 through 6. What happened? A fake jab, a counter hook around it. And now what he was doing that was working became a liability. So now what do you do? Because now I'm woozy. Now I'm going to fight because I don't know what else to do. And Ryan caused that. Wasn't that Devin wasn't doing what Devin was supposed to do. Devin was boxing well, and then he wasn't. And you got to get, like you said, you got to give some of that to the point that he didn't prepare like he should have to take advantage of the fact that all he has, as somebody once said, is a weak left hook.
He was getting
Well,
hit with that hook from round one.
And then
I think
what
at
happened from 2 to 5, two to
Yeah,
six?
2 to 6, 2 to 6. He boxed him, and that's what I'm saying. And
But
then
what happened at 7?
7, he started engaging
He
because
got
it was
clipped
get
doing what he
he
was
start
doing.
Hey, T here, let him finish. Let him finish, bro.
he started engaging, and like that's what I was saying. I'm not disagreeing with anybody saying that, you know, as far as that he was wrong on some fundamentals. What I'm saying is that regardless, you know, of his game plan, you know, he said you still go get hit from 2 to 6. Yeah, he stuck with what he's doing. Then when he got hit, what he started doing? He started engaging. When he went down, he started engaging, and he got up and he when he I mean from what like 6 from 7 to the rest of the round he started engaging. So I mean it was to both the game. He like it's like it was both. It's like to me I'm looking at it was both. He did stick to the game plan and then he threw it out the window. Then he started making like basic fundamental mistakes.
Well, that's
So
a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
but but I also think that the PEDs, if that's true, that plays a major factor of him going down and getting hit and so easy. Like every time Ryan hit him, he went down. Like I feel like that had a major, you know, possibility of him winning too. So that's my take, and that's all I'm gonna say.
I'd like to add something to it real quick. It's just like if you go into a fight or a shootout and everybody's supposed to, the rules are everybody's supposed to be shooting 22 caliber guns, and somebody says screw the rules, I'm gonna bring a 45 to it. Now you done change the dynamics of the game because everybody's supposed to have the same caliber of gun, but you decide you're gonna bring a 45 to the gunfight instead of a 22. And like I said, everybody get it's the punching power. That was the difference. Ryan's already a good puncher, but then he added PEDs to it. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but to quote Mike Tyson, everybody has a game plan so you get hit in the mouth. And Devin Haney got hit in the mouth, and he had to change his game plan. Once he started getting hurt, once he started getting rocked, once he started getting knocked down, he had to play catch up. So of course he changed his game plan, just like when Austin Trout was fighting Canelo Alvarez in Texas when they had open scoring. When he see he was down, Austin Trout had to go away from his game plan and try to step on the gas to go try to fight, pull out the win from Canelo Alvarez. So I think everybody has valid points. At the end of the day, it's boxing. Devin Haney done everything that we praise in boxers, and yet he's getting crucified for it. We say we hate guys who run around on the back foot. We say we hate guys who too slick, who won't engage. He done everything that we asked these great fighters to do, and he came up short. And now we want to nitpick him. At the end of the day, he just lost the fight. He can come back. I mean, that's my take on it.
No,
Go ahead, Rachel.
No, I totally agree with that assessment because I'm one that, I'm like let's just look at the Bali fight, right? Everybody, like, first of all, counted him out against Bali. Then he won. Then everyone was on our bandwagon. Then Gaballo. And then the Nui, then everyone disappeared again. And boxing fans are very fickle. They're very bandwagon jumpers. Whoever the next popular thing, and they're very easily swayed to say, "Yay, I'm in your corner," and "B, ha ha ha, look at you." It's the worst thing. But I did want to address the whole thing about when Devin got caught and what he decided to do. I don't know if, honestly, and I don't know if there's any science behind this, but I don't know if it's that he changed his game plan or if it's just automatic, because most of the time when you see these boxers that get knocked, they're automatic, like, fuck it, I'm gonna go out on my shield, and they just automatically throw out everything and just try to bang it out all of a sudden. No diddy. So I tend to think like there might just be that, okay, well, I'm gonna die on my shield, because you hear all, you got hit, you're on the ground, you're having to get up, you're hearing the entire crowd screaming, you're a ref's counting, and you're like, especially again where Devin's never been down, Devin never lost, right? All of a sudden your ego, your brute, your masculinity is got questioned within seconds, and you're like, fuck this, I'm gonna show you. And for the worst part, it didn't pan out the way that we wanted to. But I can tell you that when Onito got knocked with Inoue the second fight, I'm freaking screaming to box. He's not goddamn hearing me. He wanted to go out on his damn shield. So that's why I think there is something in their brains, emotionally and mentally, that just triggers them. That's like, I'm an animal in the corner. Now I'm gonna freaking do everything to try to change this.
Good
D
point.
for,
Good point.
D for the win. Hold on. D for the win. I want to hear from somebody that hasn't spoken. D for the win. You got anything for us?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Rachel a question about drug use in the sport. I ain't want to change the topic though, but my question, I was gonna ask her about what steps they can make to getting all of the boxes tested yearly. And I know it's a financial aspect involved with it because they got to pay for all of this stuff, and the boxers got to pay for VADA themselves, if I ain't mistaken. But I was wondering, what can these commissions, and what can these sanctioning bodies, and what can these promoters do as far as on the financial aspect to help to get all the boxes tested and clean? You know what I mean? Because this is one of the most this is the most brutal sport in the world, and you guys already in there getting brain cells beat out your head. Now you got to fight against somebody that's juicing. I think it should be criminal, personally.
Yeah, I think they should just if you get caught, you get popped, you don't get to fight no more. And I think if you have that type of penalty, I think it maybe be less people popping dirty. But go ahead, Rachel. What do you think?
And I asked her that because I know Nonito's the first one to sign up for the year-round testing, and that's the reason why I'm asking her.
So, because here's the problem. You guys asked me a question with another question. Then someone asked me another question. I'm like, shit, what was the first question? The question was, what can we, what can we do about like enrolling all the fighters, right?
All of them, not just a few. Yeah.
Okay, so let me give you an overall blanket of how I think we can fix drug testing, drugs running rampant in our sport. One, I do believe what Jay said. I think that the penalty has to be higher. A 6-month suspension isn't going to do shit on these high caliber fighters because they only fight once a goddamn year anyway. So fine, you put me on a vacation and I have $50 million in my bank account, so I'm going to go on a 6-month vacation. Yay. I think you put a huge financial percentage on what you fine them so it hurts. So now, yeah, you losing that kind of paycheck that you thought was coming in because you decided to cheat hurts. I think that the suspensions need to be longer. I also believe that when it comes to how the test results are told, needs to be more transparent. And I say that I don't think that it's on the commission because the commission barely makes money. I think that if we put it on the promoters, which some of these promoters have, and I can't tell you which ones have these little confidentiality clauses, but if you watch and look at how each promoter moves with VADA, you'll be able to tell. I think that the promoters should give the money for the testing to the fighters, and the fighters have to give the money to VADA. And within that contract of the VADA contract, it stipulates that VADA has full transparency to immediately release all my results and not keep it confidential to me and my promoter to figure out how we're going to deal with it first before it hits the press. I think that type of level of transparency is huge. Now, when Nonito was in VADA, the testing I think was like $30,000 or $40,000 a year. They have made it. They're doing. I think they came out with a newer test, not a newer test, but a newer procedure. That now it's only going to cost like 15 grand. And I think 15 grand a year is going to be dependent on where you are, because again, these tests have to go to a WADA lab, and those types of scenarios tend to be looked at. Like, where are you as a fighter, and where's our closest lab? So if you have to pay for more processing, then that amount of 15,000 a year might be higher. But I think that type of amount, when you're looking at the amount of what these promoters are making, the houses these promoters have, the cars these promoters have, they can put more money back into our sport. But do they want to? The thing is that having a fight, not all fights are VADA, the VADA test them, right? Sometimes it's the main card fight and the rest of the undercard's not getting tested. Now, and sometimes it's the other way around. Like, the main card fighter's like, nope, not doing it. The thing is, the promoters that are hiding the results until they know how to spin the narrative do not want their event canceled due to the amount of money that they've already put on the table for said event. So that's why I say you can't put it on the promoter's onus to be accountable for giving you transparent results that when he gets into the email, he's going to share it to the public. Take it out of their hands and just make VADA put it on their website and or Twitter.
They're going to have to do something. They're really going to have to do something, because it's getting crazy, you know what I'm saying? And, this sport, they're already getting punched in the head. You know what I'm saying? And then when you started taking these enhancements, man, it just increases everything. And the thing about it, Paulie Maggiani said something that I hope isn't true. He said everybody is juicing. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to believe that everybody is juicing, but basically what he was saying is 90% of the industry does it because they want to stay even and be on an even playing field because they know everybody else is doing it. So that's why they started doing it as well. And if that's true, man, that's crazy, man. Because
I don't think we got a clue about what they really doing. I think whatever we think, you can times it by 50. You feel what I'm saying? I think it's crazy.
Man, they always say, man, boxing is the most corrupt sport in the world. So we
But it
just gotta.
can't be based on who's doing the test. So if we're saying that everybody in boxing is doing PDs,
mm-hmm.
and then that would mean everybody in all sports are doing PDs because the one that's doing the testing of the samples is WADA. So all the Olympians must be doing PDs too, right? Like we can't just say, oh, it's only boxing.
No. Well, we know it's not just only boxing, you know.
I
So
mean, but I mean, you know that they have certain relationships with certain people, you know, so I think that's just what it is. I just think certain people have certain relationships with certain people. And I mean, they can make stuff happen for certain fighters. And
Who has a relationship with World Anti-Doping
I
Association?
I mean, that's I mean, Canelo dropped. I mean, we could talk about Canelo. I mean, come on, and he still fought, and he won, and he still got his titles. He never been suspended. I mean,
But
he's
that's
never
not
been.
on the testing. That they still tested it positive. So
mm-hmm.
you're talking about two different things. You're talking about a commission. So first of all, when a fighter gets test positive, the laboratory gives them the results. You're either pregnant or not. You do
Mhm.
with what you want with that information. Here you go. They give it to the commission. Commission's like, hey, let's take Oscar Valdez. Oscar
Yeah.
Valdez fought on an Indian reservation. VADA gave them the results. They're like, he's positive for this. And possibly Tribe said, okay, we don't care. So it's on the commission,
Mm-hmm.
not the result of the test. It's
Right.
on the commission to actually hold out these sanctions. Now, the problem with the commissions and the sanctioning bodies is all of their rules are different. So I say that to point you into the direction of the ABC. When you look at the ABC's website, it has all the commissions listed, and you're supposed to, and the medicals that are required for a fighter to be licensed in their state. We are so ununified in what we're requiring fighters to be licensed that if you look at that website, you will see states that say, "Oh, we need an MRI every year." Then you'll have another state that's like, "We need an MRI 5 years." Then you have another state that's like, as long as you had a physical this year, you're fine. The other one says you have to have a physical within 60 days of the fight. We can't even agree on that, on how to license fighters and what are requirements of licensing in all of the United States. What more are we? How are we also going to agree that all the commissions are going to hand down the same penalty across the board in all of those commissions as well?
Mhm.
I'm gonna tell you another thing, man, that I felt was kind of wrong. Remember the time when Canelo was beefing with the WBC? He didn't want nothing to do with their belts or anything, this, that, and the third. Then eventually him and Suleiman ironed it out, and Canelo was cool with the WBC. But it seemed like ever since then, uh, it seems like Mauricio is just trying to stay on Canelo's good side because he doesn't
Mhm.
enforce his mandatories or anything. And then came out with that franchise belt, and it just seemed like everything has been geared. I mean, even with the clenbuterol, the level of clenbuterol has been up now due to the findings that they found in Canelo. You know what I mean? So, like you said, it has nothing to do with VADA or WADA. USADA, Usama, or whatever. It's that these commissions just do whatever they want and they move the goalposts whenever they choose to, instead of all being on the same playing field, given the same rules. We need a universal commission, just one commission that makes all the decisions, and it's written in ironclad. Because it seems like the rules that they do have, they break their own rules. And I think that's so not fair.
No, they don't break the rules. It's written. We may alter or adjust these rules and regulations at our discretion.
Okay.
Put it in. I mean, I'm being, I'm being bolsterous at this point, but like it's all when you put a discretionary clause, like you're like, oh, okay, so just because you don't feel like it. But yeah, no, I agree. A universal rule and law based on all medicals, based on penalties and things like that need to be implemented. And that's a tall task, because right now we're only talking. I'm giving you an example of the United States and our 50 states and the tribes. I'm not even talking about Mexico, Philippines, Japan's commission, the BBBOC's commission. Right? Some of those commissions are not government ran. California State's Commission is government ran. Most of the state's commission are government ran, duh. But then BBBOC is a limited liability company, private. I believe Japan's is too. So how with all these different structures and worldwide, how that universal power needs to be so financially vested to these commissions to want to play along? And how do you get the entire world to agree? Because you're always going to have that commission that's like, nah, fuck you, I don't care.
I got a question. Why nobody ever gives any pushback to the WBC? It's like whenever they speak, it's like in cemented gold. What's the reason for that?
I think that people give them pushback, but what are we going to do? Like, nobody, it's not like a subscription base. And even on a subscription base, we don't have very much say. We don't get to vote on any of these things. There's a board of directors. Can we oust the board of directors? No. The only people that can oust them is the people that are in that organization. We don't have enough power. So I think people have said it, but there's no holding them to change it.
Okay. I just found it so interesting when he came out and was like, he's not going to set up a fight because of political standards in the United States, but he's Mexican. I'm so confused. I'm like, what's going on here?
Are you talking about with the Bivol thing?
Yeah. Like, he's a belt. He has a belt, WBC, but it's like you going into politics with the sport as well.
But then in the same breath, he said, but come talk to me. He hasn't come talk to me yet.
I don't get it.
Well, I mean, like, and that's the thing. Like, you have to have a strong enough representative that you know what Mauricio's argument's going to be, and with any of the sanctioning bodies. Let me say that, because I believe it was the WBA 2 years ago, and really short story. Paulie Malignaggi was sitting in front of me and Nonito. Rankings came up, and we're all sitting there, and we're all like talking, and then Paulie turns around and he goes, "Hey, Nonito, Rachel," we're like, "What's up?" And he goes, "How do the Chinese get paid?" I go, "What?" And he goes, how do the Chinese boxers get paid? Because you know that it's a whatchamacallit over it, a dictatorship.
Communist country.
Yeah, communist country. And I go, "Paulie, we're fucking Filipino. We're not Chinese." How the fuck would I know? Like, bro.
Fucking Paulie.
And I'm just like looking at him like so sideways. I was like, "But let's talk about something different." And he goes, okay. I go, "Did you look at that ranking?" And he's like, "What about it?" I go, "Did you see how all the Russians got taken out because they were Russian?" And what we did is collectively, Jake Paul was there, which I think helped. Even though I don't, Jake Paul was there. And he stood with us. So it was Jake Paul, Paulie Malignaggi, and Nonito went and took the microphone at the WBA convention and challenged it. They said, these fighters are not taking up arms. Like, tell me they're taking up arms voluntarily and are shooting, at Ukrainians. If we're sanctioning fighters that aren't making the decisions for the government because of their nationality, and we don't think that's right. So because we stood collectively together, even though there's only 4 of us, and made it public, it was live streamed, so there's a record of it, and people are going to see this, and Jake Paul says the same thing, and brought light to it in an open panel discussion, they changed it. You have to have the same with the talking points of what you believe their Mauricio's argument or WBC's argument is going to be at the WBC convention.
They say a lot of things get changed at the WBC. I mean, at those conventions, they say if you want to get ranked and things of that, you need to come to the conferences because you have a better chance if you're there and you have representation that you might get heard and you might get ranked.
What's fun about the WBC convention? And I've been to BC and BA. Okay, Nonito's been to all 4, I believe. And I believe the WBO does the same thing. They hear your plea and they say, annotated. We'll advise you of our decision. And it usually takes another month for the new rankings to come out, right? There's no decision made on the spot. What I love about the WBC is during those conventions, you argue on the spot. They have an Excel spreadsheet, and if you request to move up in the rankings based on your argument, they'll cut and paste move it. And then at the end of that division, they'll ask the board, is there anyone that's going to, object to this movement of the rankings? Yes or no? Everyone says no. They go, okay. It's like basically that's the voting of their panel that approved it. And now it's made into history. Like this is real time changing of the rankings. Only problem is if you didn't have a representative. So if you were number 7, if my fighter was number 7 and I said, I want number 5, I want him to move up to number 5 because number 5 doesn't even have a fight on the books, blah, 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 blah. And they'll ask, is there anyone from team number 5 to speak on the activity level of the number 5? And if there's no one there, they'll switch it.
Wow. I have a quick question, Rachel, and it's not according to this, but how do you feel about the Saudis coming in and investing into the sport of boxing?
I feel like it's twofold. I feel like it's always fun to have someone like new play in the game. But I think that not the problem with the money, but I think that what's going to happen is that fighters, if Saudi decides to step out of the game, fighters are going to look for that same payday that are not going to be made available anymore. So that's the only thing about throwing, not just double, but triple the amount of what they're normally making in the US. If it can't be replicated and sustainable, then it comes into question that we're setting a bad precedence, because if he disappears tomorrow and these guys were making 5 million and they're supposed to go back to their 1, they're like, well, I don't want to fight anymore. Why can't you pay me the 5 million that they paid me?
But you know what? And we went through that before, because that's how Al Heyman came into the game. They was really throwing a lot of money out there, and then Bob Arum and Matchroom and all of them had to step up and do the same thing. But now that flux of money ain't like that anymore, so, but now we do got the Saudis again, but we've been here before, maybe not on this magnitude, because that August 3rd card is on steroids. Did you see that card that they developed, Rachel?
Oh yeah. Like I talk to Saudi a lot. And so I know what's coming up. I just a lot of time I'm not that person, right? Like you never see me go breaking news or my sources say. Like I'm like I'm gonna shut the fuck up because I'm trying to like I talk to a lot of people in the industry and a lot of people trust me with behind the scene information because they know I don't fucking talk. Regardless if I'm on social media all the time, they know that I'll most like if you ask me a question that I know I'm not supposed to say, then it's either I'm going to say yeah I can't comment on that. So I'm not that stupid. In addition to, I also don't want to be tainted as a liar. The problem is if it, for example, Dan Rayfield. Dan Rayfield reported Rolly and Ryan were going to fight. I believe, Rolly and Ryan. So I call Rolly, like, what's up? And he goes, I'm eating ramen. You want to go eat ramen? I'm like, nah. And I was like, I have a question. And he's like, what's up? I go, Dan just said that you're fighting Ryan. And he goes, Cap. I was like, do you want me to correct it on Twitter? He goes, nah. He goes, let him eat pie like tomorrow when the news comes out. Because I knew when the drop for the March 30 card was coming. It was January 26th week or something like that. So I already knew that they were announcing that. And it was after the Virgil Ortiz fight at the Virgin Hotel. So I'm saying all that to say this, like it depends on the source. Then it's not like the source can't change his mind, right? Like you could be saying, yeah, we're going to get Rolly and then find out that they didn't have it locked in with a contract or something. And then people are going to say, oh, you were lying. And it's like, nah, it wasn't my fault. They're the ones that told me, but you can't say who the source is. So you have to take full front blame. So that's why I don't say nothing.
Miss Rachel. Sorry, Jay. Go ahead. My bad.
No, I was just saying, but I from what they're putting out so far, it looks like we're going to have a dynamic card. I mean, if half of what they're saying is supposed to happen on that card, man, that's amazing. You know, so I don't like how they're talking about Deontay Wilder fighting Jared Anderson, but yet we don't even have Deontay Wilder and Zhang fight done yet. You know what I'm saying? I mean, them actually fighting. So how the hell you gonna say that Wilder's fighting Jared Anderson when you don't even know if he's gonna beat Zilly Zhang or get his head knocked off or Zhang? I didn't like that, but I guess they're saying if he gets past Zhang, we're gonna get him and Anderson 3 months later.
I have a question. Rachel, okay, I'm 59 years old. I've been watching boxing since Ali Frazier. What do you think contributes to the lack of skills in today's fighters? Because is it the trainers? We don't have enough of the old school trainers, or is it they don't fight enough?
I think it's a combination of both. I think that being around these boxing gyms, what you see a lot, let's be honest, at the end of the day, to be a trainer, there is no certification or credential, right? There's nothing that says that you have to take a test. Like, so in martial arts, to own a school or to teach a class, you have to be an intermediate level to teach a class and a black belt certified on a certain Dan. 4 is a master level. So they know the basics and fundamentals, right? To open up a school. There's nothing like that in boxing. It's the wild, wild west. So someone could come up and say, hey, like, I know boxing. I never boxed in their life. And is just technically sound in saying in what they're seeing and able to articulate it into technicality, form, and function. Now, I say that to say this. The old school trainers had a certain fundamental training. Not all of them were able to pass on their knowledge to a ward, right? So someone like Kenny Adams had picked this guy named Brandon Woods. And he's really like under the radar when it comes to Las Vegas because you have so many of the big name popular trainers that have social media and stuff like that. Brandon's not like that. But when you listen to Brandon talk, there's a difference. And I've seen it's like night and day. Like you're like, Brandon's like, okay, I need you to do this. I need you, or I need do this, do that, do this. And then the boxer is going to say, well, I wanted to throw this, and that in that punch selection. Brandon's going to ask you why. What is your rhyme and reason for throwing the punch? If you're just doing Instagram and TikTok videos that look really pretty, but don't have a rhyme and reason as to why you're throwing it, then it starts to go down that downfall. It also, one of the biggest things that I play in when it comes to analyzing and looking at videos is the foundational training of your feet. Foot placement is a lost art because no one teaches it in boxing, because people look at it as, why do I need to look at the feet if I'm a boxer? I'm not a taekwondo fighter. I'm not, an MMA fighter. I punch for a living, so I just need to be able to understand that, which is the wrong thinking. The wrong thinking is because of the fact that, well, where do you generate your power? A, what brings you around the ring? Two, B, is your freaking feet, your legs, your foot placement. And they're not telling you why. So, for example, Bivol versus Zerto. Bivol, when he wanted to jab Zerto, would jab to the his lead foot would be on the inside. He'd be more linear and have a smaller target, so Zerto couldn't throw that straight down the middle. But when he wanted to set up Zerto for his own straight, Bivol would put his foot on the outside of Zerto, punch to Zerto's ear, have Zerto duck right into his straight. But that's foot placement. That's trapping them, but it's not talked about anymore. So I think we lost a lot because whether those trainers were prideful in not giving away their knowledge because they don't want to be replaced, or just the fact that we don't have an established book on what is foundation. What do you need to learn? These are the basics, the basic. And we've gotten away from that because when a fighter comes into the gym, you're automatically teaching him a jab. How are you teaching a jab in the first class when he doesn't even understand the weight distribution and movement with not throwing a punch? He needs to be comfortable in just moving around and making the correct way of moving around the ring, not crossing your feet, how to move forward, how to move back, things like that should be drilled before you even teach them how to throw a punch.
You know what?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
mentioned Bivol, and that really made me think about, what do you think about that fight against him and Beterbiev? What do you see in that?
Oh, um, dude, Beterbiev, I'm like, dude, he's a trained man. And I don't know what it is about about Bivol recently that he seems to have, I'm not gonna say lost his step, but I almost lost his zest for being more busy, and I'm using air quotes because I'm encompassing footwork, punch placement, and the amount of punches thrown. And I wasn't impressed with the fight. I think it was in Saudi that he fought. I was like, what is this? Like, this is I mean, did he win? Yes. But was it that level, right? Was it that level that we've all seen before, but isn't in this fight? So I think that, Beterbiev is going to be a lot of pressure, and it's going to take Bivol to get back onto, being fully focused and slick to be able to try to out joust him, because that pressure is going to be there all night, and his stamina is going to have to hold up to make sure that he doesn't get caught into any corners with Beterbiev.
No, that's gonna be, man, I'm so interested in that fight, and I'm gonna tell you, I've always felt though that Bivol could win that fight, but like you said, on his last outing, I don't know, was he bored or what, but I didn't like what I seen at all. So, but I believe he has the skills to beat Beterbiev, but I don't know now. I don't know. I definitely want him to. I like to see the guy that fought Canelo. because he did everything right.
Yes,
Yeah, he
that's
did.
what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what we need. That's the guy we need. Are we going to
yeah,
see him?
yeah.
Is because we know he brought up his game because it was Canelo, right? Does he, does he feel like he needs to bring up his game for Beterbiev? And I say that to say the same thing about Devin. Devin said he
Mm-hmm.
was sleeping on Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
So did you feel like Ryan wasn't enough for you to make sure you not just bring up your game, but also stay on that A point?
Yeah, he kept on saying he was a C fighter. He's not on my level, and I didn't like that type of advertisement for a fight that's a pay-per-view. If that's how you feel, then why should we buy it? If it's a fight that's going to be a washout, why should I buy it? Even if you felt that way, I don't think you should have said it.
No, I completely agree. I think let's just say Devin won. Okay. Let's give
Mm-hmm.
Devin the win.
Mm-hmm.
And like my whole thing would be like, oh, okay, yeah, great, happy. Like, why am I not excited? Well, you told me he's a C-level fighter, so
Right.
how much of this win, like, I'm supposed to give you credit for beating a C-level fighter? You told us he was a C-level fighter, so you're discrediting your own win by doing that. If you win,
Exactly.
right, and if you lose, it makes it even look worse.
Yeah, because if he's a C fighter, then what are you?
Yeah.
Because you
Yeah, you'll
lost.
never hear
Yeah.
Nonito say anything like that. But Nonito never talk shit anyway, so there's that.
Yeah, I thought he was putting his foot in his mouth with that. You know what I'm saying? The cliche answer is he's a hell of a fighter. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking forward to being in the ring with him. And the best man will win, which will probably be me. I like stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But to say, hey man, this guy's not on my level, this, that, and that. This is a pay-per-view fight. How is that selling? So but he's young, he's learning, I think he learned a lot from this experience that he's going through at this particular time, and I hope that he be able to apply it in the future and become out a better fighter from mentally and physically for his next fight,
I think
if
that's
there's a
great that
next
you said
one.
that. I love
Mm-hmm.
that you said that because I think people forget that Devin's only 25. And if I
Mm-hmm.
reverse the time to when Nonito was 25, Nonito fought Cameron Duncan was his head manager at the time. I was still being trained as a manager. So
Mm-hmm.
he had to he was making decisions, but Nonito had to fight Rafael Concepcion, and Nonito was 115. That was
Mm-hmm.
a contracted weight. Rafael Concepcion came in 4.5 pounds heavier, and we
Mm-hmm.
still had to fight him. And I say we still had to fight him because they didn't give us really much of an option. The
Mm-hmm.
percentage of the purse that was going to be given to us was only 20% from a B fighter from Panama. There's like pennies compared to what
Mm-hmm.
Nonito was making. So that was just like what, a tickler for dinner. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so there wasn't really much of a benefit, but Nonito couldn't knock him out. I think he actually hurt his hand punching Rafael Concepcion's head or something like that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but from that experience when Nonito was younger, in addition to me not giving a shit on who I'm stepping on when it comes to the management and who I'm going up against,
Mm-hmm.
um, made us grow in experience that if this happens again, like if this happens where Nonito's older and what happened to Devin and the weight thing, I would stand on my square and say, oh, okay, you have 3 pounds, and they're like, well, he's not going to make 40. I was like, okay, great, he's not going to make 40, but for the next 3 hours you're going to at least fucking try. You're going to sit in the sauna. I'm going to stand outside the sauna. I'm going to eat an In-N-Out burger, and I'm going to wash it down with pink lemonade and Gatorade for 3 hours, and I'm going to make you work. And at that point, then I'm going to take whatever's still left as far as the poundage over, and I'm going to fine you by percentage. And if you guys don't agree, you guys can kiss my ass and I'm walking away. And people will be like, well, I mean, it like, can you do that? Can you do this? It's like, we contracted for something certain. If you want to negotiate with me at this point, I have the contract is reached
Mm-hmm.
already. You can't hold me here. But integrity and setting a precedence is something huge when you're wanting to stand for that. And I say that because Nonito when we were going to fight Casemiro, he wouldn't enroll in the VADA program. And people were like, you're not going to cancel the fight. Sean Gibbons said, you're not going to cancel the fight. You don't have authorization to. And I said, we signed a contract and you didn't abide by it. So bye. And he tried to get California State Commission to force us into that fight. And the commission said no. So I think it's a learning experience 100%. And I think it's a learning experience for all managers and fighters now. Because if I sign Nonito to fight at 18 right now, and the guy comes in at +3, I need to make sure that the initial contract states that I have the option to pull out of that fight if he comes in +3 over, and I still get 100% of the purse. Because it's not my damn fault, and you cannot force me.
Wow, so you can walk away and still get your whole entire purse. So that's the thing.
What I'm saying is, I think this is a precedence that managers need to be able to look out for and to establish when it comes to negotiations. Because why should the manager, pretending it's not me, why should the manager, the head trainer, the sparring partners, and the fighter be out money when they did everything right?
Yeah, that makes sense. And you know what? That would be very smart as a manager to implement that in a contract because, yeah, those suspensions didn't go away because your guy came in overweight. We still paid all this, that. We traveled. We had sparring partners that stayed in hotels. We had this, we had that. So, yeah, you should be compensated just because if this guy dropped the ball, okay, that's not my problem. I did everything that I supposed to do, so I should get paid. Yeah.
Well, you know what commission has that?
Who?
Jersey. Conceição versus Shakur Stevenson. Conceição could have walked away and not fought and taken 100% of his purse.
Did not know that.
But that's the problem. Here we go. Jersey has that, but none of the other states have that.
That might have ruined his relationship with Top Rank, though. Top Rank wouldn't have been happy that they would have missed out on that main event. And Ms. Rose, I gotta ask you this because you spoke upon the rankings earlier, and we see a lot of guys that get to the number one spot and they don't get that opportunity. And you know, as fans, we don't know the inner workings sometimes. So I may think that they're getting step aside, not to be, you know, maybe the manager and the fighter are getting some form of step aside. What does it take for those number one guys to get the opportunity? Is it all upon the champion to give them the opportunity, or in mostly like we have like an Albert Bell being number one for a while. I think Kenneth Sims is another guy at 140. He's number one for a while. Are these guys? Is it safe to say they are receiving step aside possibly him and they're in their teams, or are they just? Do they have to have a certain amount of money behind them to force the fight? Like, how does that process work for those number one ranked guys?
So usually the number one ranked guys have to be in a fight that is called an eliminator, right? For the mandatory position. Once that is established that they won the mandatory position, there's a certain, depending on when the champion won and when his last mandatory was called, you have the option as the mandatory to enforce your mandatory position, meaning next fight, it's going to be me. Okay. And so once you do that, the sanctioning body will email you back and say, we're ordering mandatory negotiations between the mandatory position and the champion at this time. You have 30 days. During those negotiations, if it becomes almost to a purse bid or the champion wants to fight somebody else, just anybody, then you would need a step aside to do that, because now you're asking me to take away my position. You got to pay me for that position. Okay. But the one thing that a mandatory will get stepped aside for without any money is if the champion is negotiating on unifying. So the unification trumps the mandatory, and the mandatory won't be able to collect any fees for their step aside in that situation.
Appreciate you breaking that down.
Wow.
Mm.
I'm gonna tell you, Rachel, you can just enlighten us with so much information. I mean, wow, you are definitely a blessing.
A lot of
Definitely a
game.
blessing. Yeah, learned a lot. I mean, you dropped a lot of jewels on here, without getting yourself in trouble.
Educated speak.
Hey, you know,
no, no,
I got in trouble by Golden Boy the other day.
what you
It was
do?
so dumb. I posted Ryan Garcia's post of his own VADA test that's on his Instagram, right? I screenshotted it and posted it on my Instagram and Twitter. I get a freaking
Mm-hmm.
email. It's like, Rachel, stop sharing our personal information, because all of their emails are there. I was like, how are you getting mad at me when it's a screenshot of Ryan Garcia? Like, get mad at him. It's on his freaking Instagram post. It's not even a story. I was like, so if anyone shared it, he's the one that shared it.
So it was the test that said that he tested positive.
No. It was just the test that says he was negative. But the fact is,
Oh.
all of their emails are there, and Ryan didn't redact it. So
Okay.
So I posted it. I screenshotted it off of Ryan's to prove that Ryan showed you guys that it takes 2 weeks to get the results. But then they're calling me and being like, "Don't put our information out there." And I'm like, "Bro, that's off of Ryan's. I'm just retweeting what he did. Like, why are you getting mad at me for reposting it?"
Nice. I got a question though. What about all the other how does because Ryan just they said Ryan took 4 other tests before those 2 failed.
Mm-hmm.
What is your opinion on that? Or do you have one, or you rather
I
not
mean,
say?
there's a couple that I want to say on this.
Okay.
One, it's going to depend on, when you took the drugs, of course. Like, if he didn't take the drugs before those testing dates, of course they're not going to show up, right? Two, I have a really strong stance in, if we believed sample A of February 26th was negative and all those other 3. Right? If we believed that those tests were negative based on sample A, what is the uproar that people are believing that people are not believing sample A from a positive test? So I don't know if it's clear, but what I'm saying is, regardless of the result, shouldn't we always have sample B tested?
Yeah, always. Another thing is this though. If he just took that, what benefit does he get from it? Because from what I understand, you got to have at least in your system for 14 days for it to even make a difference. So
14 days. April 3rd was his last test, plus 14 is April 17.
Okay.
So April 17 is before the fight, 3 days before the fight, but it is still building up, right? It's building. There might be like a half-life of it at some point, but eventually it's still in your system. You're reaping the benefits, but not 100% of the benefits. At that point, if you're saying that, then bodybuilders use it to cut weight. They use it to make sure that their muscles
I
don't
didn't know you could.
deteriorate.
I didn't know that it was for cutting weight as well. Okay.
So when you cut weight, you cut muscle mass. This drug helps you keep your muscle even though you're losing the weight. So that's why bodybuilders use it before they get on stage, because they're cutting the water weight to look more lean, and cutting all the fat out, but they don't want to lose the muscle.
That's some real game right there.
Yeah,
I want to thank you, Rachel.
that's polite right there, for the simple fact, if that's because he was trying to cut weight anyway, so you don't have to pay that 500,000 per pound. So if you're using it as a cutting agent, that makes a lot of damn sense.
Well, a cutting agent that won't make you lose your muscle mass. So Nonito, at 135, that usually walks around at 140 if he's eating at the buffet, is huge, right? But when he cuts to 118, he loses a lot of that muscle mass. So if you want to keep the muscle mass, then this keeps it for you. You cut everything else. You even cut fat, but you don't cut the muscle.
Wow. What were you about to say, T Hill?
Man, I was just going to thank Rachel for gracing us with her time and her expertise. I mean, she always is very, very considerate when speaking on the sport to inform people because, you know, a lot of people just go out there and splurge stuff. So I appreciate her on that. And I just wanted to know because she said she shared something. I want to share something that might not everybody in here and in the chat might know. She has two amazing young boys. And these boys are very, very gifted. And I like her to speak on them, give them a little bit of light.
They're amazing. They're the funnest things ever. And a lot of people don't know this, but the reason I have like a huge I don't give a fuck kind of attitude is because April 16th of 2015 with my youngest. Of course, we were thinking we were going to have more kids, but my youngest I died with. I had a C-section, emergency C-section, and they cut me open without any anesthesia. I lost so much blood that I passed out, and all that stuff. So Logan is my fire. And I think that, I don't know if I precursed it by calling him Logan because, Wolverine. So they cut me open to get him out. But they're both homeschooled, and smart as hell. Like you've heard them like running around a bit and that's them getting snacks, but they literally don't, it's amazing to me what they actually retain and how much integrity they have, of doing their homeschooling stuff, and being at the top of it. Like they have quizzes, and like I walked over there a second ago, and Logan was like the sweetest thing. Told Nonito, Nonito's like, I don't know. I looked at this quiz and I told him to change it to this answer because I asked him questions and he got it wrong. And I looked at it, I go, that's a scene from a play. That's not a dialogue. You picked dialogue, babe? And he goes, yeah. I go, yeah. Okay, so Logan, you got that question wrong because your dad changed the answer, But for the best of them, they're really independent, and headstrong for sure. Jarrell is the one that skipped a grade, still top of his class, and is my musical little genius. He, at the age of 9, had a 4-channel DJ deck, was doing gigs and things like that. Then he got into producing and did Nonito's ring entrance song, The Last Fight. Really into that. As far as like fitness and health, of course we teach them to fight because we're small little Asian people. So they're in jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, and boxing, and they're also trained in competition kettlebell. So they're a handful. Those two they're my life. But I took them out just to let you know. I took them out of school because Jarrell was 9 as a 5th grader, and they had me sign, the whole. We're gonna talk to him about sex. I'm like, sure. And he came home one day and he told me, he's like, Mama, don't get mad. I got sent to the principals. I was like, what'd you do? And mind you, remind me to tell you about the pre-K story because he knows about this. He said, so in biology, they said that a male and female reproduce. I was like, yep. And he was like, they make babies together. I'm like, yep. And he goes, so why did I get in trouble in sociology? I go, why? I was like, what did you say? He goes, I asked them because they were talking about anal sex between males. And I go, okay, what did you say? And he's like, I don't understand. Why would they if they can't reproduce? And the teacher couldn't answer the question, so she sent him to the principal's office. So I took him out of school. And I was like, if you guys can't even, if you're trying to present some material, then you have to be ready for questions. And if you can't, then you shouldn't be teaching the material.
Right. Exactly.
So I took him out. But I say that to say this, when Jay was in preschool, he knew that mom doesn't play. And there was 2 instances. One, he came back to the car and I go, where are your Ray-Bans? He goes, oh, my friend has it. I go, why does your friend have it? And he's like, well, I let him borrow it. I was like, you need to get those Ray-Bans back. He goes, but what if he doesn't want to give it to me? I go, child, tell him he needs to give the Ray-Bans back, or me and his mom are going to have a discussion in the parking lot. He's like, Mom, are you going to fight her? I was like, just get the Ray-Bans back.
You
That
named
means
him
she was about to
Jarrell.
fight.
You
Huh?
named him Jarrell. That was Superman's dad's name. Was that the reason, or?
No. So Nonito is a junior. So
Okay.
his close relatives that he grew up with call him June, right? For short for junior. So if you spell it out, it's June and Rachel, everlasting love
Oh
is Jarrell.
wow! With a J. Okay.
So they're both Jarrell. One's Jarrell Michael. The oldest one is Jarrell Michael. Michael was for after the guardian angel, and Logan is Jarrell Logan, but he goes by Logan.
Wow.
But I mean, like, I love the fact that we have two boys. First of all, I'm the worst girl. If anybody knows me, I'm the worst girl. People, I grew up. My dad wanted two boys. He got two girls. So he got, he trained us in fighting. My first freaking toy was a Smurf punching bag. And so we didn't really grow up in a household where, girly stuff is, pushed. I don't know what I would do if I had a girl because, the matching bows and the socks and stuff like that. But I mean, even at the best of it, like if you look at my closet, it's full of training clothes, yoga pants, tank tops, sports bras. I don't wear makeup every day. I only wear makeup on occasion. I hate wearing dresses and heels. I mean, I could look cute, but I'm more of the, like, let's just chill person.
I
Rachel for the
enjoy
culture.
Oh yeah, for sure. Everybody talks about how Rachel just comes on with all us regular people and just have a ball.
Like she
Oh yeah.
fit in.
You guys are having great questions, and the funny part is like what I said before. I not assume. Yeah. I guess I would say I assume. I assume that this is general knowledge because it's my world, right? Like this is every day. This is easy. I can spit this out all day, because this is everything that I'm doing. And depending on the level of what these people, anybody is talking, whether they're just a fan, a casual, whether they're a hardcore boxing fan, whether they're in the gyms and learning boxing, or a trainer or an amateur. Like, people have different experiences, so I don't ever sit here thinking like, well, don't you all freaking know this? Shouldn't you know this? So I like to, like, tell you guys the answers to the questions, because for me this is like ABCs for me. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Hey, we got my guy being in boxing news. He's a pharmacist. Did you have any questions for Rachel being there?
No, I ain't really have any questions for her, man. I was just sitting back, listening to her. Just wanted to know. My whole deal is when she was talking about as far as Ryan Garcia. I mean, with her being in the Olympics and all that, I think she already said all that. She's never got tested positive, or her husband. So people who usually get tested positive, more than likely, they're guilty, man. More than likely, because nobody's going to say that they actually done it or they actually tried to use it or whatever. So it's common sense. And the guy kind of said it already. Hey, I cannot make 140, so he wanted to be strong. So it's almost common sense. Hey, I'm going to use a selective androgen receptor modulator to retain muscle mass and be Superman. And that's exactly what he done, bro. I mean, it's common sense. If you look at him, that's exactly what he done. I mean, he cheated two ways. He used peds. He used the 3.2 pounds, and he used that medication. I mean, that's what happened. And he had that with ashwagandha on hand so quick. to show the world, hey, this is what I use. Who does that? He had his excuse ready to be shown. Like nobody does that, man. And then he takes it for a joke. He laughs about it. Anybody, I mean, just think about it, Rachel. If you would be accused of using a PED, you would be hurt, man. Your feelings would be hurt. You would be on air crying or hurt or pissed off all the way, just going off. You wouldn't be online just making jokes of, showing a pill bottle saying, hey, this is no. You would take that shit way more serious than when he's taking that shit. So that's why I say he's showing his ignorance. He's showing his guilt, man. And I can guarantee you he's not going to do the B sample because he already know that B sample is going to come back positive. And I'm willing to bet anybody who's willing to put their money on Ryan Garcia that he's guilty. I'm telling you this. He cheated that man. And Ryan Garcia, he's so much about his word. He told us, the boxing fans, the boxing supporters, what he was going to do. He told us that he was going to beat Devin Haney by any means necessary. And he kept on telling Devin Haney and telling us, I want to meet him in the center of the ring. He told us that for a reason. And none of us took him serious. I didn't take him serious. Devin didn't take him serious. But now we know why. He was playing cat and mouse. And he won. And that's all I got to say.
No, you're right. Like it, and that's the thing. Like, I remember the week of the fight. Nito were looking at him. I was on a panel, and they're like, "He's gonna make weight. He's gonna make weight." I was like, "No, he ain't. He's not making weight." They're like, "Yes, he is. He did a WBC weight check," and I started fucking laughing. Here's why. Okay. Sorry, WBC, if you get mad at me for this one. So there's a form. And it says the name of the fighter, the name of the weight division, 30-day, 14-day, 7-day. And it has a blank thingy, and then it has the signature of a doctor. That's one way to submit your results. Okay. The second way is a picture of the scale, which we all saw. Right? He's like, oh, look at my weight. I'm going to be out. I think he stepped on the scale at 143 for his WBC weight check. And there's a picture of his feet. That's great. I don't know if that's his feet. I don't know if he's holding the counter. How do I know that's Ryan? So I think there's a flaw in the pictures because what we actually need is a full body video, or possibly two, that starts with the scale off, and then you step on the scale, and then you look at the number, right? On video, not a picture of feet. I don't know whose feet those are. I'm not a feet person.
There's so many flaws in this game, man. There's definitely so many flaws. I mean, and so many loopholes and so many everything. I mean, I'm gonna do a show one day called The Dirty Game, man, because it is the most filthiest sport I've ever seen in my life. But I love it to death.
Listen, you know what this is for you guys?
What?
This is a male soap opera. This is your version of when women watch Days of Our Lives.
That's a crazy analogy.
Wow. Yeah.
I never heard that, but she on point with that. That's a crazy analogy.
I mean, look at Love is Blind, right? Like, I watched Love is Blind on Netflix, and the comments, right? I think the last one on the comment section that was trending was the fact that this girl said she was Megan Fox, and everyone was looking at that episode like, that ain't no Megan Fox. She does not look like Megan Fox. She's lying to the guy on the other door. And all there was soap opera. People had like so many opinions, TikTok, everything, like they're trending on this thing. The same thing with Ryan and with any boxing breaking news. You guys go on and comment on Twitter, on Instagram, and make it a whole discussion. So yeah, this is your soap opera.
I always say boxing is like that girl that you love to death. You can't get enough of her, but she cheats on you all the time. That's how I look at boxing. You know, no matter what, you're gonna love her, man. I call boxing, I hate to say it, but a good hoe, man. You know?
And we have a lot of train wrecks. It's like watching train wrecks left and right. It's like, Jesus, like what happened there? Then we all become lawyers. You know, we all become physicians. It's amazing. Like we that's the one thing that me and Nonito started the telecast yesterday when we went live. We said, I was like, babe, how many people do you think has taken a VADA test that's giving their opinion on how VADA tests are run or what VADA does? He goes, 0.1% of the people talking about it. I was like, but they're professionals. They all now have an opinion. Shannon Sharp had an opinion. The other guys had an opinion. I was like, have you even seen a VADA test? Like, do you know what it is, or are you just giving your? Then from there, now because they said it, then it must be true.
Right.
We're all fighters. We're all managers. We're all promoters. We all have deep Saudi pockets. We all look at, you know, when Bud's making his money, like people are like, don't get mad, we get in the money. It's like, what do you mean we get in money? Bud's getting money. You're not getting money. You know, and we'll play all different hats, lawyers and physicians, everything.
I like the two fans that one's a Devin fan and one's a Tank fan, and they cuss each other out so bad and say, man, you know what, pull up. I'm like, y'all so and what word do I want to use, emotionally involved with these two fighters that don't even know who the hell you are and don't even exist, and you're ready to crash out about them. You know, you're about to risk your whole life.
Jay. That's part of the soap opera.
You're about to risk your whole life over a guy you don't even know.
Oh yeah, and the basis of the argument is this. Well, I think like Bud versus Spence, right? Well, Bud thinks this. Have you met Bud? No. So now you're a mind fucking reader? Like how? This doesn't even make sense. Like make it make sense, bro.
It can't. It will never, and it is what it is. Listen, we have another part of our lineup that comes on at 2:00. That's Cash Sports, and I try not to ever infringe on my counterpart's show because he's coming on at 2:00, and I don't want to be on when he's on because I don't. We share the same supporters. So, Rachel, I want to say I thank you from the bottom of my heart, you know, for coming on and enlightening us with so much. And you have an open invitation. Feel free whenever you want. We're on 8 in the morning and 8 in the evening.
Okay, now I know. But in what time zone are you in?
I'm Eastern.
Okay, so that's 5 in the I'm glad you did not text me at 5 in the morning. Jesus.
5 in the morning and 5 in the evening for you.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for having me on the panel and kicking it with me. And you guys had amazing questions. I hope I answered them clearly for you guys. But until next time, I'll probably if you can drop the link to that other channel, I'll probably just listen and check and see if my kids are still alive. And go on my day. So, you know, I look forward to at least right now, next Friday, drinks.
Hey, can I ask one last quick question?
No.
It's 2 seconds.
No. Go ahead real quick, man. Come on. We don't want to infringe on past time.
Hey, Rachel, I was talking to you on the panel the other night, and you was telling me about a restaurant that's in Vegas that's across from Bellagio. I just forgot the name. I just wonder if you can remind me of the name.
Restaurant across from Bellagio. Mon Ami Gabi.
Got you. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you, D. All right, sis. You take it easy. I'll send a link to your Instagram of the show that's coming on next. Because we call ourselves the JBT, Just Boxing Talk. That's us. So we all come. I'm at 8:00. Then my guy Cass comes on at 2. Then we got Just Do Boxing at 4. Then I come back on at 8. Then the Rise podcast comes on at 9. And we got a new guy that's coming on named BBO Boxing. So we just keep moving on, but we're calling ourselves JBT, Just Boxing Talk. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, I'll tune in while I check on my kids.
All right, sis.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right. Hey, you all. I want to thank everybody, man. I appreciate everybody rocking out. We did a 6-hour. You know what I'm saying? And thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that rocked in. I don't think y'all got jobs, though. Because ain't no way in the hell y'all been in here since 8 to 2 and you got a job. I don't believe you got a job. I don't even think that's your job right there, bro. I think that's a mirage.
You know where I'm at, boy. Shit, camera
Yeah,
looking at me and everything. I hope I don't lose my shit messing with y'all. JBT gonna have to send me some bread. Fuck with y'all.
BN. My man Ryan also cheated with that left hook too. He brought that along with him as well.
Dog. Ryan, boy, I can't stand Ryan right now. Boy, I hate Ryan. I see Ryan on the strip. I might sneak Ryan Garcia.
Oh Lord, you Ryan too fast, boy. You had you on the ground, man. Hey, y'all, let's get out of here. I know that's right. Let's go over to Cash Sports, man. I appreciate everybody.
Peace.
Other than that, it's your boy Jay Hardcore Boxing News, and we out of here. See ya. You just been in here and shit. We out.